Sims lobs it left side of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Jackets. Brown over the shoulder. Makes the catch. And Calvin has company.
Every single day we've gotten better.
Mason angles left and he gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Jackets.
This is Yellow Jackets football.
Underneath it is intercepted. Tariq Carpenter stacked from the backside by David Curry. Unbelievable drama and unbelievable guts by the Jackets.
And it's game day. We're just 2 hours away from Yellow Jacket football. Welcome to the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. The Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show is brought to you by Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and by Scana Energy, a proud partner of Georgia Tech football. For every touchdown the Jackets score, Scana Energy will make a $500 donation to the Alexander Tharp Fund. Go Jackets! Now, to begin our coverage of Yellow Jacket football, let's join your host, Wiley Ballard.
Back in the routine in 2020, Georgia Tech, after 4 weeks off, set a number of Collins-era records in their 56-33 demolishing of the Duke Blue Devils last week, and now we're beginning to find rhythm again in the most unusual of college football seasons as Georgia Tech is back at it 7 days later to take on the NC State Wolfpack, a 7-3 record for the Wolfpack coming off a frustrating 2019 season. NC State and head coach Dave Doeren have righted the ship, won a number of close games, and now they're hosting the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets at Carter Finley Stadium, where Tech has won 5 straight over NC State on the road. Toe meets leather 2 hours from now, and that means it's time for the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. I'm Wiley Ballard, joined by All-ACC center Sean Bedford. And, Sean, we are currently live in our ACC Network on-campus studios, and I like the way we have things configured because despite a rough total of, 15, 20 monitors in our room, I've got this nice little slit here between 2 computer screens where I can actually see you directly and make eye contact, and that hasn't always been the case in 2020.
No, it's honestly, in some cases, we are farther away than we've been for most of our broadcasts. But in some senses, we have a better view, and,
Yes.
and it's quite a nice setup. So no complaints on our end. Certainly, I think you said back to the routine earlier, and I don't know that there's been anything routine about this season, and certainly this doesn't feel routine, but we're going to make the best of it. We're going to have some fun, and hopefully we're going to be celebrating a Yellow Jacket win at the end of the day.
Well, the bottom line is we're playing on back-to-back Saturdays, which has not always been the case.
That's true.
This fall. Happy to have that. Speaking of no complaints, I'm not sure there were many tangible complaints from last Saturday's win over Duke. 56 points, the most in the Collins era, over 500 yards of offense, 377 rushing yards. The rushing defense held Duke to a season low. Great pressure on Chase Bryce, Duke's quarterback. 5 turnovers forced, points off those turnovers. Heck, Gavin Stewart even went 8 for 8 on extra points. So, Sean, with all those positives, what was your biggest takeaway now 7 days removed?
Oh, I thought for sure you were going to say, find me some negatives here. Be critical. Just be, gratuitously critical here.
I like to pick nits.
Yeah, no, well, one of the most encouraging things to me was there are actually some negatives you can find in that performance. Which, may sound counterintuitive, but Tech managed to put up those 56 points and to pull away in dominating fashion despite not playing a perfectly clean game. There were still opportunities for Tech to put up more points. Obviously, that muff punt for a touchdown for Duke early in the game wound up keeping Duke in there for longer than they probably had any right to be. But what was encouraging to me as I was watching that was as crazy as that first half was, there was never any doubt in my mind that Tech was the better team and that given enough time they were going to pull away because I was seeing great things from the defense. I was seeing a ground game that really came into its own and utilized all the different weapons in the backfield. That, or I shouldn't say all, because Jemias Griffin didn't really get in on the action, but we saw Jahmyr Gibbs. Unfortunately, it looks like he injured himself in that game, was unable to return in the second half, but he was electric in every position he was put in, had a couple of huge plays. And then you look at what Jordan Mason did, just kind of carrying the load for most of the game. coming away and looking like his old self, and I would say maybe even a little bit faster than we've seen in previous appearances. And then Jeff Sims really contributed a lot. And, oh, by the way, don't forget about Dante Smith, who had 2 touchdowns, and despite not having all that many carries, was still, I think, it had 60 yards.
60 yards on 5 carries.
Yeah, 12 yards of carries, not a bad showing. So, no, I think seeing the full range of the offense's capability on the ground, their capacity to attack the other team on the ground was really encouraging. And anytime you see numbers like that, you also have to tip your cap to the offensive line. I thought they opened up some really good holes for the running backs. And there are also 3 passing touchdowns, too. Yeah. So a lot to be encouraged about offensively. It was nice to see Tech get into a rhythm. And then defensively, I thought Tech tackled well. I thought they anticipated plays well. They recognized what Duke was trying to do. This was another area, though, that if you want to pick nits, you can go and say, well, they probably dropped 3 or 4 interceptions. They had opportunities when Duke made mistakes that they could have capitalized on but didn't. And I think as this team continues to mature and come into its own and really understand what its strengths are, that's an area that's going to improve. And so I think there's a lot to be excited about there. That said, most teams aren't going to hand you the ball 5 times, so Tech's going to have to figure out a way to consistently kind of manufacture defensive stops and offensive drives.
In some ways, it's fitting that Georgia Tech and NC State are meeting again a little over a year removed from their last meeting in Atlanta last November when Georgia Tech prevailed 28-26. We just talked about how much this Georgia Tech team has improved from September, much less a year ago. But we discussed before we went on the air, NC State, a much different-looking team than what we saw a year ago. First off, they're healthy.
Yep.
And second off, their record reflects an ability to finish games, finish tight games, and come out on top.
Yeah, and we even saw that last week when they survived a very bizarre last-minute challenge from Syracuse when Rex Culpepper inexplicably decided to spike the ball on 4th down. But coming into, that was a game that Syracuse was hanging in there. They had a chance to march down to tie. But to NC State's credit, they found a way to hang in there to finish the fight. And when you look at how snake-bit they were last season, they reminded me a lot of Tech in 2015,
yes,
where it was anything that could go wrong for them was going to, whether that be injuries, whether it be turnovers, just bad breaks all around. And so to see them turn around, I think Dave Doeren should really firmly be in the discussion for ACC Coach of the Year with the performance he's put on over there, turning one of the worst teams in the leagues by the numbers last year into one of the more competitive teams, kind of in the top half of that middle pack in the ACC. That said, they've benefited from maybe a lighter schedule than some have faced. They certainly haven't played the same level of schedule that Tech has faced this year. But I've been impressed by what I've seen out of them. They've got playmakers at a number of different positions, at running back, at tight end, and it seems like whoever's in at quarterback, and right now it's Bailey Hockman, they've been able to produce for their offense.
They've got some big bodies in the receiving core. We'll get to those a little later, but you kind of touched on it. I look at some of the numbers, under the hood for NC State, and you kind of sit there and say, this seems like a 5-5 team. Or, they've only outscored their opponents by 5 points on the whole season.
Yep. Again,
they're 7-3. They're giving up over 400 yards of total offense. They're 12th in the league in rushing, 7th in passing. But again, they're 7-3, 6-3 in the ACC. And what really surprised me, they've committed the second most penalties, or they give the second most penalty yards per game in the ACC. And they're also -3 in turnovers. Those tend to be kind of the deciders if you're even on both ends. And they haven't necessarily won those battles, but again, they've won 7 games, 4 of them by 7 points or less.
Yeah, well, they have, and I think that 4 games by 7 points or less is telling. And this is a team that has won close games against bottom tier or middle of the pack competition, and then has kind of gotten beaten down by some of the tougher teams they've played. Now, the one exception to that was Miami, where they definitely held their own and had a shootout to the very end against the Hurricanes. But this is a team that I think, to their credit, this is still a very young team. This was the youngest team in the country last year, NC State was, and Tech was very close to that as well. But they've figured out how to win those games, and it's one of those sort of nebulous qualities that football teams have to develop, especially young football teams, and they found a way to, when they're in that slugfest, and it's a tight game, close in the fourth quarter, they found a way to make the plays they need to come out on top.
And so much of that, if you can do it early in the season, man, you get to the fourth quarter late in the season, you feel confident, and there's this feeling of things are going to work for us. And we've seen it work both ways when it comes to Georgia Tech. That 2014 Orange Bowl team, you seem to think, that Georgia Southern win early, Virginia Tech win early.
Heck,
Okay,
even
we
Wofford at times in that season, yeah.
You're not wrong there in week one. So speaking of that 2014 team, we're going to have DJ White join us a little later on in our Old Gold segment. We'll also hear from defensive coordinator Andrew Thacker, who gives some insight on how Georgia Tech was able to slow down Duke's running attack. That was probably the headline in my mind for Georgia Tech's defense. But coming up next, we're going to have the Georgia Power scoreboard. A lot going on in the ACC today, including an interesting matchup this evening between Clemson and Virginia Tech. Dan Courts will have that for you when we come back. This is the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show. Georgia Tech and NC State on the first Saturday in December, 4 o'clock, toe meets leather from Learfield IMG College.
These days, I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
We'll be back with more Georgia Tech football after these messages from your local station on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Let me tell you about Georgia Tech. On this campus, you'll find beauty, prestige, innovation. But one thing you won't find is a shortcut. That's how we like it. Because on this campus, we aren't afraid of a challenge. And on game day, we darn sure aren't afraid of a fight. You see, gold reflects. And here, it reflects us all. Toughness, tenacity, pride, passion. Those values bond us. They've made us an institute without equal. When you see the white and gold, you know what we stand for. And if you're an opponent, you know what you're in for. Welcome to Atlanta. Welcome to Georgia Tech football.
Welcome back to the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show. Georgia Tech and NC State meeting at Carter Finley Stadium for the first time since 2014. I'm Wiley Bandler, joined by Sean Bedford. Andy Demetra, the voice of Jackals, will join us in a moment. But now it's time to introduce the fourth member of our broadcast crew, the man who has already devoured all of the candy in his advent calendar. Dan, you could not wait, could you?
No, and you know what? That's an accurate assessment of me too. Back in the day, I can't deny that. I was mom and dad got mad one time, I think, and it was years ago. But
well, I'm sure they've forgiven you.
I think they have. Thank you, Wiley and Sean. Here at Georgia Tech, Yellow Jackets get ready to meet the NC State Wolfpack. The Jackets 3-5 overall and 3-4 against the ACC this season, while NC State 7-3 overall and 6-3 in conference. Jackets looking to make it 2 in a row overall and 4 in a row against the Wolfpack in that series. We get the Georgia Power scoreboard rolling. Georgia Tech and Georgia Power have been bringing winning energy since 1891. We start in the ACC, one game currently in progress in Chapel Hill, 17th ranked North Carolina taking on in-state foe Western Carolina. Tar Heels looking to roll out of the gate.
5 for 5 for Howe. And he'll keep it on the ground to Carter. A lot of space up the middle. 10-5 touchdown. Michael Carter right up the gut for 6.
Jones Angel on the call for North Carolina from Learfield IMG College. Tar Heels lead Western Carolina 42-3 with a little more than 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. One game kicking off shortly in South Bend as second-ranked Notre Dame meets Syracuse. The Irish looking for their fourth win in a row over Syracuse. That being said, the Orange won the last meeting between these two in South Bend. At 3:30, Boston College heads to Charlottesville to meet the Virginia Cavaliers. These two are meeting for the seventh time in the history of their programs, and Boston College has won the previous 6. At 7:30, third-ranked Clemson is on the road at Virginia Tech. The Tigers winning the last meeting between these two in 2017. The last game to kick off at 8, 10th-ranked Miami heads to Durham to meet Duke. The Blue Devils have won the last 2 over the Hurricanes. Transitioning briefly to the rest of the top 25, and we'll stick with the games that are currently in progress. In East Lansing, 4th-ranked Ohio State up big on Sparty, 28-0 a minute into the third quarter. They just ended the third quarter in Auburn, and the Tigers leading 5th-ranked Texas A&M 20-14. In Fort Worth, 15th-ranked Oklahoma State leading TCU 16-14 with a little under 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. And another upset coming from Huntington, West Virginia. 21st-ranked Marshall trailing Rice 20-0 with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. That is your look around the ACC in the top 25 and your Georgia Power scoreboard in the network studios. I'm Dan Quartz. Georgia Tech gets ready to meet NC State. Kick off in a little more than 90 minutes. I'll now send it back to Wiley and Sean. And outside of our game, obviously, I'm keeping my eye on those 2 night games as Clemson in the driver's seat for the other ACC championship game spot with Notre Dame at this time. But Miami, they're still lurking in there as well.
Yeah, they are, and they haven't quite been willing to go away. It's sort of, I think we all kind of have a feel for what seems to be this predestined clash between Notre Dame and Clemson in that ACC championship game. But Miami's still lingering out there, and if they went out and catch a couple of breaks, they could find their way into that, into the championship game, which of course would be interesting to Tech fans because that would impact our scheduled game against Miami on the 19th. So certainly be keeping an eye on that.
I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, that
Can I
wouldn't.
be honest? I kind of want to see Tech get another shot at Miami again. Georgia Tech, NC State meeting at Carter Finley for the first time since 2014. Coming off an impressive win over Duke, 56-33, where they held the Blue Devils to less than 2 yards per carry and just 68 yards on the ground. How did they do it? Well, Andy Demetriou caught up with Andrew Thacker earlier this week, and when we come back, we'll hear what defensive coordinator Andrew Thacker thought of his defensive unit's performance in trying to slow down the run. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from IMG College.
Even before the victory celebration is over, great teams are back at it the next day, working to get even better. The team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
And now another edition of Obvious News from Geico.
Obvious News!
A study says that soft talkers do not make great radio personalities. We asked local librarian Steve Sage about this, and here's what he said.
Honestly, I don't buy it. I think I make very captivating radio.
Also in Obvious News, Geico makes it easy to save money and easy to manage your policy with the Geico app. So switching is a really smart decision. How does Steve feel about this?
Oh, I love the Geico app. I use it all the time.
That's Obvious News from Geico.
Obvious News!
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Georgia Tech fans, since opening in 2000, Taqueria del Sol has offered diners many inventive and delicious options for lunch and dinner. Conveniently located close to campus, an award-winning cuisine means a winning combination for Yellow Jacket fans. Please visit one of our 4 Atlanta area locations or visit us online at taqueriadelsol.com for more information. Go Jackets!
Follow the Yellow
Yellow Jackets with Everyday Champions, the official magazine of Georgia Tech Sports. Each issue contains exclusive stories and photos, plus the latest news from inside Tech athletics. It's all that's positive about the Jackets. Subscribe now for only $9.95 per year. Call 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799 to sign up for Everyday Champions. That's 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back inside the network studios. I'm Dan Quartz. The Jackets have seen noticeable improvements in many areas in year 2 of the defense under Andrew Thacker. The notable numbers are 17 takeaways and sacks, and the emergence of individuals such as Jordan Dominic on the front four, who leads the team with 4 of those sacks, including wreaking havoc on Duke last week. The Jackets look to keep the defensive tempo going for the final 3 games. Now, the Jackets defensive coordinator catches up with our own Andy Demetra.
So, Coach, last Saturday it almost felt like a second season opener, and with season openers, you never quite know what you're going to get when your team takes the field. But when you graded the film, what did you feel your team did even better than what you first thought on Saturday?
Sure. So you talked about it. They took advantage of that. 28 days since we had last played a game, and they played like they were angry about it, but they played like they took advantage of that time, and I felt like we improved in a lot of areas. The biggest thing, most proud of them, man, just how hard they played, their energy, their effort, and the way that they attacked the football. So that was in a year where everything's a little bit strange, everything's a little bit bizarre. They could have used that moment differently. They could have used it as a crutch. They could have used it as an excuse, but just compliments to our kids and how they use that time to improve and get better, and then just go take all of their aggression with the way the schedule played out on another opponent. And man, they played hard. They attacked the football, and then when we attacked the football, man, it was so neat to see those guys create the 5 takeaways and be opportunistic, and then just the way that our team played complementary football. It was great.
68 rushing yards. Yeah, 68 rushing yards allowed against Duke. What did you sort of explain to your guys? Like, hey, this is what you did well to allow you to stymie Duke's running game so thoroughly last Saturday, that you want to see them carry into NC State.
Sure. So that it always starts with the interior. It always starts with the middle. So the defensive line did a great job of doing their job. And there was certainly a scheme where we were able to take advantage of them. The guys executed at a high level. But at the end of the day, if you're able to sustain success in defensive run game, it's because of the interior. So the defensive line, Coach Knight, Coach Coleman, what they were able to do through that time and prepare for the game. There were no vertical interior seams for those running backs to hit, which they had been hitting on film when we went into the game. So we harped and belabored that. We used some scheme to our advantage, but more so than anything, just technique fundamentals, will inside to establish the interior by the defensive line, and then the next layer of the linebackers, David Curry, the Jacoas Jacksons, the complementary pieces there of being able to tackle and knock back. So once you also have a lead and you're playing complementary football, it makes them a little more one-dimensional later in the game, and that's able to help as well. And then anytime you create negative plays, TFLs, you create sacks, that also helps run defense.
Jordan Dominic had a couple of TFLs, couple of sacks, and that defensive touchdown. He earned ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week as well. It just seems like Jordan has gotten better and better each and every week this year. Where do you think he's made the biggest jump in his game from when we started in the middle of September to now?
Oh, man, I'm such a coach. I'm such a coach with my answer here. Consistency and technique and fundamentals. It's we all see the splash plays, and that is a byproduct of the way that he's practiced, the way that he continues to improve. So in those moments, he took advantage of them, and he let his skill set, he let his talents take over. But just his consistency in what he's doing has allowed him to get more playing time, to be in those big-time moments and opportunities. So proud of his development, and we expect him to get better every single week.
Saw Tariq Carpenter nab an interception versus Duke. Him and Wanya Thomas as a safety pair, having 2 players of their caliber. What does that mean to you as the defensive coordinator, and how does that open up what you can do in a game plan week to week?
Sure, yeah, they're really talented. When you have talent there all the way in the back end, when you have what we would talk about as erasers, being able to erase any mistakes within the front 7, that's helpful. But again, when you are multiple in your skill set, when you can tackle and you can cover, it allows us to do more scheme-wise. So really proud of those guys and their development. They played a lot of football here at Georgia Tech, and they continue to get better. when they're playing at a high level, when their energy is right, they have a way of being infectious for the defense and the whole team. They're big personalities, they're big pieces of what we do as a team.
I know you have them well coached because Wanya had a couple of near interceptions, and he immediately dropped down and did 10 push-ups. I like that he carries that over to game day itself.
So part of the culture, a culture of accountability. So, man, we want to see him finish those plays. And then even for Tariq, that was actually a tip by David Curry that was able to complement those pieces. So those guys take pride in what they're doing and look for those moments and those opportunities to get those big-time interceptions.
Full disclosure, when Wiley Ballard flubs something, we also make him drop down and do 10 push-ups in the booth. NC
Amen.
State, break it down for us quickly. The offense and what schematically makes them a tricky matchup that you'll be ready for this Saturday.
Yeah, sure. So Tim Beck, offense coordinator, very experienced offense coordinator, been to a lot of places. He created maybe a new momentum for them, and they had a fresh start for them this season, and they found ways to win games in close moments. But they're talented, foremost. They got a quarterback that's playing at a high level, playing with confidence. They have 2 running backs and even a third complementary running back that they all use that are productive. And I know this seems very simple, but out on the perimeter with the wide receivers and tight ends, they have very good ball skills. We've faced quite a lot of drops, a lot of drops on film, but they, again, I heard Coach Collins say it earlier, but he talked about them catching 50-50 balls, competitive balls where the quarterback throws them up because he has confidence in his outside wide receivers in particular. Those guys are catching at a high rate. So talent is the first piece, and then they've done a great job of balancing what they do. They get you going on the run. They get play up fast tempo, and the quarterback has been able to manage the game and then drive the ball down the field. So we've got quite the challenge ahead of us.
Looking forward to the ink on that Get the Ball Board pen go dry again this week. Coach, we appreciate it. Go get them.
Amen. Thank you. Go Jackets.
Defensive coordinator Andrew Thacker will continue with pregame after this.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics. Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
You're tuned to Yellow Jacket Football.
Touchdown, Jacket!
Back with more after these local messages on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Sonny's Barbecue wants to wish the Yellow Jackets the very best for a successful season. So when you are planning your next tailgate outing or just having friends over to watch the game, call Sonny's Barbecue and order some great barbecue for you and your friends. Sonny's Barbecue and Georgia Tech fans make for a winning combination that can't be beat. So stop by your local Sonny's Barbecue today to cheer on the Yellow Jackets. Sonny's Barbecue, a proud sponsor of Georgia Tech football.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Welcome back to our on-campus ACC Network studios. We get set to bring you Georgia Tech and NC State. The 9th game of the season for Georgia Tech football, coming off a win over Duke, 56-33. Sean, we just heard from defensive coordinator Andrew Thacker. He talked about those vertical seams that Duke was not able to hit on the ground last week. In your estimation, what position group deserves the most credit for that?
Well, I think you've got to share credit for that, and I think it's usually a team effort between the defensive line and the linebackers, and that was the case last week. I thought the defensive line did a good job of kind of stringing out some of those plays, creating some disruption, and I think Jordan Dominic, his disruption was most felt in the passing game where he was able to get in there, have those 2 sacks. But I think he adds that little bit of an X factor in creating disruption, creating havoc in the backfield. So anytime you can get that and force running backs, especially in a zone scheme, to have to redirect and kind of bounce it back, that's going to lead to defensive success when you can string out the backs like that. But then behind that, you have the linebackers flowing over the top, plugging those gaps as the running back tries to find that seam. And so it's a team effort, really, is kind of the bottom line between linebacker and defensive line to seal up all those interior gaps. And frankly, that's something you should expect after nearly a month off, because you've got plenty of time to work on your assignments, to know where you need to be. And I was encouraged by Tech kind of playing and showing incredible improvement from where they were earlier in the season, where they would have a tendency to maybe get caught up in traffic and not plug their gaps or not really seem to know where they were going. Last week they knew exactly where they needed to go, and they did a great job of getting off blocks to seal up those holes.
Can we take a step back and kind of assess this defense as a whole right now?
Sure.
Year 2 under defensive coordinator Andrew Thacker. I think a lot of times last year we sat here and said, man, if it wasn't for the defense, we may not have won a game last year, because of the effort they put forth. This year, they've had some frustrating performances. I understand Clemson is Clemson, but I think you look at whether it be the UCF game, Boston College in particular really sticks out, and Syracuse for that matter, is 2 games where, man, I don't think the defense did what they needed to do to give Tech a chance to win. So after a performance like last week, what do you think about Coach Thacker and about where this defense is? Because they've dealt with some injuries too.
Well, they have, and I think you can't look at defense in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And so, one of the biggest fallacies, I think, in modern college football is this idea of gauging teams, and particularly defenses, by the total number of points and yards given up, because today's offenses are just different than they used to be. So that UCF game, I'd push back on that and say, I thought the defense actually played pretty well for much of that game, but because the offense couldn't get into a rhythm, the defense got left out there, and they were basically running wind sprints all day trying to keep up with UCF. But let's talk about some more recent games. What I saw against Duke was a dramatic improvement. And I think what's encouraging to me is that it's exactly what I just talked about. It's that the defense looked like they knew where they needed to go. They were getting there, and they were getting off blocks. The thing to keep in mind, though, is Duke is not what Tech aspires to be. I mean,
No.
Duke offensively is a bit of a mess. Now, they've got some playmakers. They've got guys who can really be threats, but they are not a top offense in the ACC. It's been ugly at times this season, but one thing I think you can't take away from this defense is they do play with great effort. The context, I think, comes in with the progression of the offense, too. And this is kind of the point I was getting to with the discussion of UCF, is that when the offense is not able to get into a rhythm, when the offense can't sustain drives, the defense is really being left out there to dry. And so over time, they're going to get worn down. Effort has always been, especially early in the game, has always been a hallmark of these Andrew Thacker defenses. Finding a way to sustain that and getting some help from your offense so that you don't have to play, go 110% for 100 plays. I think that's going to be critical. But, there is still growth. This is still a young group. And I think the defensive line in particular, when you consider some of the losses there, guys like TK Chimenza, who's been out for the season, someone like Sylvan Yunjuan, who's out, Antonius Clayton opting out now. When you consider some of those losses and what they've been able to do, kind of piecing together a defensive line, you're getting reps for young guys who are going to continue to improve. And I think Jordan Dominic is the poster child for that. Someone who's really coming into his own. And as he improves and that defensive line improves, both in the run and the pass game, and just in creating havoc and getting in there without having to blitz, that's going to make this defense so much better. And what's really encouraging is there's a wealth of young talent in the secondary behind them. And so, I'll be curious to see what the linebacker position looks like moving forward, but that's going to be a point of emphasis for Coach Thacker and this team.
Well, the task this afternoon will be slowing down an NC State offense that's had some inconsistency at the quarterback position, mostly due to injury. Bailey Hockman got the start at the beginning of the year. He was pulled for Devin Leary, whom Georgia Tech saw last year at Bobby Dodd. Leary breaks his foot. Hockman's back in, and the lefty quarterback, his greatest asset might be the guys he's throwing to, because they have a lot of size in that receiving core. You've got Emeka Emezi, who's 6'3", 220. Gary Angeline, 6'7", 250 at the tight end position. Devin Carter, 6'4", 216. And the one guy who's not above 6'3" is Thayer Thomas, who only had 100 yards and 3 touchdowns last weekend.
Yeah, and he was pretty impressive. And Thayer Thomas probably, he's listed at 6 foot. I think that's being a little bit generous. but Gary Angeline has more height than necessary to make up for that. And Angeline, I think, is really impressive to me, the tight end. Because not only is he 6'7", 250, but he's very athletic, 6'7", 250. He has very good body control. He's great on those seam routes where you have to be able to get your head around quickly and adjust to the pass. He is the go-to guy in the red zone. And his numbers have dipped a little bit since Leary went down with that injury. He just hasn't hit quite the same rapport with Hockman, but he is a guy to keep an eye on every time NC State gets inside the 30. I think even more than just the true red zone. And then Emeka Emezi is probably a top 5 receiver in the ACC. You know, big guy, great on vertical routes, can come back and adjust well, great hands. He's a great weapon for Hockman to have. And so I'm going to be curious. If the Jackets can get some pressure on Hockman, I think there's a potential for him to make some mistakes because he has not been completely clean this season. You know, he's had 8 interceptions to 12 touchdowns. But I think if you can cause some disruption there, he's got big targets to throw to, but if he's off the mark, that can counter that a little bit. So some tough matchups, but Tech also has some good size in the secondary, so I think if there's a team that's well-equipped to guard these guys one-on-one, the Jackets are in pretty good shape on that front.
Well, Syracuse did a wonderful job of creating pressure against Hockman last week, sacked him 6 times. And I don't care who you're playing or where you're playing or what. 6 sacks is a lot to try and overcome, and to Hockman's credit, he did it. Career-high 313 yards through the air, 4 touchdowns as well. Tell me a little bit before we break about this NC State running game, because Zonovan Knight and Ricky Person, to me, they come off as run-of-the-mill. Am I mistaken in that?
So I don't like that term because I think Zonovan Knight is a really talented back. I think he's got home run potential and hasn't gotten the ball enough this season for NC State. I would really try to feed him more. I think he is at his best on some of their outside zone runs, and when they can kind of get into a rhythm going with that. Tech saw last year just how dangerous he can be. He had 100 yards and a touchdown against the Jackets, and that was with reduced capacity at other positions. That was not an NC State offense that was firing on all cylinders, so he had to be the centerpiece. I think as a complementary player, he can be a really effective back. Ricky Persons, I think, is a very solid starting running back. I think we kind of know what we're getting with him. He's going to give you a good performance. But the X factor in all this, and the guy who's seen some limited reps in recent weeks, Jordan Houston actually reminds me a lot of Dante Smith, kind of a change-of-pace guy. Quick, shifty, can move between the tackles, can catch passes, but he's been a virtual non-factor in their last 5 games.
I want to ask you about 2K Tay a little later on in our hour, but coming up next, we've got DJ White joining us, the one of the heroes, that 2014 Orange Bowl team, and a guy who every Tech fan, they've already thought of it now that I've said his name, that interception in Athens. We'll ask DJ about that, as well as his one and only career touchdown, which actually came at Carter Finley Stadium against NC State. That's next. This is the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show. Georgia Tech and NC State. Toe meets leather at 4 o'clock. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
This is your home for the Jackets. We'll have more Tech football after this local timeout on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Progressive presents The Sounds of the Old World.
The year is 2019, and someone is waiting for the previews to start in a movie theater.
Hey, you want anything? Popcorn? Soda? No, nothing?
This has been The Sounds of the Old World.
Brought to you by Progressive, where drivers can still switch and save like it's 2019.
Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tech fans, come check out what everyone's been talking about. Grindhouse Killer Burgers was voted Atlanta's best burger by Creative Loafing for 5 years running, featuring beef, turkey, veggie, and the all-new Impossible Burger. Choose sides such as onion rings, award-winning chili, fresh salads, and indulge in our milkshakes, including our famous Boozy Shake. Visit our 5 locations throughout Metro Atlanta, which include dozens of local craft beers, wine, a full liquor bar, tons of patio seating, and TVs playing sports and cult movie classics. Live fast, eat well. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
Welcome back to the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show. It's now time for Old Gold, where a legend of the Flats joins us to reflect on great moments in Georgia Tech history. Once again, here's Wiley Ballard and Sean Bedford.
In this week's edition of Old Gold, we're joined by a very special guest, one of the greats in Georgia Tech football history, a part of the 2014 Orange Bowl team, and he had a key role in Georgia Tech's last victory up at NC State in 2014. That is DJ White, McDonough, Georgia's own. DJ, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, Wiley, thanks for having me, man.
Well, DJ, I know when we mention your name to a Tech fan, one of the first things they'll think about is that game-winning interception in Athens, November of 2014. We'll get to that in a moment, but I want to start in Raleigh at Carter Finley Stadium as Tech heads up there for the first time today. Since 6 years ago with that win, you were one of 8 men who scored touchdowns that afternoon for Georgia Tech, one of 2 on the defense. And so I want to ask you, what do you remember about your first and only career touchdown as a Yellow Jacket? Tech was up 14-13, and you were able to pick up Jacoby Brissett and take it all the way to the house.
Yeah. Oh, man. You know what's funny about that story is obviously there was a crazy turnover prior to that. When we were back on defense, I remember being really tired, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to sit off coverage, and if they throw this out right on me again, if they've thrown about 3 or 4 times, I'm going to go get it. So thankfully, was able to go get it, and Jacoby wasn't quick enough to come get me.
You know, it's DJ. It's funny. You touched on it. Quayshawn Neely had a bizarre interception that was off the leg of Chris Milton and ran the ball about 60, 70 yards downfield before he fumbled it, and NC State got it back. And as you said, about 2 plays later, you pick it off and take it to the house. Did you give Quayshawn any grief going to the sideline saying, man, I had to finish it for you?
Nah, not at all, man. Q and I were really tight, and like I said, at that point, I was too tired to really do anything. Guys were trying to congratulate me. I just wanted to get some air, man. So.
Well, how relieved do you think he was when he had a scoop and score for a touchdown about 3 minutes later on the next drive?
Oh, my goodness. I'm sure he was really relieved. That more than made up for it.
Well, tell me about that defense as a whole, though, because one of your calling cards throughout that year was turnovers, whether it was Isaiah Johnson and Jamal Golden on the back end or Quayshawn in the linebacking core or you and Chris at the corner spots. It seemed like every Saturday it was going to be a different guy, having a big defensive play to create a sudden change for the offense. What was the culture like with that group?
That's a great question. And honestly, that harkens back to practice for us. That was something that Coach Paul Johnson and Ted Roop at the time, they really emphasized it. As a defense, we knew that if our offense got the ball, they could hold the clock. So our whole mentality the entire time was just get the ball back. Because if they got it back, then we were able to control the game as a team in totality. So, like you mentioned, that was a culture that was built from spring ball all the way up through, and thankfully that season it paid dividends for us.
Well, in so many ways, it was fitting that 2 weeks after that win at NC State, you go to Athens. Dramatic kick from Harrison Butker. I mean, we could discuss 2 hours all the twists and turns in that game in 2014 in Athens. But the final play was another interception. I know you answered this question numerous times before, but can you walk me through that play, especially because we were deprived of Georgia Tech in Georgia this past Saturday here in 2020?
Yeah, man, absolutely. So what I can tell you about that particular play, what led to that play actually happened, I believe, 1 or 2 plays prior. So I remember Malcolm Mitchell, he kind of gave me a little whoop off the line. It was a running play. So there was a run play given to Chubb, I believe. And Mitchell, he kind of faked like he was running a fade route, but it wasn't going to him at the time. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's probably trying to set me up for an in-breaking route later on. And lo and behold, he tries the same move, and he breaks in, and I was sitting on it the whole time, and was able to get my hands on it, and thankfully held on to the ball, amidst all the excitement. And it was just pandemonium, man. It was honestly, that game and that season is by far my favorite as an athlete because of those guys, and just how exciting it was. So that's definitely a memory I'll keep on for the rest of my life.
Just for the record, better memory, scoring a touchdown at Carter Finley or picking off that pass at Sanford Stadium in Athens?
Oh, picking off the pass at Sanford Stadium.
I thought so. I just wanted to have you on the record with that.
No doubt. Now, listen, I played with Jacoby, so, I kind of gave him a hard time about it, but nothing compares to UGA.
Now joining us, DJ White. And DJ, you spent time with Jacoby in Indianapolis. I'll spend some time in Kansas City with the Falcons. And this past season here in 2020, you've been on a couple of practice squads with both Atlanta and Las Vegas. Can you tell me about what that journey has been like this season? I know you're currently rehabbing from an injury, but what's it been like to be on the practice squad in the COVID era?
Oh, my goodness. It is completely different. So, for starters, going into 2020, I was a part of the Dallas Cowboys, and unfortunately got released, but got released in the thick of all the lockdowns, and this was back in April of this year. Mm-hmm. And so at that time, NFL teams couldn't work out free agents. So as a free agent, you're just kind of sitting there like, what's going to happen, what's going on. We didn't have any, solidified agreement from the NFL or the NFLPA as opposed to what the season was going to look like. And so, lo and behold, I didn't know what to do. So I just went ahead, got a 9-to-5 job, tried to stay, working out, stay in shape. But the reality of it was there was so much uncertainty. And then when we finally reached an agreement with the league about a week before training camp, that kind of opened the floodgates. But interesting nonetheless. Obviously, everybody knows players get tested every day now. And so, it's definitely a far cry from 2019, that's for sure.
When you took that 9-to-5 job, did you think you had taken off your pads for the last time as a player?
You know what? No, because in the back of my mind, I'm thinking there's got to be some chance that this thing is gonna come back, right? I just kind of had that sliver of hope because, I still play the game. I still enjoy it. But, yeah, that was a possibility I had to deal with, man. I've got a family, so responsibility takes precedent in those times.
What is the latest on the family?
Yeah, so been married for 4 years. I've got a young son. He's a year and a half now. And
oh, wow. Congratulations.
We daughter in May of next year.
Oh, congrats, DJ. That is spectacular news. That's awesome, man. Congrats. We had Morgan Burnett on a couple weeks ago. He was talking about all the new additions to his family, and nice to know we got a few more members of the DJ White family as well coming along.
Thank you.
All right, well, before we let you go, DJ, I appreciate the time. This is a question that I think has been percolating on Twitter over the past couple years now between members of the 2014 Georgia Tech team and the 2009 Georgia Tech team. Sean Bedford, our analyst, was the center on that 2009 team, and there seems to be a little bit of debate back and forth on who would win if the 2009 team and the 2014 team went toe-to-toe. So what do you think would happen?
You know what? With all due respect to Sean and the 2009 team, I do think the 2014 team would take the victory.
Would it be close?
It would definitely be close. It would absolutely be close. You have to respect, Demaryius Thomas and Jonathan Dwyer and those guys. You got to respect those guys. But, that particular team we were on, you're talking about Shaq Mason, All-American lineman. You see what he's doing in New England. Everybody sees what Darren Waller's doing with Las Vegas now with the Raiders. And on defensively, like you said, we were very opportunistic. So we had a very explosive offense, and our defense was, always getting the ball. And like I said, those guys had some talent as well. But man, that group of guys to me was special.
Well, I think it's safe to say that St. John Days, Charles Perkins, and all those folks will be very excited to hear that you're siding with 2014, as you should. DJ, thanks so much for the time, man. Best of luck, and I look forward to seeing some baby pictures here in about 6 months.
Absolutely, Wiley. Thank you again for having me, man.
All right, thanks. That's DJ White, one of the all-time greats at Georgia Tech football. Had a lot of great moments, including one at Carter Finley Stadium. When we come back, we'll get Sean Bedford's keys to the game, and I am sure, without a doubt, he'll have a rebuttal to DJ saying that the 2014 team would defeat the 2009 team. That's up next on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield, IMG College.
even before the victory celebration is over. Great teams are back at it the next day, working to get even better. The team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
It's back. The return of the prestigious Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along with L Directors Cup on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Georgia Tech fans, since opening in 2000, Taqueria del Sol has offered diners many inventive and delicious options for lunch and dinner. Conveniently located close to campus and award-winning cuisine means a winning combination for Yellow Jacket fans. Please visit one of our 4 Atlanta area locations or visit us online at taqueriadelsol.com for more information. Go Jackets!
The cooler weather is finally here, and that means it's the time of the year when pests and wildlife intruders start seeking food and shelter inside homes. Luckily, you can call the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow Exterminators is trusted to keep a pest-free zone at the Yellow Jackets home, so rest assured that with Arrow, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free home evaluation today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Welcome back to the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show. Time now to find out the keys to another Georgia Tech victory. It's this week's Keys to the Game, presented by Georgia United Credit Union.
Our final segment of the Ramblin' Wreck Kickoff Show, Keys to the Game, and I think I better get out of the way here. Sean, DJ White says the 2014 Georgia Tech team would beat the 2009 Georgia Tech team, which you were an all-conference performer for at the center position. Your rebuttal.
Yeah,
Moyer.
No. Frankly, I think that's absurd. I think it's a runaway 2009 win. No, I'm kidding.
It's offensive to the census.
I think it would be a great offensive showdown. Obviously both defenses would be very familiar with the offense they were facing. I don't think there'd be a lot of punts in that game, though. Just too much offensive talent. I think the high-end NFL talent on the 2009 offense, though, especially in that backfield, trying to shut down the combination of Joshua Nesbitt, Jonathan Dwyer, Anthony Allen, Roddy Jones. That's a lot of backs to account for. And, oh, by the way, Bebe Thomas going up over the top off of play action. That's a lot to put on any defense, especially one that had that performance the 2014 team did against UNC. But I'm just saying, I think the diesel would be a freight train just going loose through the secondary there. And but that said, loved having a front row seat for that 2014 team. It would be a fun matchup. I just think the offense is too much for the 2014 team to handle.
You think Ryan Switzer wouldn't run circles around you guys in 2009?
I didn't say that.
Again, that'll be in your nightmares, those who are at that 2014 North Carolina game. Let's get into the keys to the game now, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on Georgia Tech's offense, too. We haven't had a chance to talk about them much this hour.
Yeah, no, I think the key for the Jackets today is really establishing the run game. And for as good as NC State has been statistically against the run when you look at the averages, they've had a couple of games going up against elite rushing teams where they've really struggled. And if you look at the two that really jump to mind are that Virginia Tech game early in the season when they gave up 314 rush yards, 3 touchdowns, and then more recently in their game against North Carolina, 326 yards, 5 touchdowns on the ground. I think the Jackets come with the same formula they had last week. Try to establish the run, use all the weapons in the backfield, and get Jeff Sims involved in the running game. I think when Jeff Sims is able to run effectively, it actually makes him a better passer because the defense has to account for more things. And when NC State brings pressure, they're going to come with what we call a triple stack defense. So you get 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers behind them. And to generate pressure, their defensive line, that's not really what they do. So they kind of have to blitz. And I think when you have a defense that's as blitz reliant as North Carolina State is to create pressure on the quarterback, that leaves them really susceptible to draw plays. And that's where Jeff Sims has been excellent all year. I think getting him involved in the run game early is going to be helpful for the Jackets. And I see no reason why they can't follow in the footsteps of Virginia Tech and UNC and really, really take it to the Wolfpack on the ground.
I think third down is a number that's big for me in this game because of all the things, NC State statistically, and we've talked about it this hour, that they don't necessarily jump off the page at you. One thing they do very well is they convert third down on offense and they get off the field on third down on defense. In their last 3 ACC games, they're converting third downs at a rate above 60%. Yep. So, I think when we've seen Georgia Tech struggle, they've gotten in third down positions. That Notre Dame game comes to mind where it seemed like they were able to get to third down against Notre Dame but just could not get off the field. I think that's going to be critical. And, I'll also be curious. Actually, I want to ask you about Jeff Sims running in the pocket because it felt like, for me, and I'm probably, parroting some of the things you said during the game, but as he was scrambling in the pocket, moving around, he kept his eyes downfield. He still had thoughts of going to the air. It wasn't immediate, okay, I'm under pressure, I got to get out of here and run.
Well, he did, and that was one of the things that was most impressive about his performance last week was, in addition to those kind of Houdini acts that he was able to pull, getting away from 2, 3, 4 Duke defenders in the backfield, he didn't just make a decision to take off and run right there. He saved that as a last resort, kept his eyes downfield. On a couple of those, he was able to find a receiver downfield and really was successful in converting what should have been a disastrous play into a play that moves the chain. So I'm going to be looking for that. And really, when you look at NC State defensively, both offensively and defensively, I believe they're 4th in the ACC in third down conversion rates. So,
yes.
Converting at about 45% offensively, which is very good, and then defensively limiting their opponents'
36%.
36%. So third down, I think, is going to be the tail of it. Is going to be the tail of this game, and that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about the running game. If you can stay, and this I think we've seen consistently throughout the season, really throughout the Jeff Collins tenure, when the Jackets are able to run effectively and stay ahead of the chains is when they're going to be most productive on third down. I think when they try to get a little too cute sometimes with the passing game early in a series, they find themselves in trouble or they get stuck with a hold or a false start, and this team's still struggling to kind of overcome those initial setbacks. But if they're able to pound the ball on the ground and stay in good situations relative to the sticks, that's when they can be a really potent offense. Defensively, let's talk about that for a second, though. Defensively, I think it comes down to pressure, and the Jackets are going to be they're going to have to find a way to get in there on Bailey Hockman, trying to disrupt his timing, and carry over some of the momentum they saw last week against Duke so that he doesn't have the ability to set his feet and get the ball out to those targets that we talked about earlier.
Well, Bailey Hockman making his 10th start today. He's in his third year as a member of the Wolfpack. He also redshirted at Florida State, which, he's making just his 10th start. Jeff Sims hasn't even been on campus for a full year. He's making his 9th start today. That tells me how rare the opportunity Jeff Sims is getting and how much he has grown as he prepares to wrap up his freshman year. Sean, thanks as always for your time. Look forward to hearing you in the second hour Yellow Jacket Countdown, where Andy Demetra, voice of the Jackets, will get you locked and loaded for Georgia Tech and NC State. Total meets other at 4 o'clock on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Did you hear the news about David Perdue's stock trades?
Outrage now growing over reports that at least 4 U.S. senators dumped millions of dollars worth of stocks just before coronavirus sent the markets into a free fall.
David Perdue bought and sold stock shortly after a private Senate briefing on the virus.
Stock in Pfizer, a pharmaceutical company now developing a coronavirus vaccine.
He bought stock in DuPont, which makes the protective personal equipment.
David Perdue bought and dumped up to $14 million in stock, more trades than any U.S. senator. Worse, while David Perdue was lining his pockets, he told us the virus posed little risk, leaving Georgia unprepared. There's a better choice. John Ossoff leads investigations of corruption for news organizations around the world. He's refusing donations from corporate PACs. And John Ossoff will listen to doctors and scientists to defeat this virus and rebuild our economy.
I'm John Ossoff, candidate for Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by John Ossoff for Senate.
Yellow Jacket football will be back after this 1-minute timeout for your local station. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Take advantage of our holiday credit today. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Go Yellow Jackets!
Sonny's Barbecue wants to wish the Yellow Jackets the very best for a successful season. So when you are planning your next tailgate outing or just having friends over to watch the game, call Sonny's Barbecue and order some great barbecue for you and your friends. Sonny's Barbecue and Georgia Tech fans make for a winning combination that can't be beat. So stop by your local Sonny's Barbecue today to cheer on the Yellow Jackets. Sonny's Barbecue, a proud sponsor of Georgia Tech football.
The stadium is ready to buzz.
Throws underneath and it's intercepted. Tariq Carpenter.
Every day is just relentlessly mastering the fundamentals and techniques that are going to help them be successful on Saturday.
Over the shoulder and makes the grab and heavy traffic.
The whistle is ready to blow.
Dragging the tackler with him across the goal line. Touchdown, Jack Wanye Thomas. He gets his pick and he turns it into 6. Sack from the base of the pitch. Cuts upfield into the end zone. Oh, and he just shook the soul out of a Panther defender.
We're counting you down.
With the house call. 70 yards. And that will put this baby to bed.
To Georgia Tech football. It's game day on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Our pregame coverage continues with the Yellow Jacket Countdown to Kickoff, presented by the Georgia Lottery. Coming up, we'll hear from a member of the Jackets and get the final word on today's game from head coach Jeff Collins. Now, let's head live to the broadcast booth and join the voice of the Jackets, Andy Demetra.
And a very good afternoon. Georgia Tech football is on the air. It was not flawless, but that did not take away from the enthusiasm Saturday. The Yellow Jackets energized and galvanized after their most convincing win of the season last weekend. They'll look to use it as a springboard for this finishing stretch of the season, which begins today in Raleigh from Carter Finley Stadium. It's your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets against the North Carolina State Wolfpack at a record of 7-3, 6-3 in the ACC. Hi, everyone. Andy Demetra. What's the good word? Welcome to Georgia Tech football. That Duke game had its share of the sloppy and bizarre, but in the end, Tech forced 5 turnovers and ran up Jeff Collins' era highs in points and yards. 56-33, the final over the Blue Devils. Tech had easily its most potent day on the ground. 377 rushing yards, 108 from Jeff Sims, 105 from Jordan Mason, 91 from Jahmyr Gibbs, 2 touchdowns from Dante Smith. Sims also threw for 3 touchdowns, which earned him a 3rd ACC Rookie of the Week award. Meanwhile, those 5 turnovers marked Georgia Tech's most in a game in 6 years. And for as destructive as the Yellow Jackets were in their own running game, they slammed the door on Duke's ground game. Just 68 rushing yards allowed. They held the Blue Devils to 1.7 yards a carry, Tech's lowest average in an ACC game since 2014. Again, the victory did not come without its blemishes. Georgia Tech committed 3 turnovers and 11 penalties. They allowed a safety and a defensive touchdown on a muck punt at the goal line. But after a 4-week break, Georgia Tech played some inspired football after a languid end of October. The Duke win gave them a 3rd in ACC play, which surpassed their conference win total from last season. As we near the end of this surreal, emotionally taxing season, Georgia Tech's energy was very high in practice this week. They'll look to bring that to the field today and go from a win to a winning streak. For a 2nd straight year, the Jackets match up against North Carolina State, the Wolfpack winners of 3 in a row after outlasting Syracuse 36-29 on the road last weekend. Injuries and inexperience made for a brutal 2019 for Dave Doran, but the Wolfpack had found far steadier ground this season. They rely on a Metro Atlanta native at quarterback and redshirt junior Bailey Hockman. The Powder Springs native threw for 313 yards and 4 touchdowns at Syracuse. He's got thumpers in the backfield in Bam Knight and Ricky Person Jr. and a very underrated receiving core. Slotman Thayer Thomas, 3 touchdown catches against the Orange. Emeka Emezi is 6th in school history in receptions. Kerry Angeline can be a mismatch at tight end. Defensively, NC State has the ACC's leading tackler and linebacker Peyton Wilson. Their nose tackle, Aleem McNeil, could be a second-day draft pick. But the Wolfpack are thin at cornerback due to injuries and opt-outs. They've allowed among the most pass plays of 10-plus yards in the nation. They've also allowed some gaudy games on the ground this year. And while it is NC State's home finale, and you expect them to play with the requisite fire and energy and motivation, Georgia Tech has had its best run of road success in the ACC lately at NC State. 5 straight wins at Carter Finley Stadium dating back to 2002, their most recent meeting in Raleigh to 2014. We'll kick off just past the top of the hour. Still to come on Yellow Jacket Countdown. You'll get the pregame ruminations of head coach Jeff Collins. We'll also visit with 6-year senior linebacker David Curry. I'll play some Make the Read, give you the key matchups, everything you need before Tomies Leather. And that includes the opening insights of my broadcast partner, Sean Bedford. That comes your way next on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk. Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno. It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish. The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already. You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play
Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
15, 10, 5, touchdown Jackets!
We'll be back with more Georgia Tech football after these messages from your local station on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Atlanta, home of clout, home of culture, home of Georgia Tech. But it's not enough to represent a city, you have to reflect it. And our story is Atlanta's story. A place that influences and innovates. A place that doesn't wait for change, it creates it. A place of relentless drive and undeniable swagger. With a storied past and unstoppable future. That's Atlanta. That's Georgia Tech. So let others wish they were here or pretend they're from here. We are here. And when you take this celebrated program in this world-class city, you get an electricity unlike anything in college football. Welcome to Atlanta, and what's the good word? This is Georgia Tech football.
We're counting you down to kickoff with the Yellow Jacket Countdown. For more pregame coverage, let's head live now to the voice of the Jackets, Andy Demetra.
Georgia Tech and NC State locking up for a 31st time. They first met also in a pandemic year, 1918, which Georgia Tech won by triple digits. Of more recent vintage, Georgia Tech 28-26 over the Wolfpack on a Thursday night last November, a game that featured a career-high tying 141 rushing yards from Jordan Mason. As we welcome you back to Countdown to Kickoff and Yellow Jacket Countdown, here from our ACC Network Video Operations Center on the campus of Georgia Tech, I'm Andy Demetra, and without further ado, let's reintroduce him, my broadcast partner, Sean Bedford. Sean, how are you?
I'm doing great, Andy. How are you?
What were your main takeaways from that Duke game? I know you can appreciate better than anyone good offensive line play. What did you admire so much about the job the guys did blocking up front to allow Georgia Tech not just to have 377 rushing yards, but 500-plus yards of total offense?
Well, what I think I liked the most about it was there was no drop-off from back to back. And so what I saw from the offensive line was they were creating creases no matter who was in there, and that really extends to Jeff Sims. I thought what they were doing with some of the counter plays in particular and getting some of those guys out there pulling around on the edge, demonstrating really impressive athleticism in addition to strength at the point of attack. Was really, really good. And let's not forget, this was coming up against a defensive line for Duke that has some real playmakers, especially at the defensive end position in Chris Rumph and Victor Dimukeje. And yes, they're primarily pass rushers, but they're stout run stoppers too. And there were not many opportunities for Duke to get in the backfield and cause disruption that would have thrown off the running game. We really didn't see that. And even beyond just kind of those X's and O's type things, the strength I saw out of this offensive line and the running game as a whole later and later in the game when they were able to just grind Duke down into a fine powder by the end where they could just kind of do whatever they wanted, that was really encouraging to me because that's what I want to see is an offensive line that's just going to keep pummeling you until at the very end of the game that defense doesn't have any will left to fight.
Zach Quinney was named ACC Co-Offensive Lineman of the Week, the redshirt junior from Savannah, locking down that left tackle spot. Jeff Sims, ACC Rookie of the Week, not only for his 146 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, but he also ran it for a team-high 108 yards. If you take away his sack-adjusted yards, because, again, sacks count against a quarterback's rushing total, his 10 carries went for an average of 12.4 yards. That seemed to me like the best game Jeff Sims played from a pocket awareness standpoint. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think you probably get some demerits against Florida State because of some of the interceptions he threw, but for a first start, that wasn't too bad. But yeah, I think if we're considering his overall performance, I thought what he did as both a runner and a passer was very impressive. Still a little bit to tune up on the fumble there on the mesh that we saw. But aside from that, no, I was really impressed with him. And I think, and Wiley and I talked about this a little bit in the last hour, what was so impressive to me when he scrambled, his first instinct was not to take off and run. It was to keep scanning the field, find the big play down the field, and do what he needed to convert. Instead of, so often you'll see a young quarterback who has some athletic ability, who will sense pressure and just put his eyes down on the ground, look for a hole to run to, and just take off. That wasn't what Jeff Sims did. He reserved a true scramble to take off and run as a true last resort. And, no, I was very impressed. There was a level of maturity demonstrated there that is very rare among young quarterbacks.
He will face an NC State defense this week that has 10 interceptions on the season, that's tied for 11th in the nation, and 29 sacks, 8th in total sacks nationally. If you go by sacks per game, which I think is fair because teams have played different numbers of games, the Wolfpack's still good, but not top 10 good. Right. They're 30th nationally. Aleem McNeil, their 320-pound nose tackle, who has a pick 6 this year, though in Raleigh they call it the thick 6.
Yeah, the thick 6.
He is one that will command a lot of attention on the interior of the line. North Carolina State offensively, Bailey Hockman's a left-handed thrower, the redshirt junior. He's completing 63% of his passes. Really good receiving core, and I think Wiley said it so aptly in the first hour. His strength as a quarterback are the receivers he can throw to. They are as good at pulling down 50-50 balls as any receiving core in the ACC. When you watch North Carolina State, what will be some things that Georgia Tech will have to safeguard against today?
Well, I think Emeka Emezi is the first name that comes to mind, and what he can do all over the field as a guy who presents a really dangerous vertical threat, someone that they feel comfortable just throwing the ball up to and letting him go get it. There hasn't been a big drop-off for Emezi in particular from going from Leary to Hockman, or actually I guess it was Hockman to Leary to Hockman, kind of depending on how you want to look at the scope of the season. But one thing that'll be interesting to me is I don't think Hockman has the same level of arm strength as someone like Devin Leary. And so that makes some of those outside vertical throws a little bit trickier. I'll be curious to see what Tech is able to do to really cause Emezi problems to get him off his game, because he was quiet in the matchup last year, only had 3 receptions for 7 yards. If the Jackets can do that again, which, make no mistake, is a tall task, but if they can do that again, that really limits NC State offensively, although, you know, as we talked about, Bailey Hockman has other receivers he can go to, and guys like Thayer Thomas, who stepped up and had 3 touchdowns last week against Syracuse. Kerry Angeline, the big tight end, who's so reliable once you cross the 50 and you know, in third down situations. There's going to be a lot to keep an eye on, but I think if you can get pressure on Hockman and you can limit Emezi, suddenly what's potentially a very dangerous NC State offense is kind of brought back down to earth.
Hockman did toss 4 touchdowns against Syracuse, but much like Georgia Tech's game as a whole versus Duke, wasn't without its flaws. He threw an interception lost 2 fumbles, one stretching for the goal line that resulted in a Syracuse touchback, and then another as he was spun around on a sack at the goal line, just chucked it through the back line for his safety. But he overcame that adversity and led North Carolina State to a win. And that's something they've done from behind often this year. Why is a team that has only outscored its opponents +5 for the entire season, 7-3? North Carolina State has overcome a second-half deficit in 5 of their 7 wins. But, again, Georgia Tech has had uncommon success at Carter-Finley Stadium. They've won 5 straight dating back to 2002. Carter-Finley Stadium also holds some memories for Jeff Collins. His very first start as a linebacker at Western Carolina was the first game of his sophomore season, 1990. He had his career high in tackles that day, 15. Only problem was he was playing free safety. You don't want to have 15 tackles when you're a free safety.
Not a good sign at all.
North Carolina State won that game 67-0. Western Carolina tied an NCAA record by not converting a first down.
Yeah, you got to be selective with what you put in the scrapbook, and I think there's enough clippings you can kind of, make it look like a good day. But yeah, maybe great day for Coach Collins. Not such a great day for the Western Carolina Catamounts.
Checkered memories. Yeah. Let's leave it at that. Georgia Tech taking on North Carolina State, 7-3 for North Carolina State. This is not only their home finale, thus their senior day, but also their season finale. They're done after tonight. Georgia Tech still with 2 more games to play in the month of December. Trying to build off that 56-33 win over the Duke Blue Devils, in which they set Jeff Collins' era highs in both points and yards. Still to come on Yellow Jacket Countdown, we'll visit with 6th-year senior, the Venerable, and I think whenever you've been on campus 6 years, you earn the adjective Venerable, David Curry, and of course Jeff Collins will have his insights for you as well. First, though, we'll go inside our network studios and the insights of Dan Kortz, who's keeping tabs on all the action around college football today. Dan is up next on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Even before the victory celebration is over, great teams are back at it the next day, working to get even better. The team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
You can do all your banking from the comfort of your home. With SunTrust Advantage Checking, you can get everything you need through our innovative mobile app. Set up balance alerts, transfer money, make deposits, pay bills, or send and receive money with Zelle. Because we believe, now more than ever, banking should be secure and convenient. Go to suntrust.com/advantage to open an account today. Terms and conditions apply. SunTrust, now Truist. Member FDIC.
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Georgia Tech fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, attic, or garage? Life Storage can help. With over 40 convenient Atlanta area locations offering a variety of sizes along with climate-controlled spaces, Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? Utilize Rent Now. This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
It's time to take a look around the rest of the ACC and nationally. Now, inside our Learfield IMG College Network studios, here's Dan Kortz.
And hello, everyone, and welcome inside the network studios. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets get ready to meet the NC State Wolfpack. Jackets come in 3-5 overall, 3-4
in the ACC. NC State is 7-3 on the season, 6-3 in conference. We take a look at your Georgia Power scoreboard. Georgia Tech and Georgia Power have been bringing winning energy since 1891, and we go around the ACC slate to start for today. One game in progress and one went final a short time ago. We start with the one that went final a short time ago in Chapel Hill. 17th-ranked North Carolina collides with in-state foe Western Carolina. Tar Heels rolling from the opening kickoff in this one.
Joffrey Brown wide right, Newsom slot right, De'Ami Brown wide left, Walston a wing on the right side of the line, Michael Carter to the right of Sam Howell. 28-3 Carolina, 34-3 Carolina as Howell hands to Carter, who cruises in for his third touchdown of the day.
Jones Angell on the call for North Carolina from Learfield IMG College. North Carolina defeats Western Carolina 49-9. Michael Carter with 3 touchdown runs, and Sam Howell 20-23 for 287 yards and 2 touchdowns in just one half. The other game in progress in South Bend, second-ranked Notre Dame meets Syracuse. The Irish ahead of the Orange 3-0. Second quarter just got underway at Notre Dame Stadium. One game to kick off shortly. Boston College is on the road at Virginia. The Cavaliers looking for their first ever win over BC. And 2 games later tonight at 7:30, third-ranked Clemson is on the road at Virginia Tech. And at 8, 10th-ranked Miami is on the road at Duke. Briefly transitioning to the rest of the top 25 games in progress. 4th-ranked Ohio State in East Lansing leading Michigan State by a score of 38-10 with a little more than 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. In Fort Worth, 15th-ranked Oklahoma State leading TCU, 22-21 with 8.5 minutes to go in quarter number 4. We do have one upset to report on. 21st-ranked Marshall at home falling to Rice today by a score of 20-0. And then the other final, 5th-ranked Texas A&M making a comeback and surviving and beating Auburn at Jordan-Hare by a score of 31-20. That is your Georgia Power scoreboard live inside the network studios. I'm Dan Courts. Georgia Tech gets ready to meet NC State. Toe meets leather at a little after 4. We have more pregame coverage as our player profile is next when we return on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. As a proud partner of Georgia Tech Athletics, AAA is here to assist with more than just roadside assistance. AAA offers affordable auto insurance that you can customize to fit your needs and your budget. Join the millions of customers who trust AAA in their time of need. Learn more at AAA.com/insurance or visit your local AAA office. Insurance underwritten through Auto Club South Insurance Company, Auto Club Insurance Company of Florida, or non-affiliated insurance companies. Subject to eligibility requirements, policy terms, and conditions.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
We'll have more Yellow Jacket football in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Georgia Tech fans, since opening in 2000, Taqueria del Sol has offered diners many inventive and delicious options for lunch and dinner. Conveniently located close to campus and award-winning cuisine means a winning combination for Yellow Jacket fans. Please visit one of our 4 Atlanta area locations or visit us online at taqueriadelsol.com for more information. Go Jackets!
It's back. The return of the prestigious Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along with L Directors Cup on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back inside the network studios. I'm Dan Courts. After missing the 2017 season with a lower body injury, David Curry came back with a vengeance. starting 24 of 25 games. After that, fans have seen him do everything ranging from sacks and tackles for a loss to a scoop and score in the 2018 opener. After being granted a 6th year of eligibility in July of 2019, David Curry has been a force once again and recorded a season-high 12 tackles and forced a fumble last week against Duke. With 3 games remaining in his Yellow Jackets career, he looks to end it on a high note. Andy Demetra catches up with the redshirt senior from Buford.
Dan, thank you very much. David, you said that Duke game was as much fun as the defense has had all season long. Can you take us on the field, on the sideline, into the locker room? What made it such a fun night?
Well, I mean, I just think a night game in Bobby Dodd is just a different feeling. And, the guys, we felt the most prepared. We were the most confident. We had a great game plan. Coach Thacker called an amazing game. And it's just we were clicking on all sides on all the ball. I mean, the offense was rolling, the defense was rolling, the special teams was rolling, and it just felt good. Oh, and I will mention that it was crazy how it wasn't super cold in late November, so that's always a good thing. But yeah, it was just so much fun, and like guys were fired up when other guys were making plays, and it's just how Georgia Tech football should be played.
You said that the 4-week break, it almost felt like you didn't have a season. Like it's just sort of an out-of-body experience. When did it kind of click back in that you guys were playing a game and hitting somebody and you were back to business?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but like as a guy like myself who likes to act like a professional, whether you know you have a game or not, you have to prepare like you have one. But I mean, like I said, even when that second, third week got canceled, it's almost just like you prepare, and then you get canceled, and it's just a repetitive process. And I haven't caught myself falling into that trap a little bit, but then once I know a few players on Duke, and they basically said that we're going to be clean as long as you guys are clean. So once I heard that, and that was probably. Going into the weekend before going to Duke, I was like, well, we're ready to go. So I was pretty confident, and I'm an optimist anyways. I thought that we were going to play this one for sure. But I was just happy that we got to play that one.
Coach Collins described you as almost a Pied Piper of sorts this year. At practice, you would kneel behind the play about 40 yards just to survey from an all-22 angle and try to really absorb what you were watching. And after your teammates saw you take that position, several others would come and join you. Explain what you were trying to accomplish by taking that vantage point, and then what it meant to you to see other players latch onto that and try to follow that lead.
Well, I personally learned that earlier in my career. I'm a big visual learner, and so with how different people or different coaching staffs do things, luckily with Coach Collins' coaching staff, pretty much everybody in the organization gets lots of reps. Well, a lot of people aren't as fortunate that in other programs, and I wasn't as so earlier in my career. If you weren't a 1 or a 2, you necessarily didn't get as many reps. So that wasn't going to stop me from learning. That wasn't going to stop me from getting my development. So I would stand in the back, and it's funny, I would literally act like I was in the game about 30, 40 yards back, and I would be going through my plays. I would get the call, and I'd go through it. And I just continued to do that even when I moved up to a 2, when I moved up to a 1, I continued to do that.
So this started very early in your career.
Very early in my career. Actually, I kind of learned that I started it in college earlier in my career, but we learned it in high school. I had some fantastic coaches in high school, but I was always learned that like when you're out of the game, you can still learn while you're out by watching the other people, watching the good things they do, watch the mistakes they do. And so I just love to carry that on. And the more I carry that on, I noticed that, like you said, the other guys started to catch on and come and help me and then ask me questions in the back. And it's just like that's kind of legacy that I want to leave for myself, is that a guy that's always like doing the right thing and doing the extra to help other guys. Because now it's like we've got more than 10, 15 people standing back there, and we're all constantly talking about the play, talking about this, encouraging. So now you only don't have guys on the sideline. Now you have guys in the end zone encouraging. So it's a good thing to have.
Well, what does that mean to you that Coach Collins cites you as such a strong example of leadership within this program?
I mean, it's just a blessing, and to have these coaches come in and for me to obviously I worked my tail off, and like I always do, and for me to be able to step into a leadership role last year, and that was obviously, like Coach Collins says, that was not given. I was definitely earned. But it's like for him to give me that opportunity and for him to have so much trust and faith in me, and the cool thing about Coach Collins is like, he's not one of those like coaches, or there's not one of those people in life that that he does toot your horn. Like, he is going to tell you how good you are, and how he's gonna keep you honest, and he's gonna tell you if you like there's things that you need to change. But he's a very positive person, and that's why like this whole program is about positivity. Coach Collins is not on the negative train, and you don't realize how much that helps young adults like ourselves.
How much has that sort of led to growth in your own game, just to have that kind of positive reinforcement in everything that you do?
Well, it does everything. So it's like, I'm not scared to go out there and make a mistake. I'm not going out there scared to make a mistake. I'm out there trying to make as many plays as I can, and I trust that I have a DC and a head coach that if I do take my shot on a play and I don't make it or I mess up, yeah, they're going to keep me honest. They're going to check me, but they're not going to take me out of the game, or they're not going to penalize me in a bad way just because I was trying to be a playmaker. So they're big about, this program is more about their players making plays, not a scheme-based team. So I love it. They unlock the athletic ability and the playmaking ability of everybody in their program, and I love the way they're doing it now.
Well, it's been a pleasure watching you run around, hit, and more than that, David, just the example that you've set for some of the younger guys. David, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
More pregame coverage after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Sir, you're now being placed on arrest for driving under an influence.
What does that mean?
That means you earned a night in the Gray Bar Motel. During your stay, you'll be photographed, fingerprinted, and given a stylish jumpsuit. And each room has an en-suite bathroom.
Is all this free?
Oh, no. Fines, court costs, and legal bills could add up to $10,000 or more.
Save your money for a real hotel. Drive sober, or we will pull you over.
This message brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste. Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanut! Get your peanut! That's a touchdown for Tech!
We'll have more Yellow Jacket football in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Take advantage of our holiday credit today. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Go Yellow Jackets!
Toe meets leather in less than 30 minutes. Now it's time for Andy and Sean to make the read. Let's head back live to the broadcast booth.
Our broadcast booth today on campus at Georgia Tech at our ACC Network Video Operations Center. Sean Wiley and I working this one remotely as Georgia Tech gets set to face North Carolina State. Toe meets leather at 4:03. All right, partner, ready to make the read?
Let's do it.
All right, first one, man. Unfortunately, we got to start with somewhat of a grim number. Georgia Tech has played 3 road games this year. Florida State, Boston College, Syracuse. In those 3 games, Tech has been outscored 41-0 in the first quarter. What is the biggest issue Georgia Tech needs to correct in the first quarter of this road game?
I think it's pretty simple, and I think that's what it needs to be, is keep it simple. Come out, run the football, don't try to do too much. And, the last couple of times, even coming off of impressive performances in their wins, and the Louisville game comes to mind, and then coming out just in a bizarre game against Syracuse the following week. Don't get frustrated. Just come out and run the offense. And I think now that Tech has really started to define its identity coming out of that Duke game, keep it on the ground. Use what was so successful last week, and just move forward with that. I don't think you need to think about it too much. Just go ahead, run the football.
Every one of those first quarters has featured a turnover from Georgia Tech. If you can get through those first 15 minutes, not gift-wrapping North Carolina State an extra possession, that could do big numbers for Georgia Tech's psyche. True or false? Georgia Tech will have a 100-yard rusher today.
True.
Okay, it's a bit of a thinker because think about the balance that they can have in the backfield.
No, I'm going to go ahead. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm going to double down on this. I'm going to say Tech will have 2 100-yard rushers today.
You're getting spicy.
Yeah, let's make it interesting.
Well, Georgia Tech had 2 100-yard rushers against the Wolfpack last year. James Graham ran for 112, and Jordan Mason matched a career high with 141. Tech very nearly had 3 100-yard rushers last week versus Duke, which would have been just the second time in the modern era. Also did it 2013 versus Virginia. Make the read. North Carolina State plays this 3-3-5 stack. What's the best thing Georgia Tech can do offensively to counteract that today?
I think the biggest thing you can do is be effective in the draw game, and that's, when NC State's going to bring pressure, they're going to show you. They're going to walk everybody up to the line. They're going to try and disguise it, but you will have a pretty good idea when they're going to bring pressure. In those situations, Jeff Sims is going to have to recognize that. He's going to need to know where his checkdowns are, but I think Dave Patenaude can help him out a lot by calling a couple of draws in key situations to allow him to get in the open field, to use that pressure against the defense and kind of pull a little jiu-jitsu move there.
All right, there you go. Another question concerning Dave Patenaude on Make the Read. We'll follow this timeout. Georgia Tech and North Carolina State. We continue with Yellow Jacket Countdown after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to, and it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College.
Progressive presents The Sounds of the Old World.
The year is 2019, and someone is waiting for a table at a restaurant.
Thompson, party of 4. Thompson, party of 4. Thompson, oh, there you are.
This has been The Sounds of the Old World.
Brought to you by Progressive, where drivers can still switch and save like it's 2019.
Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Follow the Yellow Jackets with Everyday Champions, the official magazine of Georgia Tech Sports. Each issue contains exclusive stories and photos, plus the latest news from inside Tech athletics. It's all that's positive about the Jackets. Subscribe now for only $9.95 per year. Call 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799 to sign up for Everyday Champions. That's 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799.
Continue to play Make the Read with Sean Benford. Hard to say how much of a correlation you can draw between what we saw last Saturday and Georgia Tech's total points and yards. But Dave Patenaude coached from the sideline versus Duke. He's normally perched in the booth. Dave told us this week that was the first time he has been an offensive coordinator on the field since the third week of the 2018 season when he was with Jeff Collins at Temple. Make the read, Sean. If you were a quarterback, would you prefer to have your offensive coordinator in the bird's eye view up top, or would you rather have him down below with you?
I can't say that I have a whole lot of experience being a quarterback, but I like the idea of having the OC down on the sideline. And, there's certainly something to be said for the notion that giving him the bird's eye view where he can really see the plays kind of develop, can get a real X's and O's sort of chalkboard version of what the defense is doing. That's great, but I think removing the middleman and being able to communicate directly with your quarterback in particular, but other aspects of the team too, whether or not it's maybe one of your offensive linemen is missing a tip or a key that the defense is using on blitz. One of your receivers isn't finding that hole in the zone, and it's apparent to the court or the OC, but maybe not to the player. Having that direct communication, I think, is very effective, and there's not really a substitute for it.
Finally, make the read. Georgia Tech second in the nation in fumble recoveries with 12. We saw that get 5 signatures last Saturday versus the Blue Devils. You take one, I'll take the other. Make the read. Will the first jacket to get a turnover today be someone who already has one this year or somebody new? Make the read.
I'm just double-checking to see who has one and who doesn't. I'm going to say somebody who has one is going to come up with another one today.
All right, so I get the field.
Yep.
We'll find out as we get set for Tommy's Leather just past the top of the hour at 4:03 from Carter Finley Stadium. Coming up next is the pregame thoughts exclusively to you from head coach Jeff Collins. That's next on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
These days, I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
You can do all your banking from the comfort of your home. With SunTrust Advantage Checking, you can get everything you need through our innovative mobile app. Set up balance alerts, transfer money, make deposits, pay bills, or send and receive money with Zelle. Because we believe, now more than ever, banking should be secure and convenient. Go to suntrust.com/advantage to open an account today. Terms and conditions apply. SunTrust, now Truist. Member FDIC.
You're tuned to Yellow Jacket Football. Back with more after these local messages on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Maybe you want breakfast for lunch or lunch for breakfast. Maybe you want brunch on a Wednesday. Hey, it's your life, and we think it should be made to order. At First Watch, we're serving up all your favorites and keeping it safe and fresh every day from 7 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Yes, that means you can have $1 Million Bacon for lunch. Who said it was a side item anyway? Visit us or order pickup and delivery online at firstwatch.com or with our new app. First Watch. Yeah, it's fresh.
The cooler weather is finally here, and that means it's the time of the year when pests and wildlife intruders start seeking food and shelter inside homes. Luckily, you can call the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow Exterminators is trusted to keep a pest-free zone at the Yellow Jackets home, so rest assured that with Arrow, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free home evaluation today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Kickoff is just around the corner. It's time to hear from head coach Jeff Collins as he gives us his take on today's matchup. Now, alongside the coach, here again, the voice of the Jackets, Andy Demetra.
Coach, as you went through practice this week, how much did that win over Duke galvanize your team, get them fired up for this final stretch, which begins today versus NC State?
Yeah, I think they've just gotten closer and closer throughout the season, and just really proud of the way they played, and they came out with the right focus this week, right energy, and now we've got to go on the road against a really good, much improved NC State team that's playing at a high level right now.
One of the quieter 7-3 teams in the country, I think. Offensively, how do they get it done? How are they a little different from the teams you faced previously?
Well, first starts off, they've got really good players. They've got 2 running backs that are as good as anybody in the conference. The quarterback makes great decisions with the ball. The offensive line is playing really, really well. And then they've got 2 of the best 50-50 ball catchers in the country on the outside at receiver. That he's able to throw the ball up, and they've done a nice job going and competing and getting contested balls.
When you look back at the run defense versus Duke, and you talked about Bam Knight and Houston in person, their trio of backs, what stood out the most that you'll need to carry over to today to have another good afternoon stifling an opponent's running?
Yeah, and we've just gotten incrementally better throughout the year up front. A lot of that has to do with the development. A lot of that has to do with recruiting. There's 4 true freshmen that are in the rotation. There's 2 redshirt freshmen that are in the rotation. And we're not having to blitz every single play to stop the run or to get pressure on the quarterback. And that's just an evolution that we've got to go through and continue to grow. Being able to do those kind of things and still play in really good defense.
You had 2 100-yard rushers versus Duke. Last year versus NC State, you had 2 100-yard rushers, and Jordan Mason matched a career high. What made that such a successful day on the ground last year versus the Wolfpack?
Well, I think this year is just a really good plan, understanding the scheme, the development of our offensive line, the recruitment of our offensive line, how they've just gelled together, the confidence, the toughness, and then when you have the group of running backs that we're blessed to have that run hard, they're dynamic, and they play together, and they pull for each other to have success. That's a pretty good recipe right there.
Defensively, what do you think NC State does best?
They're just very multiple. They've got, they're all over the place with their 3-3 stack defense. They're coming from all kinds of different angles. They disguise well. And then, again, they have really good players. They've got 2 of the better linebackers in the conference. And the nose guard, is really, really good. I think Pro Football Focus ranked him as one of the top 5 defensive tackles in the country. And so we know we've got our work cut out for us.
With that 3-3-5 stack, is there any previous experience from this season that Jeff can draw upon that maybe you show him, hey, this was very similar to what you're going to face on Saturday, and here's the best way to attack it?
Yes, Syracuse played it, Louisville played it, and then, as the game went on, Duke started doing more and more of it. So I'd say those are the 3 biggest that we've seen this year. They got some experience, but every single week there's different nuances to it in the way they want to call the game and the blitz package relative to what we're doing in formations.
All right, Coach, bring back a win. We'll catch up with you afterwards.
Thanks, Andy.
Head coach Jeff Collins. More pregame coverage follows this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
As a proud partner of Georgia Tech Athletics, AAA is here to assist with more than just roadside assistance. AAA offers affordable auto insurance that you can customize to fit your needs and your budget. Join the millions of customers who trust AAA in their time of need. Learn more at AAA.com/insurance or visit your local AAA office. Insurance underwritten through Auto Club South Insurance Company, Auto Club Insurance Company of Florida, or non-affiliated insurance companies. Subject to eligibility requirements, policy terms, and conditions.
This is your home for the Jackets. We'll have more Tech football after this local timeout on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Georgia Tech fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, attic, or garage? Life Storage can help. With over 40 convenient Atlanta area locations offering a variety of sizes along with climate-controlled spaces, Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? Utilize Rent Now. This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care. Hey Georgia Tech fans, since opening in 2000, Taqueria del Sol has offered diners many inventive and delicious options for lunch and dinner. Conveniently located close to campus and award-winning cuisine means a winning combination for Yellow Jacket fans. Please visit one of our 4 Atlanta area locations or visit us online at taqueriadelsol.com for more information. Go Jackets!
taking the field. Kickoff is approaching, and we're getting you ready with the Yellow Jacket Countdown. Now let's head back to the broadcast booth in the voice of the Jackets, Andy Demetra.
15 minutes until kickoff, brought to you by Geico. Geico, 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Georgia Tech looking to earn a win streak here in the month of December following the victory over Duke, but in order to do so, they will have to weather a considerable number of players unavailable from the above-the-line chart that was posted on Thursday. We'll give those to you now. On the offensive end, offensive lineman Kenny Cooper, tight end Billy Ward, wide receiver Marquez Hazard, quarterback Tucker Gleason, and the running back Jahmyr Gibbs, who did pull up lame on that long catch and run in the second quarter versus Duke. Defensively, Georgia Tech will be without 3 defensive ends: Chico Bennett, Curtis Ryans, and Jordan Dominic, the reigning ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week. They'll also be without their nickelback Caleb Oliver, who had 1.5 TFLs, a sack, and a fumble recovery versus Duke, and quarterback Trey Swilling. Bennett, Dominic, Ryans, Oliver, and Swilling. 10 above-the-line players unavailable, and if you include Antonius Clayton opting out earlier this week to concentrate on his mental health, that leaves Georgia Tech without its top 4 defensive ends. Only 3 DNs available today, 2 of whom are true freshmen in Jared Ivey and Kyle Kennard. That is the state of college football in 2020. Georgia Tech will have to overcome a lot, not the least of which the opponent, North Carolina State. And we'll dive into our Georgia Lottery pregame matchups after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Long-lasting protection against COVID-19 is crucial to a safe living and work environment. That's why Georgia Tech Athletics has chosen Cleanwell Services as their official disinfection partner. The trained technicians at Cleanwell use a CDC and EPA-approved nanotechnology-based cleaner that sticks to surfaces for an industry-leading protection lasting beyond 30 days. Visit www.cleanwell.services or call 404-669-6178 to get started today.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Yellow Jacket football will be back after this 1-minute timeout for your local station. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Yellow Jacket fans, everyday life can do a number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. At The Joint, you never need an appointment or insurance, and we're open evenings and weekends. Visit any one of our 35-plus Atlanta area locations today and receive our new patient special, including exam, consultation, and adjustment for just $29. To learn more, visit thejoint.com.
Maybe you want breakfast for lunch or lunch for breakfast. Maybe you want brunch on a Wednesday. Hey, it's your life, and we think it should be made to order. At First Watch, we're serving up all your favorites and keeping it safe and fresh every day from 7 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Yes, that means you can have $1 Million Bacon for lunch. Who said it was a side item anyway? Visit us or order pickup and delivery online at firstwatch.com or with our new app. First Watch. Yeah, it's fresh.
Time for our Georgia Lottery pregame matchups. Hey, Georgia, you can play Georgia Lottery games online, at home, on your phone, or anywhere. Go to galottery.com and click on DigiGames. And Sean, Georgia Tech affected more by unavailables than any other game this season, most notably at defensive end. They're essentially down their top 4 defensive ends, including Jordan Dominic, who not only earned ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week last week, he earned ACC Defensive Lineman of the Week last year for his performance against North Carolina State. How do you think Georgia Tech overcomes that?
It's going to be tough. The Jackets have a really tall task ahead of them because NC State has weapons all over the field, and if they were coming at full strength, that would be a big enough challenge to start with. I think especially in the secondary, they're going to really have to clamp down on this talented receiving core for the Wolfpack. Emeka Emezie is going to be a tough matchup, especially without Trey Swilling in there. I imagine Zamari Walton will get that assignment for much of the game. I think size-wise, that's not a bad matchup because Zamari's got some height to him. But when you don't have the benefit of a consistent pass rush, and Tech is really kind of being hit on two angles there, or from two sides there, because not only are they missing their most talented and most experienced pass rushers, but there's so little depth that the guys behind them are going to have to play more reps than they're used to. And so not only is there a potential talent drop-off or guys who are ready to make an immediate impact, but there's also that conditioning impact and the question about, what's their fitness level like right now. So I'm going to be curious to see how those guys hold up. But Jared Ivey and Kyle Kennard have made good use of the time they've gotten so far this season. I'm looking for them and Antoine Owens to step up in a big way.
Antoine Owens, a guy who can play inside and out, the senior from Tallahassee. We might see Charlie Thomas and Demetrius Knight play closer to the line of scrimmage. Do we see Georgia Tech go with 3 down linemen like we saw in the UCF game? That's a possibility as well. Meanwhile, on offense, no Jahmyr Gibbs, though Georgia Tech does have Jordan Mason and Dante Smith, who combined for 165 yards and 2 touchdowns last week versus Duke. No Kenny Cooper. He logged a lot of snaps at guard. So Quinny, DeFore, Minahan, Johnson, and the combination of Charlie Clark and Jordan Williams will have to carry a heavy payload this afternoon. We'll take another timeout. Tomey's Leather, less than 10 minutes away from Raleigh. Georgia Tech and North Carolina State on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Did you hear the news about David Perdue's stock trades?
Outrage now growing over reports that at least 4 U.S. senators dumped millions of dollars worth of stocks just before coronavirus sent the markets into a free fall.
David Perdue bought and sold stock shortly after a private Senate briefing on the virus.
Stock in Pfizer, a pharmaceutical company now developing a coronavirus vaccine.
He bought stock in DuPont, which makes the protective personal equipment.
David Perdue bought and dumped up to $14 million in stock, more trades than any U.S. senator. Worse, while David Perdue was lining his pockets, he told us the virus posed little risk, leaving Georgia unprepared. There's a better choice. John Ossoff leads investigations of corruption for news organizations around the world. He's refusing donations from corporate PACs. And John Ossoff will listen to doctors and scientists to defeat this virus and rebuild our economy.
I'm John Ossoff, candidate for Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by John Ossoff for Senate.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit skinenergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit skinenergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
Sir, you're now being placed on arrest for driving under an influence.
What does that mean? That means you've earned a night in the Gray Bar Motel. During your stay, you'll be photographed, fingerprinted, and given a stylish jumpsuit. And each room has an en-suite bathroom.
Is all this free?
Oh, no. Fines, court costs, and legal bills could add up to $10,000 or more.
Save your money for a real hotel. Drive sober, or we will pull you over.
This message brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Georgia Tech.
We'll be innovative, we'll be creative, we will find new ways to be the absolute best and be the elite in college football.
Sims lobs it left side of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Jackets. Ground over the shoulder. Makes the catch. And Calvin has company.
Every single day we've gotten better.
Mason angles left and he gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Jackets.
This is Yellow Jackets football.
Underneath it is intercepted. Tariq Carpenter stacked from the backside by David Curry. Unbelievable drama and unbelievable guts by the Jackets.
And it's game time. Live Live play-by-play coverage of Georgia Tech football is brought to you by Georgia Power, the official energy partner of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. By Truist, the new name for better banking, founded on the belief that with better products and services, we can inspire and build better lives and communities. BB&T and SunTrust are now Truist. By State Farm, when you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Coca-Cola, together taste better. And by Scana Energy, a proud partner of Georgia Tech football. For every touchdown the Jackets score, Scana Energy will make a $500 donation to the Alexander Tharp Fund. Go Jackets! Now, to bring you all of today's play-by-play action, let's head live to the broadcast booth and the voice of the Jackets, Andy Demetra.
Georgia Tech set to play its latest regular season game since 1940 this afternoon and looking to build off that 56-33 win over Duke at Bobby Dodd Stadium for a 31st time in a second consecutive year. It's your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets 3-4 in the ACC against the 7-3 North Carolina Wolfpack, 6-3 in conference play. Broadcasting live and remotely from our ACC Network Video Operations Center at Georgia Tech with our network engineer, Miller Pope, John Brockwell on site in Raleigh, our sideline reporter, Wiley Babbitt, and my broadcast partner, Sean Bedford. Andy Demetra saying welcome in to another Saturday of Georgia Tech football on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Tech football. Georgia Tech is undermanned, as we told you moments ago, down 10 players from its above-the-line chart, among them Jahmyr Gibbs and their top 4 defensive ends, including Jordan Dominic. You have to dance with who you brought, and they'll look to dance their way to a second straight win over North Carolina State and continue to rack up the wins and rack up their climb in the ACC standings. We'll have one final timeout, coin toss, and then on to Tommy's Leather from Raleigh. After this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Toe meets leather after these messages. You're listening to Georgia Tech football on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Geico presents Left Brain versus Right Brain.
You know, we should switch to Geico.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, buddy.
We could save hundreds of dollars a year on car insurance.
Ooh, with that kind of scratch, we can get the band back together for a reunion tour.
A, we were never in a band. B, Glenn let us play the tambourine on stage one time. And C, we will, however, put that savings towards a new interview suit.
Look what I found. Huh? Still got it.
Oh, no.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We'll be back with more Georgia Tech football after these messages from your local station on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Georgia Tech fans, since opening in 2000, Taqueria del Sol has offered diners many inventive and delicious options for lunch and dinner. Conveniently located close to campus, and award-winning cuisine means a winning combination for Yellow Jacket fans. Please visit one of our 4 Atlanta area locations or visit us online at taqueriadelsol.com for more information. Go Jackets!
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Take advantage of our holiday credit today. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Go Yellow Jackets!
Georgia Tech and North Carolina State from Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh. First of 3 games to close the season for your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets and trying to build off that 56-33 rout of the Duke Blue Devils. They scored the final 21 unanswered of the game, taking on a North Carolina State team that has won 3 straight, including a 36-29 come-from-behind win at Syracuse. The Wolfpack 7-3 overall and 6-3 in the ACC. Georgia Tech wearing its white uniform tops with the navy numerals, the white pants. North Carolina State going with its black tops, white numerals, white pants, and the white helmets with the oversized North Carolina State wolf head. It
would be Tuffy
on either side. That is Tuffy, yes. A supersized
Tuffy,
as it were. So again, Georgia Tech is down 10 players from its above-the-line chart, not just affecting them up front, but also Caleb Oliver from the nickel, Trey Swilling at cornerback, and offensively Kenny Cooper and Jahmyr Gibbs. Also no Tucker Gleason should Georgia Tech need to crack the seal on their third quarterback. Could be Tobias Oliver, could be Ryan Lance, or another one of the walk-on quarterbacks who had to make the trip as Georgia Tech gets set to come on the field. They've already surpassed their ACC win total from last season at 3-4 in the ACC. A team that was picked preseason 15th in the conference. They would love to silence the doubters even more. They will have to do so under adverse circumstances today and on the road against Dave Doeren and the Wolfpack. Teams are on the field as we get set for kickoff under overcast skies at Carter Finley Stadium. North Carolina State will receive to begin, and Bam Knight, running back who had a 100-yard kick return for a touchdown, is deep to our right. Austin Kent checks both sides of his line. He drops his left arm. He strides to the team. Toe meets leather, and we're underway. Kick is sailing, middle of the field, caught by Knight at the 1. Dashes left past the 15, the 20. He's wrapped up from behind, runs through the tackle across the 25, and down to the 28. Bailey Hockman prepped at McEachern High, where he played for his dad, the redshirt junior from Powder Springs, Georgia, making his 8th start of the season. The left-hander completing 63% of his passes for 188 yards per game, 12 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, coming off a career-high 313 yards and 4 touchdown passes versus Syracuse. He's got Ricky Person as his standing tail on this 1st and 10 from NC State's 27 and 2x2 receivers. Here's the clap and the snap. He pulls the handoff, quick slant. It's caught by Thomas. He is leveled, bounces off the tackle at the 35, and stretches out close to the 40. Enough for a first down to Thayer Thomas, the redshirt junior slot receiver.
Yeah, Thayer Thomas coming off a career day against Syracuse with 3 touchdown receptions.
And an injury timeout after the first play from scrimmage. As we check to see who is the injured Georgia Tech player, and it's Wanye Thomas who is in on that tackle, tapping his left shoulder. And Georgia Tech, again, can ill afford any players to be out for any extended stretch on defense. In the safety corps, Avery Schoell announced that he was entering the transfer portal this week. He would ordinarily back up Wanye at free safety, so Derek Allen might see some earlier snaps than normal.
And that's a position group that I think earlier in the season I would have said is a definite area of strength and a place where Tech could afford to weather some injuries or some losses. But with the loss of Schoell and with what appears to be some intent from NC State to run tempo and try to push a thin Georgia Tech defense, that's a potentially risky proposition for the Jackets.
Sean, we might have set the record for the earliest time we've gone to a commercial break. 14:41 to go in the first quarter. No score. NC State and Georgia Tech will take the timeout with television on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
If you know college football history, then you know us. Heisman coached here. Megatron played here. 222 points in a game. They were scored here. And 4 national titles, they were won here. All on the same field where we still play today. When you come to the Flats of Atlanta, gold isn't just what you wear, it's who you are. We're more than an institute. We're a college football institution. Proud of our history, driven to make more. Welcome to where tradition meets innovation, where toe meets leather, where white meets gold. This is Georgia Tech football.
shaken up, but seems to be all right on the Georgia Tech sideline. For the record, Tech won the toss, deferred its option to the second half, and following the 12-yard gain on first down, fresh set of downs for the Wolfpack at their own 39. 14:41 in the first quarter. Georgia Tech and North Carolina State. Bailey Hockman, just a cool customer in the pocket for North Carolina State. Doesn't have perhaps the arm strength of the other QB who started this year at NC State and Devin Leary, but seems to always know where to go with it.
Yeah, no, he's very smart with how he distributes the ball. He does have 8 interceptions, which, I think is a product of a couple of different things, and he's gotten unlucky with a couple of his receivers tipping balls up, but he's got some talented targets, and he's going to try to spread the ball out among them.
On 1st and 10 from the 39. On their side of the field, he rolls out left, pumps once. Now Cox and sidearms it into the sideline, incomplete. Good pursuit down on the near side from Wesley Walker and others to force the incompletion.
Yeah, good coverage downfield by the Jackets, and Bailey Hockman wanted to go, I think, to his first read initially, thought better of it, and just couldn't find anywhere to go. So that's a good job covering downfield by the Jackets.
He splits 2 receivers right along with his tight end Angeline, and Person flanked at his left hip on 2nd and 10 from the 39. And puts it in the belly of Person, but he is hit by Curry and spun around and dropped behind the line at the 35. It's a loss of 3 by the 6th-year senior, David Curry.
A great job by Curry of not only getting into the backfield, but securing that tackle, getting in there, wrapping Person up, and not allowing him to break free.
6th TFL of the season for Curry. It sets up 3rd and 13. Wolfpack 8 of 13 converting third downs versus Syracuse, 45% on the season. That's 4th in the ACC. Minute gone by in the first quarter. 2 receivers up top on the right. Angeline, the tight end, in the slot left. Hockman retrieves the throw. He's blitzed. He's backtracking and flings it into the North Carolina State bench. Incomplete. As Georgia Tech came busting through on the blitz, and he was a man running for dear life immediately, and Georgia Tech forces the punt.
Yeah, Tech brought the pressure that time, and NC State didn't have anyone to account for it there. David Curry does a great job bringing inside pressure, getting off the offensive lineman at the line of scrimmage, and forcing Hockman to make an early decision. Hockman didn't have anybody to go to, so he just lobs it out of bounds.
Trenton Gill, the redshirt junior punter, 4th in the ACC, averaging 45.2 yards a boot. Stands at his own 21. 13:45 first quarter. No score, Jackets and Wolfpack. No rush. And a high, tight spiral. Blancato settles underneath it. He takes the hit at the 25. Evidently did not signal fair catch, and he was flattened by the gunner. But he does secure it, and Georgia Tech takes over.
And that's the most important thing. You always got to catch the punt. Coaches love that. A guy who'll has a consistent pair of hands who's going to make that catch. You'd like to see him fair catch that, but Tech's going to take over. Pretty decent field position, and hopefully the Jackets can maintain some of that momentum they were able to generate last week.
Led by the reigning ACC Rookie of the Week, Jeff Sims, 13 of 23 for 146 and 3 touchdowns. Has Mason alongside him and 2 receivers left. Pulls the handoff to Mason, dumps it in the flat, and throws it at the feet of Devaney, incomplete. As he had a hand in his face on the delivery of that pass at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and I think Dave Patino was thinking NC State saw all week just how effective Tech was on the ground, trying to get a little sneaky here with some play action, trying to dump the ball off to Dylan Devaney on the bootleg, but good pressure there by NC State.
So now 2nd and 10, Harris the slot right, as the handoff comes to Mason, bounces it out right, but he is penned in and doesn't get the original line of scrimmage. Aleem McNeil led the charge, sets up 3rd and 10 for the Jackets.
Yeah, that was kind of a slow developing play there as Mason tries to cut it back, and he's not really able to find a seam initially. Kind of has to bounce around and try to dance for some yardage. A little bit of misdirection, pulling 2 offensive linemen from the left side of the line. Need some quick hitters against that 3-man front.
3rd and 10 from Tech's 27. They converted 9 of 14 third downs versus Duke. As North Carolina State sends an extra rusher, throw right side. It's caught at the 38. Camp has it. He's shoved out of bounds, and that should be enough for the first down as they step him out at the 39.
Nice pass, nice catch here. Jeff Sims hangs in the pocket, knows pressure's coming, but he's able to scan the field, finds finds Camp downfield, and delivers a nice ball.
Yeah, nice crisp cut by the redshirt senior to get some separation. Fresh set of downs for the Jackets, right hash at their own 39. The snap. Sims feels for the laces, guns it left, and it's batted up incomplete. He was staring down Malachi Carter on a short hit route. The coverage was from Tyler Baker-Williams, the nickel.
Yeah, and Dave Patenaude was not happy with the decision-making by his young quarterback there. He's got to get that ball out faster. Malachi Carter was wide open right off the snap, and Sims just delivered that ball a little too late, allowing the defense to collapse on Carter.
And Sims has had some trouble this year staring down wide receivers. He deploys 2 receivers right, 1 left. Mason is sidecar on 2nd and 10. There's the shotgun snap, the handoff to Mason. Catches a crease across the left side, past the 45, and he's rolled up at the 46. That should go for 6 for Jordan Mason, who notched a career high with 141 yards versus the Wolfpack last year.
Yeah, and a great job by the offensive line here of opening a hole for Mason. He just follows in behind the left side of that line. Zach Quinney takes the defensive end completely out of the picture and getting some help there from really from the whole line.
Hunched over alongside Sims in the gun, 3rd and 3. No score. Delayed handoff Mason, but he is blown up in the backfield. Peyton Wilson, the ACC linebacker of the week, detonates on him back at the 39. Loss on the play, and Georgia Tech goes backwards on 3rd and 3.
Yeah, that's what you can't have. You got to have quick hitters, and Peyton Wilson, if you can say one thing about him, he plays really hard. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to come downhill and try to make plays. He'll gamble a little bit, and that's his 10th tackle for loss of the season. So impressive play by him throughout the year, but that time Tech just wasn't able to account for him. Didn't have somebody, and it looked like Dylan Devaney was probably supposed to pick him up on the blitz, but Mason never had a prayer.
And the punt is caught out of bounds at the 14 by Thayer Thomas. And North Carolina State takes over with 11:20 to go in the first quarter and no score. Peyton Wilson, the redshirt sophomore from Hillsborough, North Carolina, the younger brother of Atlanta Braves relief pitcher Bryce Wilson. It's a pretty talented family.
I'd say so.
So teams trade empty possessions on their opening series. And we've hit timeout from Carter Finley Stadium. No score. Jackets and Wolfpack on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
The radical left will do anything for total control. But a bipartisan Senate committee of Democrats and Republicans cleared Kelly Loeffler of their false accusations.
Today's clear exoneration affirms what Senator Loeffler has said all along.
She's been exonerated.
She did nothing wrong.
What Kelly did do is deliver for Georgia.
Kelly Loeffler is working to make sure hospitals have staff and PPE.
Georgians stranded after nearly a month. Loeffler worked to make sure these Georgians got home.
Kelly Loeffler launched the Georgia Relief and Recovery website
with a focus on getting business back up and running.
The Georgia senator donates $1 million to Phoebe Foundation.
Kelly Loeffler aiding in the return of Georgians from at least 8 countries.
She's using her platform to make sure no Georgian goes hungry.
This election, stand with Kelly. Save the Senate from radical control. Save the future for America.
I'm Kelly Loeffler. I approve this message.
Paid for by Georgians for Kelly Loeffler.
Your home for the Jackets.
Into the end zone. Touchdown, Jackets.
This is Georgia Tech football from Learfield IMG College. Now, back to the broadcast booth.
Spacious interior, innovative technology, and proven capability. Ford SUVs are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. No score. Opening minutes of the first quarter from Raleigh. For the record, the Georgia Tech punt was booted by Presley Harvin. 45 yards and no return. Presley felt a twinge in his back, he told me, last Saturday, which prevented him from punting versus Duke. Austin Kent, 3 punts. He averaged 41 yards. But that was the first time in 201 punts that someone other than Presley Harvin has swung away.
Yeah, and I thought Austin Kent did a pretty good job filling in for, those are big shoes to fill. But no, I thought he did an admirable job, and certainly happy to see Presley back out there. But I think that's the right call right now. I think the coaches, especially at this point in the season, kind of recognizing just how bizarre the season is, plus what what the team's record is. They're not going to risk injuring a player if he doesn't feel comfortable, especially someone like Presley who has a career at the next level.
NC State takes over at its own 14 following the timeout. Bam Knight, the tailback, as it's screened out left. It's broken up at the 10. Big shot by Zamari Walden as he sawed the target in half. All over that screen pass to the near side.
Yeah, it was just ahead, so that wasn't a fumble, and I think that's the right call on the field by the officials there. But a great job by Zamari Walden on this quick screen. breaking off of the defender or the receiver who was supposed to be blocking him and hitting Thayer right as he received that ball.
2x2 receivers on 2nd and 10. Hockman to the air, bobbing, loading, deep right, and it is just beyond the reach of Devin Carter. And was there a flag thrown? Evidently not. Incomplete.
A little bit of contact down there, but I thought that was pretty good coverage. And Kennan Johnson lined up against Carter. That's a tough matchup at 6'4", 216, but Kennan did a great job.
He had a forced fumble against North Carolina State last year, the redshirt freshman. Now it's 3rd and 10 from the Wolfpack 14 with 11:08 to go in the first quarter. And no score. Thomas, the slot left. One receiver up top. That's Emeka Emezi, who leads the Wolfpack with 36 catches. Georgia Tech rushes 3. Hockman stands in. Scrambles away to his left. Still looking. Tossing it on the run. Incomplete and out of bounds. Uncatchable ball. Great downfield coverage as well as Tariq Carpenter was tracking Thayer Thomas diagonally across the field. And Georgia Tech forces the Wolfpack into a 3-and-out.
Yeah, impressive stand by the defense here. And Bailey Hockman looks like he is really locked in on Thayer Thomas as the guy he wants to go to when he gets in those scramble situations. Not great initial pressure, but they got enough. And one thing I liked was the second level of the defense closed on Hockman, did not allow him to take off and scramble, which is something that Tech has struggled with at times this year. Also of interest, Kaya Wright, the freshman, is out there. He's been out there in the last 2 third and long situations as a rush end in a stand-up position. So that appears to be part of the coaching staff's idea for how they're going to replace all those lost defensive ends.
He'll punch from his own end zone, spirals this away. Blancato settles underneath it and squeezes it into his midsection at the 38. Nick Kaya Wright, the freshman from Miami, Florida, with Georgia Tech down its top 4 defensive ends, including Dominic Ryans and Antonius Clayton. 10:53 to go in our opening quarter. No score. Good starting field position for the Jackets, who work left to right as we describe it. Sims in the gun. He plants Mason alongside him. Sims 1 of 3 through the air on the first drive. Play action. Has time. Looking. Now chased out of the pocket. And the ball is deflected in the air as he tries to throw it upfield. It's down and loose. Georgia Tech falls on it. Should be an incomplete pass as he was outside the tackle box, but held in that pocket for a little too long, and he felt the heat from the backside by Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson coming flying off the edge again. That's one thing NC State loves to do, is to just bring those outside linebackers, Wilson and Thomas, off the edges. It's a little bit of a delayed blitz after he sees that the back is blocking. And the question's going to be, did Sims deliver that pass before his knee hit the ground? It looks like he did, so maybe inadvertently a very headsy play by Jeff Sims to get rid of that ball.
Well, Wilson is wreaking havoc already. He's averaging 10.9 tackles per game, which leads the ACC in his 17th nationally. And they are going to blow play dead and review this with 10:42 to go in the first quarter. So I think the issue is, whether Sims' knee was down as he tried to flip that ball upfield. It seemed like he was outside the tackle box, and that pass did deflect off, it looked like the hamstring of one of his offensive linemen, then down to the turf.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if there's really a question here about intentional grounding. I think the issue is purely a matter of whether or not he was able to get rid of that ball before his knee hit the ground, in which case it would be an incomplete pass. If it did, in fact, hit the ground, or if his knee did touch the ground first, that would be a sack. So we'll have to see.
So while they review, it looks like that knee was down. We'll get the final word on the other side of the timeout. No score, Tech and North Carolina State. Opening minutes of our first quarter from Raleigh on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Tech fans, come check out what everyone's been talking about. Grindhouse Killer Burgers was voted Atlanta's best burger by Creative Loafing for 5 years running, featuring beef, turkey, veggie, and the all-new Impossible Burger. Choose sides such as onion rings, award-winning chili, fresh salads, and indulge in our milkshakes, including our famous Boozy Shake. Visit our 5 locations throughout Metro Atlanta, which include dozens of local craft beers, wine, a full liquor bar, tons of patio seating, and TVs playing sports and cult movie classics. Live fast, eat well. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
Still reviewing the previous play. It was ruled on the field an incomplete pass. Could be overturned and ruled a sack, which would back Georgia Tech up in front of a second down. 10:42 to play first quarter. No score, Jackets and Wolfpack. Let's see if we can listen in.
After further review, the quarterback was down before the ball came out at the 31-yard line. The ball will be placed there. Game clock operator, please set to 10:31. Thank you.
And when we got our first look on replay, Sean, that's what we suspected.
Yeah, and I think the reason that review took as long as it did was simply a matter of the officials trying to figure out not only where he was down, or really the question of if he delivered the ball before his knee hit the ground, but also how much time left on the clock, exactly where it should be, which hash, etc. So good job by the officials of getting that call right, although it would have been awfully nice for the Jackets if that had held up as an incomplete pass.
So it goes for a loss of 7. The sack credited to Peyton Wilson, 3.5 sacks for him this year. On top of the TFL, he had to stub out the Georgia Tech first drive, and now Tech faces a second 17 from its own 30. Outside zone to Mason. He bounces left to the 30, spins out of a tackle, 35, and cuts up the left hash to the 40. Nice job by Mason to make up the original line of scrimmage. It still sets up a third down and long, but third down and slightly more manageable off the carry from the redshirt junior.
Yeah, absolutely. And this time we get a chance to see that trademark balance of Jordan Mason, where he gets contact early in the run, but is able to keep his feet, keep going, and not only did he get to the original line of scrimmage, it looks like he may have set him up with 3rd and 8, kind of a long 8, short 9.
Line to reach, Tech zone 48. Trips right, a receiver left for Sims with a staggered stance. Takes the snap waist high. Looking, tossing on the slant. It's juggled, incomplete. Wanted Malachi Carter on a delayed cross from left to right. He was sandwiched. And the pass falls incomplete with Drake Thomas, the Sam linebacker, dislodging it, and Georgia Tech forced to punt.
Yeah, Drake Thomas, kind of a madman out there, just sort of plays like a Tasmanian devil. He's a load, and he came in and delivered a big hit on Carter. But Carter's got to help his quarterback out a little bit there. Had a chance to make a play, make that catch. I don't know if it would have been enough for the first down, but it hit him in the hands, and he's got to bring that down.
So Presley Harvin back on after missing the Duke game. 4th in the ACC in net punting, 47.4. The senior from Alcaloo, South Carolina, drives his right leg into it. This is a good one, arcing towards Thomas. Takes a bounce at the 5 and hops into the end zone. Couldn't put enough finesse on that. And North Carolina State takes it on the touchback. Still scoreless, Wolfpack and Yellow Jackets in our first quarter from Carter Finley Stadium. Georgia Tech Athletics trusts Cleanwell to protect the program from COVID, and you can too. CDC-approved COVID killer. Check them out at cleanwell.services today. Here with 9:51 to go in our opening quarter, Georgia Tech has won 5 straight at Carter Finley Stadium. Last time they lost in Raleigh was in overtime in 2000. A slow developing streak, but a streak nonetheless. Pistol look this time for Hockman. He plants Person behind him as Georgia Tech crawls Curry off the edge. Snap, turn, handoff, Person. He's bottled up trying to work right, and Gang tackled outside for a loss of 2. It was Spider Sims and Quez Jackson leading the way, and Georgia Tech did a great job to flow hard to the short side.
Yeah, that's 2 outside zones now that NC State's run, and Tech has been ready for both of them, stringing the running back out, getting penetration into the backfield and bringing them down for a loss. That's been NC State's most effective run play for most of this season, and Tech clearly had it well scouted.
Loss of 2. The TFL will get credited to Miles Sims, which will be the first of the season for the redshirt sophomore. Out in coverage this time with 3 receivers clustered tight to the line on the left and 1 right. A single setback for Hockman, who retreats 3 steps. Now zips it over the middle. It's caught at the 30 in traffic. Tough catch, and it should be enough for the first down.
C.J. Riley coming up big there for his quarterback. Managed to kind of lean back into the middle of the field, goes full extension, pulls that in under very tight coverage by Miles Sims.
On 2nd and 12, the pass play gains 13. 1st and 10, Wolfpack just past their own 30. Hockman hands off, hunting for room up the middle. That's Person, and he digs past the 35 for a gain of 4. Ricky Person Jr., the junior from Wake Forest, North Carolina, 57 rushing yards a game.
Inside zone here to Person, and he's half of the dynamic duo they have at running back with Zonovan Knight.
At the right rear of Hockman with 3 wide left. He rifles out the screen pass. It's caught, looping up the sideline to the 40, 42. That's Porter Rooks, the true freshman from Charlotte. And on 2nd and 5, he gets the line to gain.
Yeah, and that's simply a matter of counting the number of defenders out there. NC State was actually able to get a double team on Wesley Walker from the 2 wide receivers lined up in front of Porter Rooks.
Pressing the tempo here on 1st and 10 from the 42. Twins each way for Hockman. Once again, fades to pass, quick throw left. It's caught at the 46. A juggling catch by Rooks, but he secured possession, and he picks up 5.
Yep, and this is, we talked about in the pregame, Bailey Hockman doesn't have the arm strength of someone like Devin Leary to take a lot of shots downfield, so they can help him out early doing exactly what they're doing right now, which is a couple of easy, quick little throws to the outside to help him build some confidence and to give this Tech defense a little bit more to think about.
And play blown dead, and that's Antoine Owens in a seated position in front of his 2nd and 6 and being tended to by the Georgia Tech athletic trainers. They are examining his left leg. On a day where Georgia Tech only has 3 available defensive ends, and the senior from Tallahassee is one of them. Well, hopefully just nothing more than a cramp, because Georgia Tech can ill afford more casualties at that defensive end spot. 8:04 to play first quarter. No score, Tech and North Carolina State. It looks like they're massaging the left hamstring of Antoine Owens.
It's usually indicative of a cramp, but, you never know what it might be out there. And Antoine's being... drinking some Powerade right now, so I suspect that's probably the issue. But Antoine hasn't had to play all that many reps in a lot of the games this season. I mean, those reps have been dominated by the likes of Curtis Ryans and Antonius Clayton, Jordan Dominic, Chico Bennett. So as we're going down further down the depth chart, you're going to see some guys playing today who just aren't used to playing that many snaps, and I think Coach Collins and Andrew Thacker and company are going to have some decisions to make if they have to reach really deep down the depth chart. Move some linebackers out there, maybe put some guys who haven't played at all this season in there. And you get to a certain point where it affects your ability to call a defense because you can have guys out there who, frankly, don't know the playbook.
Yeah. But Jeff Collins really likes his newcomers and his freshmen, but they are pressed into some heavy lifting here with 8 minutes even to go in the first quarter. 2nd down and 6 for the Wolfpack. Left hash at their own 46. A slout right. Hockman hands off and countering left is Person, but he is strung out. Spins out of an ankle tackle, but now the pursuit comes, and the Jackets spill him at the 47, just a gain of 1.
Yeah, good redirect by Person initially there. That play was designed to go to the right. He cut it back to the left, but Tariq Carpenter was not fooled. He tracked him down, got the initial hit, and I think took his shoe off.
He did.
But Quez Jackson was there to finish that play up.
A true decleating.
Yes.
Literally. 3rd down and 5 for the Wolfpack as they march right to left in this opening quarter. Trips right for Hockman, a receiver left in Amezi. He pushes tight end Angeline into motion. Hockman to throw. Guns it. Left sideline. It's caught at the 35, a first down. And there is Emeka Amezi, the senior from Waxhaw, North Carolina, with a nice crisp cut out of his break in front of the Wolfpack bench.
And that's a tough route to defend Emeka Amezi on. He's matched up against Tariq Carpenter. A little corner route here. It was kind of what we'd call a smash concept where you have usually a shallow curl route, but in this case it looked like a shallow out with the corner over the top of it, and you're just trying to test the zone. And that time, Hockman's able to find his big target, Amezi, for a big gain on the corner.
Boy, now another Jacket kneeling down and needing attention. That might be Tariq Carpenter. Yeah, it is. Senior from Ludowici, Georgia, had an interception against Duke last weekend.
Not just an interception, probably played his best game of the season last week. And I'm not actually, let me get rid of that qualifier. That was definitely his best game of the season last week against Duke.
Yeah, it wasn't just the pick. 5 tackles, 2 TFLs, and 2 pass breakups. And again, Georgia Tech is thinned as well at safety with a decision by Avery Shoel earlier this week to enter the transfer portal and play elsewhere as a graduate transfer. Derek Allen is the 3rd safety. And so he will certainly come in on this next snap. No score. Jackets and Wolfpack with 9:51 to play in this first quarter. But on a day, Sean, where Georgia Tech cannot afford to lose any more bodies on the defensive side. On this series alone, we've seen Antoine Owens come out and need attention, and now the senior strong safety, Tariq Carpenter.
Let's not forget on the previous drive, Wanye Thomas, the other starting safety, was down, and we think he's going to be okay, and I think he's back out there, but in fact he is. But that's just, like you said, this is Tech kind of flirting with, I hesitate to say catastrophe, but they're awfully thin at some critical positions, and they cannot afford to take any more injuries.
So out of the injury timeout, clock winds now with less than 7 to go. North Carolina State inside Tech territory at the 35. Tight end Angeline Krabs and settles inside zone. And the carry goes for about 4 yards by Zonovan Knight. Slowed up. The interior, and Quan Griffin. Bam Knight, the sophomore from Bailey, North Carolina, who had 100 rushing yards and a touchdown last year versus the Jackets. He climbs up quickly and plants himself at the right hip of Hockman. On second down, gets the carry again. Hunts for a hole, counters off right. Gets the first down as he pushes the load inside the 30 down to the 29.
Back-to-back plays here. Tech has come with nickel pressure off the edge and just hasn't been able to get to Knight at the mesh point.
And now 1st and 10, Wolfpack at the 20. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Play action for Hockman, pressured up the middle, and he's sacked. Back at the 30-yard line, and it was Kyle Kennard, the freshman defensive end from Atlanta, with his 2nd sack of the season.
And he's not just getting an opportunity for playing time here. He sees a great opportunity off the play action. He loops back around inside on the stunt and comes unblocked right up the middle and is able to throw Hockman down before he even knows what's going on.
Loss of 10 to make it 2nd and 20 with 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. And now another stoppage in play here.
Another jacket down.
Yellow jacket down and needing attention. That's Quan Griffin, the 3rd jacket to go down and need some assistance. And it looks like athletic trainer Mark Smith is examining the left wrist of the redshirt sophomore from Rome, Georgia.
This is just unbelievable. I don't think, it's one thing to come in and be injured, but I don't think we've ever seen this many guys go down. This is 4 or 5 jackets that have been injured in the first two or three drives?
Well, you had Wanya Thomas.
Yep.
And then this drive alone, Owens, Carpenter, and Quan Griffin.
Yep. That's bad news.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully these are all minor and these guys are going to be able to bounce back in. And, it's cold out there today, and sometimes what would otherwise be just a little ding kind of hurts a little bit more. But, yeah, definitely hoping these guys are able to keep it up and keep going because we've said it before, and I suspect we'll keep saying it today. The Jackets are awfully thin along that defensive line and really at the safety position now, too.
If they were any more thin, they'd be translucent at this point. But the sack by Kyle Kennard, let me correct myself. It was his first sack of the season, his 2nd TFL. He had that TFL versus Louisville, which was very close to a sack. And it backs the Wolfpack up to the Tech 30. 2 receivers each side, both tight to the line for the redshirt junior Bailey Hockman. Retrieves the throw, a quick out. It's caught at the 24 by Thayer Thomas. He's escorted out by Zamari Walton. They give him the 23 and a pickup of 7. Nonetheless, 3rd down and 13 coming up for North Carolina State.
And I think Thayer Thomas is probably flattered by that. That's actually Kerry Angeline, the big tight end, who snagged that ball 5 and 6. Kind of tough to tell with the font there on NC State's jerseys.
Part of trips right on 3rd and 13. Hockman plants, guns it down the seam to the end zone, and it's broken up. Incomplete, and the knockaway was from Wesley Walker looking for his freshman Porter Rooks.
And that was a beautiful play by Wesley Walker in tight coverage on Rooks, runs stride for stride with him, just man coverage right here, and he gets that left arm off. His off arm, he's able to reach back and knock that ball away. That is textbook coverage, and one that's definitely going to go on Walker's highlight reel.
So 4th and 13 for the Wolfpack, 5:24 to play. Field goal unit is on. And Christopher Dunn, who's 2 field goals away from tying the North Carolina State school record for career field goals, a 40-yard attempt, as he bangs it away, and it's got the distance, and it is dead center. Boy, nothing wrong with that for Dunn. That makes him 10 of 13 on field goals this year. And with 5:19 to go in the first quarter, North Carolina State takes the 3-0 lead.
Well, and a good job of the Tech defense to rally, though, and come up with something of a stop there. When it looked like NC State had momentum, was moving it down the field, that sack by Kyle Kennard was really big to stem the bleeding.
And North Carolina State has been sack-prone this year. That's the 28th sack that they've allowed this year, 117th in the nation. They gave up 6 sacks last weekend to Syracuse. Georgia Tech once again staring at a first-quarter deficit on the road. And we'll see what they can summon offensively. Their 2 drives have netted them 16 total yards. Like you said, weathering those players going down over the course of that drive, getting that first down sack from Kyle Kennard and setting North Carolina State behind the chains, and a nice pass breakup in the end zone by Wesley Walker to force the field goal unit to come on. 13-play drive, 57 yards. It took up 4:32 of clock. Georgia Tech has Dante Smith and Wanya Thomas available as their return man. Kick returner for the Jackets out of frame as we view it should be Dante Smith as the kickoff is sailing towards the left side. It's fielded at the 1 and a touchback signaled for and granted by Smith. Also did a nice job modeling Georgia Tech's uniform combination on their social media release.
Out there in the Krog Street Tunnel, that was a good look.
Also, I'm sure appreciated the opportunity to shake up the spray paint. Tagging, I believe, is what they call it.
Is that what the kids are saying these days?
These days and many days. Sims is 1 of 4 through the air for 12 yards. Jordan Mason has 4 carries for 11 yards as Georgia Tech looks to get the offense going here from the 25 on 1st and 10. Harris the slot right, Carter receiver left. Handoff, and the mesh is fumbled, but it's picked up by Dante Smith. As that ball squirted off the fingertips of Smith, but he falls on it to save possession and does nonetheless go for a loss of 1.
Oh, and that was part of one of the problems that Tech had last week, I believe, on the same exchange between Sims and Smith. And fortunately, Smith able to fall on top of that here, but as they're taking the handoff, it looked like Sims wanted to pull that. Smith latched onto it just a little bit too quick.
We've seen that miscommunication on the mash between Sims and Smith a couple of times last week. Darting out of the pocket, tries to cut up the middle and instead gets rocked. Ball comes loose at the end of the play.
He was down.
He was down. Referee signaling that the knee was down, but a sack nonetheless registered by North Carolina State with the late flag thrown in. But this drive not starting off in promising fashion for the Yellow Jackets. We check the flag, though.
Yeah, not at all. Low run pass option here. And Jeff Sims seemed to immediately regret the decision he made to pull that ball and saw that the receiver he wanted to go to was, in fact, well covered. I think if he would have been able to change that, he would have handed that ball off.
That's a personal foul against Tech following the sack.
Oh, man. And the hits just keep coming.
Riley Johnson is our head official. NC State might decline this.
Yeah, I think this was a live ball foul, and they'll take the result of the play.
They're all setting fouls. Personal foul. After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Offense, the down counts, it'll be 3rd down.
So with those both being dead ball fouls, it's interesting they didn't identify the players because under current rules, you get 2 personal fouls before an ejection. So it's unclear who, if anyone, those will be charged to.
Regardless, 3rd down and 12 for the Jackets, trailing 3-0 with 4:30 and counting in the first quarter. From the 23, as Sims flips Dante Smith to his right, blitz North Carolina State. Sims steps up, he cuts left, he's at the 30, bouncing outside, loops around the defender at the 35, and scoots out of bounds for the first down at the 37.
And that is, it's not the play call that I would have looked for there, but it's exactly the result I think Tech wanted to get. It was a design pass play rather than a draw, but NC State was showing pressure at the snap, and when they show pressure, they're typically coming. Sims was able to cut back against the grain, get through the teeth of the blitz, and come up with the first down.
On 1st and 10, pivots, fakes the handoff. Now second pressure comes, and they drop him for the sack back at the 28. Drake Thomas, the sophomore Sam linebacker, that delayed blitz is starting to give Georgia Tech some problems.
Yeah, NC State's an aggressive blitzing team, and those linebackers have a green light when they see the running back pass protecting to just go ahead and blitz, and that's exactly what happens here. Drake Thomas sees Dante Smith helping with the blitz pickup there, and he just takes off out the B gap, and there's no one left to account for him.
Loss of 8, second sack of the quarter by the Wolfpack as we approach 3 minutes to go. 2nd down and 18 from the 29. Shotgun snap. Handoff on the draw to Smith. He busts it left to the 33. Spins off a North Carolina State defender and stretches to the 35. Dante Smith, who had 60 yards, 2 touchdowns, came in averaging 7.7 yards a carry this year. But Georgia Tech once again facing a 3rd and 10 plus. And unfortunately, their 3rd down distance, Sean, has been very nearly double digits in this first quarter. Twins each way for the freshman from Jacksonville, Florida. North Carolina State showing blitz. Here they come. Sims smoked out of the pocket, turns up the right sideline, 40, 45, 50, gets a block into NC State territory. He slides down at the 46 of the Wolfpack. A first down for now. Flag was thrown.
And unfortunately, that looks like it's probably in the area that would be holding.
Offensive holding, number 73, 10-yard penalty, third down.
Yeah, that was Zach Quinney working against Daniel Joseph, the leading sack artist for the Wolfpack, just trying to keep him off of his quarterback on the speed rush. Good decision by Sims to take off and run here, and you hate to see that, but Quinney beat off the snap and just kind of got his arm across the body of Joseph. But if I can compliment, this play might not count, but a good decision there by Jeff Sims to take off and run. I think there's still going to be opportunities to pick up yardage on the ground against a pressure team like NC State here. And a great job by Malachi Carter downfield of sort of resisting the temptation to throw a crackback block and helping his quarterback get to the edge.
Now, Georgia Tech was whistled for 11 penalties in the win last week. Backs them up 10, 3rd and 22 from their own 25. They spread out the field. Sims puts it into the belly of Mason, tries to run right, but he is clogged up. No gain on the play. North Carolina State was not fooled. And Georgia Tech, like we've seen in their 3 previous road games this year, all sorts of out of sync offensively in the first quarter.
Now, for whatever reason, Tech just does not, their offense does not travel well early in these games on the road. And actually interesting to see Jemias Griffin back out there for the first time. And it's been so long since we played a game before last week, but in over a month. Interesting to see him call a draw and give it to him in that situation. But, like I said, I think there's some opportunities with the draw game to take advantage of aggressiveness by NC State.
Thomas picks it up on the run. He swings out right past the 50 into Tech territory at the 45. And North Carolina State has plus field position off the Presley Harvin punt, which looks like it hit off the side of his foot and took a very favorable soft bounce to a running Thayer Thomas, who made the first man miss, broke it to the wide side. And special teams, that was not a positive development for the Jackets.
Not at all. Very uncharacteristic of Presley there as that ball came off really low, just a line drive off his foot. And then, like you said, it just kind of kicked right to Thayer Thomas. And so he had that ball in hand before the return team was in position to defend.
For this next North Carolina State drive, Wiley, what you got on Bailey Hockman?
Last drive, he went 5 for 6 after starting 1 for 6. That one incompletion broken up by Wesley Walker. He's getting hot.
Loads a person behind him in the pistol. Bootlegs. The left-hander. Cox throws toward the sideline, and is it caught at the 35? It is a first down. Devin Carter, feeling the pressure draping over him, was somehow able to hang on.
Nice job. Nice throw here by Hockman. It helps to be a left-hander when you're rolling out to the left, and that time he delivers a perfect strike to Devin Carter, who's able to use his body to shield off the defender.
Gain of 12 to the Tech 33. Pistol and an offset now on first down. And the call goes to Person. Off right tackle to the 30, where he is planted by David Curry. Gain of just 2.
Shades of Louisville there with the outside stretch play out of a power pistol formation. It looks like NC State's adjustment to how well Tech has defended that outside zone is to get an extra blocker out there and try to just outman the Jackets to the outside. But good job by the Jackets to recover and not allow the big gain.
Gain of 4 officially, 2nd and 6. Nose of the ball just past the Tech 30 with 30 seconds to go in the quarter. Person the standing tail. Angeline shoots in motion. Snap to Hockman. Blitz off the edge. Flips it out right flat to Person. Turns up the right sideline. 25. He's got the first down. Ridden out of bounds by Ivy at the 20-yard line.
And that's just a tough call to call that blitz into. Offensively, NC State was in the right play call, and Bailey Hockman did a really nice job of recognizing the pressure and dumping it off to Person on the swing pass.
And North Carolina State unable to squeeze off one last play before the quarter comes to an end. But in the Georgia Tech red zone at the 20 as we've hit the end of the opening quarter from Carter Finley Stadium. NC State 91 yards of offense in that first quarter. Tech just 26. The lead, 3. Wolfpack 3-0. We'll get a quarter recap from Dan Kortz in just a moment on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Even before the victory celebration is over, great teams are back at it the next day, working to get even better. The team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
You can do all your banking from the comfort of your home. With SunTrust Advantage Checking, you can get everything you need through our innovative mobile app. Set up balance alerts, transfer money, make deposits, pay bills, or send and receive money with Zelle. Because we believe, now more than ever, banking should be secure and convenient. Go to suntrust.com/advantage to open an account today. Terms and conditions apply. SunTrust, now Truist. Member FDIC.
15 minutes are in the books. Dan Courts here in the network studios as your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets trail the NC State Wolfpack 3-0. Look back at the first quarter. NC State getting the ball first. Both teams picking up first downs, but also punting on their opening series. Then 3-and-outs exchanged on the next ones. NC State then putting together a good drive, getting to the Jackets 35, and a couple plays later they get into the red zone. The defense, though, and a freshman in particular, looking to make a play.
Receivers right, one left. Play action for Hockman, pressured up the middle, and he's sacked back at the 30-yard line. And it was Kyle Kennard, the freshman defensive end from Atlanta, with his second sack of the season.
Another big play on third down by Wesley Walker forced the special teams on. A 40-yard field goal gave the Wolfpack a 3-0 lead with 5:19 to go. Jackets are going to move after that, and Jeff Sims picking up a third down on the ground, and it appeared to have picked up another third down before a holding penalty wiped the play out, and then punting were the Jackets. Jackets trailing NC State 3-0, and the Wolfpack are in striking position off that punt. I'll send it back to Andy Demetra, Sean Bedford, and Wiley Ballard. And guys, what is it going to take for the offense to get into some sort of rhythm?
I got to get some better protection, number one.
That's the biggest thing right now. You can't afford to keep allowing NC State defenders into the backfield and having a free run at Jeff Sims on pass plays. He just hasn't had time to set his feet and go through his progression. When you have a freshman quarterback as an offensive line, you've got to take it upon yourself to give him a little bit of extra time. And right now, and it's not just the offensive line, to be clear, the running backs are struggling a little bit in blitz pickup right now, and collectively as a unit, they have to do a better job of protecting him. At the same time, Sims has to recognize he's got to have that clock going in his head, and he has to know that he's only going to have so much time, and he's either got to take off and run, or he's got to find a check down that he can go to get rid of that ball before he finds himself in trouble.
So we get set for the second quarter at Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh, with Tech trailing NC State 3-0. Scana Energy is a proud partner of Georgia Tech football. For every touchdown the Jackets score, Scana Energy will make a $500 donation to the Alexander Tharp Fund. Go Jackets. Wolfpack with a pistol and an offset. On first down, the handoff outside left. A person gets to the 15, slips the tackle. He's at the 10, 5, dives for the pylon, and he is in for the touchdown. So on the very first play of the second quarter, a race to the edge by Ricky Person. Turned the corner, shook one tackle, and into the end zone to make it 9-0 NC State.
Just a good job on the outside zone here of NC State's offensive line reaching the defensive line for Tech. And one of the big losses when you lose your defensive ends is you just don't have guys who are used to setting the edge against college-level competition. That time, Jared Ivey gets reached, allowing Person to get to the edge, really untouched, and it's Tariq Carpenter's the only guy who has a shot at him before he gets to the end zone.
Yeah, that was a tough angle on the open field tackle attempt by Carpenter. Fourth touchdown of the season for Person. The extra point is good by Dunn, who's now 118 for 118 in his career. Hopefully I just put the hex on him, but I'm sure many other broadcasters have over the course of his career. And it's now 10-0 NC State, 14:52 to go.
I hate to say it, but it kind of felt like the way momentum was swinging. It was just a matter of time before NC State broke through and was able to put that ball in the end zone. And I have a hard time putting this on the defense because they're out there playing hard. They're playing with what they got. And as an offense, you have to understand that when your defense is playing with limited resources, you've got to be accountable for keeping yourselves in this game. Tech just hasn't been able to string together a drive offensively to give their defense a break. You know, it's still early in the game, but you want to try to limit possessions and limit the number of scoring opportunities that NC State would get. The offense has got to get in rhythm here, or potentially this could turn into a rout in favor of NC State if the Jackets don't have an answer soon.
Especially a 20-yard touchdown run for the junior Ricky Person. after North Carolina State had just 9 rushing yards on 8 attempts in the first quarter. Smith set to receive for the Jackets. Here's the run-up and the kickoff by the kickoff specialist, Gill. Tumbling into the end zone, and Georgia Tech takes the touchback. Georgia Tech in that first quarter averaged just 1.7 yards a play. They were sacked twice, and Sims incomplete on 3 of his 4 attempts.
You know, this is interesting, too, and this game has a little bit of a feel. It's not as bad as the Syracuse game was earlier in the season, but coming off of a big win where the offense looked really good, especially on the ground, now going up against a team that runs a 3-man front, that likes to disguise and bring pressure from a number of different angles, this is something that Tech struggled with against Syracuse. Let's hope they've matured and found some answers.
Play action on first down. Sims pressured, escapes the tackle, cuts it right, now throws on the run over the middle. It's incomplete. He threw it behind P.J. Harris, who had some space at the 40. Instead, it falls to the turf, second down.
Yeah, he did, and Jack DeForest just got to help his quarterback out here this time. You know, it's Aleem McNeil is one of the better defensive. Actually, I beg your pardon. I don't think that was Aleem McNeil, but there are some good defensive linemen here for NC State, and it was in fact McNeil who got the initial pressure. But Tech's just got to find a way to pass protect. You know, these NC State defensive linemen are not really pass rushers. They want to hold the point of attack and let their linebackers pressure. You can't give up.
As Mason gets the call, running behind left tackle on second down, gains about 4 to the 29. And it sets up third down and 6.
And sorry to keep rambling here, but you can't give up that kind of pressure and penetration to guys who really just want to hold the point of attack. You know, if the linebackers are getting pressure, that's one thing, but this offense has to figure out a way to account for the various defenders for NC State.
2 receivers and a tight end split right on 3rd and 6. Sims looking that way. Crow hopping around. Steps out to the right, cuts to the 30, 35, lowers the shoulder, stretches, and has the first down to the 36. That was the kind of scramble that we saw last Saturday by Jeff Sims, having to evade the pocket, and he breaks it upfield for the first down.
Beautiful job by Sims here of just staying alive, finding a little bit of daylight, cutting back and forth, and cutting against the grain to keep the defenders off balance. Great scramble and a great job to pick up the first down by himself.
Norris, Sanders, and Harris, the receivers left. Outside zone, Mason rips through 40, 45. He's hit from the side and crashes down just shy of midfield. As Mason was able to get to the second level, they mark him down at the 49 of Tech. That's another first down.
And that's a great way to take some of the pressure off that offensive line. Is just go straight ahead, open up some big holes, and give this NC State defense a little something to think about. This time, there's a great job on the left side of the line of opening up a gap between guard and tackle. And Jordan Mason was more than happy to run through that.
Isaiah Moore, the middle linebacker, was shaken up on the play. He'll walk off under his own power. He's second on the team in tackles. Redshirt junior from Chester, Virginia. He's been averaging close to 10 tackles a game over his last 3. 10-0 North Carolina State. 13:36 to go second quarter, but Georgia Tech starting to build some momentum on offense. Right at the lip of the Wolf at midfield, 1st and 10 on their own 49. Mason stays in as the standing tail, trips right. Mason up to 28 rushing yards. He gets the call again, bounces right to the 45, stutter step, cut back to the 41 of North Carolina State. Very close to a first down for the redshirt junior from Gallatin, Tennessee, who had his 4th career 100-yard rushing game versus Duke.
Yeah, great job on the zone read here. Good decision by Jeff Sims to hand it off to Mason, and then a good job by Mason not only of following his blocks, but then finding the opportunity to cut it back and pick up extra yardage.
Gain of 9, 2nd and 1. They keep it on the ground. Mason has a seam left side past the 40 to the 35 and knocked down to the 33. That's a gain of 7 and officially a first down for Tech.
And this is the kind of dominating run game that Tech wants to try to establish in this game. If you can get Jordan Mason going on the ground, that's the easiest way to get this offense in gear.
Jordan Williams pulling over, cleaned out his man to open that hole. Blitz, fake of the screen, Sims scanning, lofting, right sideline for the end zone, and it is broken up. Double coverage down there on Adonicus Sanders, who had stepped out of bounds on that go route. And it was a risky pass, opportunity for an interception by a couple of Wolfpack defenders. Instead, it's incomplete.
Yeah, I don't know that I love that call there because Tech really hasn't done a great job of establishing the wide receiver screen as a real threat. And trying to go screen and go up over the top. NC State was waiting on it, and they had two guys right there, and Jeff Sims is really lucky that pass wasn't intercepted.
2nd and 10 now, inside the right hash at the North Carolina State 34. Harris, Carter, and Kalani Norris, the redshirt freshman, up top on the right. Sims takes the snap, pivots, pulls the handoff, cuts out left. He's at the 30, 25, dashing towards the 15, 10-5, touchdown Jackets. Oh, did they bite hard on Jordan Mason, and they bit off way more than they could chew, and it's a touchdown run for Jeff Sims. 34 yards.
Wonderful decision here, a little veer concept, and this is just a matter of Jeff Sims seeing daylight to the outside, watching the read key crash down on Jordan Mason. NC State's so worried about what he's done to them on this drive that they collapse completely on top of him, leaving Sims untouched to run around the corner to the end zone.
Team leading 5th rushing touchdown for the freshman. Extra point unit on, and Gavin Stewart, he boots it up and through. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. Gavin Stewart, 8 of 8 on extra points versus Duke. He had more points in that game than Brad Stewart had in any game of his Georgia Tech career. That probably has to sting for Brad. Sorry, Brad. But Georgia Tech is on the board. 10-7. North Carolina State leads it with 12:20 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a break on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Maybe you want breakfast for lunch or lunch for breakfast. Maybe you want brunch on a Wednesday. Hey, it's your life, and we think it should be made to order. At First Watch, we're serving up all your favorites and keeping it safe and fresh every day from 7 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Yes, that means you can have $1 million bacon for lunch. Who said it was a side item anyway? Visit us or order pickup and delivery online at firstwatch.com or with our new app. First Watch. Yeah, it's fresh.
Yellow Jacket fans, everyday life can do a number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. At The Joint, you never need an appointment or insurance, and we're open evenings and weekends. Visit any one of our 35-plus Atlanta area locations today and receive our new patient special, including exam, consultation, and adjustment for just $29. To learn more, visit thejoint.com.
Well, Georgia Tech with a very slow-going first quarter, but on their first drive of the second quarter, they march 8 plays, 75 yards, and 232. The final 34 covered by Jeff Sims as he pulled the handoff to Jordan Mason, broke it off left tackle, and outran North Carolina State for the score. It caps off an ultimate drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers. BMW is the official luxury vehicle of Georgia Tech Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today to schedule a test drive. It's now 10-7 NC State over Tech. Here with 12:20 to play in the second quarter. I don't believe there was one pass attempt in that drive. Everything else was on the run.
Yeah, no, and I like what I saw from Tech there. Get Jordan Mason going on the ground, and I think you can lay a foundation there that really allows this offense to get creative and take advantage of their strengths. And in this particular case, we saw one of those strengths off of that initial kind of jab with Jordan Mason is the keeper with Jeff Sims and letting him use his athleticism on the zone read, in this case on the quarterback veer. And I want to give credit where credit's due. I think it was Jack Coco coming around to seal that from the H-back spot, but a really nice block on Peyton Wilson to break that run free. I guess kind of the third option in this, or third weapon that we're going to wait to see how it develops is, can Dante Smith get involved? It maybe is kind of a change of pace back if Tech can continue to establish Jordan Mason as the go-to guy here early in the second quarter.
Here's the kickoff by Kent from right to left, tumbling towards the 2 and fielded at the 5 by Knight. Sprints up the left sideline to the 20, cuts outside, a flag thrown behind the play as he breaks across the 30 and cuts back inside to the 35, but that looks suspiciously like a block in the back, and North Carolina State may be foregoing some of this yardage on the return.
Yeah, I think this one's coming back. Lots of flags.
Here's the return. Holding by number 33 on the return team. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
And anytime, even with the aid of a penalty, you can force North Carolina State on a kick return into a long field. That's a good sign because North Carolina State, second in the ACC in kick return average, 24.5. and also ranks them in the top 25 nationally.
Well, Bam Knight is very dangerous on kickoff returns, and he made Miami pay for it when he took one back to the house and kind of ran through the entire cover team there. So he's a guy who's not just fast, but he has ability to kind of weave through traffic and shrug off defenders.
So it backs North Carolina State up to its own 12 on the left hash. Hockman splits 2 wide left, 1 wide to the right. And to the air on first down as he plants, launches down the left sideline. It's caught at the 40, 45. Through that between the coverage and on the money to Porter Rooks for the first down in a 31-yard game.
Yeah, it looks like a little wheel route here by Porter Rooks out of the slot, just coming up the side, finding the hole. Yeah, a little cross concept or a switch concept there to the outside with a post and a wheel. Dropped it right in over the top of the zone.
Rooks, the freshman from Charlotte, North Carolina, as Hockman snaps it inside the right numbers and completes it to the 47. Catch by C.J. Riley, his second reception of the game. Short pickup, second down. North Carolina State matches the tempo. And now they're going to re-spot it to the right hash following the 4-yard gain. Knight, the featured back. Rooks slot left. Georgia Tech creeps a linebacker into a gap in Curry. That forces an adjustment from the Wolfpack sideline. 10-7 North Carolina State, 11-11 to go second quarter. Staggered stance for Hoffman, gets the snap, hands off straight up the gut, and stretching out into Tech territory to the 44 or so is Zonovan Knight, who bounced off the initial tackle attempt from Quez Jackson. Third down short. NC State hustles to the line quickly. Trips right. Hockman, hands off. Knight feels for a hole, bounces back right, and he has the first down to the Georgia Tech 46 on 3rd and 1.
And good job by NC State here of scheming up that opening as they went with trips to the near side of the field, kind of drawing extra Tech defender out of the box. And now we're seeing Miles Sims, it looks like, down on the ground in a lot of pain. Again, that safety room is just getting really depleted out there, although I guess he's out there as a corner, but let's not forget that Trey Swilling is out of this game as well, so just not a lot of room in that defensive backfield for any more injuries.
Again, 10 Georgia Tech players unavailable from their above-the-line chart, which they posted and publicized on Thursday. And among them, Trey Swilling and Caleb Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
As play is stopped with 12-12 to go in the second quarter, 10-7 North Carolina State. So we will take the injury time out here. Jackets, though, getting a touchdown in their last drive and seeing if they can bow up with North Carolina inside Tech territory. Sean Wiley and I back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/go Jackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste. Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
Your home for the Jackets.
Into the end zone, touchdown Jackets.
This is Georgia Tech football from Learfield IMG College. Now, back to the broadcast booth.
And our booth today in our ACC Network Operations Center at Georgia Tech. Yellow Jackets in Raleigh taking on North Carolina State. 12-12 remaining second quarter. NC State the 10-7 lead. A depleted Georgia Tech team following that Jeff Collins era high of 56 points they hung on the Bobby Dodd scoreboard versus Duke last Saturday. As Miles Spider Sims helped off on that last drive. Quan Griffin was helped off earlier in this game. He has subsequently come back on. We've also seen Antoine Owens come off, Wanya Thomas come off.
Trey Carpenter.
Yeah. As we resume play, North Carolina State ball at the Tech 41. Receivers in tight to the formation. Play action for Hockman. Dancing around, throwing between the hashes. It is caught at the 7. Tough contested catch by Riley in front of the coverage from Kenan Johnson, and North Carolina State has the first and goal.
Yeah, real nice coverage by Kenan Johnson. And I was actually afraid they might have thrown a little bit of pass interference if that ball had fallen incomplete, because he was all over the receiver.
Handoff and working up the middle into the end zone goes Knight for the touchdown as he just slashed and juked off the quick handoff, and North Carolina State in the end zone again to make it 16-7.
Yeah, I'm surprised that NC State doesn't give Bama Knight more touches than they do. He's their leading rusher, but I think they could still give him a larger share of the carries. And that change of direction he showed right up the middle there, sidestepping one Tech defender and then punching in the end zone before another could get to him. That's what makes him special, and I'm surprised they don't take more advantage of that.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Number 54 on the offense, number 54 on the defense. Fouls will offset. The touchdown counts.
So the touchdown stands, offsetting personal foul penalties. They try to police the extracurriculars here. Second time we've seen offsetting personal foul, unnecessary roughness penalties. And now 16-7 Wolfpack with 10-12 to play. Dunn measures his steps for the extra point. Touchdown was Knight's 9th of the season to lead all Wolfpack. And the extra point is good.
Oh, and they may have run into the kicker. Let's see if they flag that or not. Yep, they did. They won't take the points off the board. They'll take it on the kickoff, but if I'm Tech here, I'm thinking you probably want to just go ahead and take the touchback on the ensuing kickoff.
Dave Doran will get the explanation in front of his sideline. Extra point is good. 17-7 Wolfpack, and they've scored on their last 2 drives. Last 3 drives, beg your pardon, with the field goal
Running
coming
into
first.
The kicker, defense number 24. Foul is declined. The extra point is good.
So a 6-play, 88-yard drive, and it all began with a 34-yard completion from Hockman to Riley on first down. Rooks, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And what seemed like a long field, North Carolina State was able to carve up quickly. So it takes us to timeout. North Carolina State has stretched the lead back out to 10. 17-7 Wolfpack, 10-12 to play second quarter. Sean Wiley and I back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Did you hear the news about David Perdue's stock trades?
Outrage now growing over reports that at least 4 U.S. senators dumped millions of dollars worth of stocks just before coronavirus sent the markets into a free fall.
David Perdue bought and sold stock shortly after a private Senate briefing on the virus.
Stock in Pfizer, a pharmaceutical company now developing a coronavirus vaccine.
He bought stock in DuPont, which makes the protective personal equipment.
David Perdue bought and dumped up to $14 million in stock, more trades than any U.S. senator. Worse, while David Perdue was lining his pockets, he told us the virus posed little risk, leaving Georgia unprepared. There's a better choice. John Ossoff leads investigations of corruption for news organizations around the world. He's refusing donations from corporate PACs. And John Ossoff will listen to doctors and scientists to defeat this virus and rebuild our economy.
I'm John Ossoff, candidate for Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by John Ossoff for Senate.
Before we go any further, stations, we owe you an ID. Let's let you identify yourselves. This is Georgia Tech football. NC State 17, Georgia Tech 7, 10-12 to play in our second quarter. 6-play, 88-yard touchdown drive for North Carolina State with the final 6 coming on the ground by Zonovan Bam Knight. Zonovan's a cool name. Bam's an even better nickname, so he had his choice.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you have a name like Zonovan, you usually don't need a nickname. That's a cool enough name to begin with, but he really lucked out at the name department.
You don't even need to have a nickname that involves the letter Z.
No, that's... Yeah, no, impressive. But also impressive, and how's that for a segue? If you look at the left side of that line for NC State on that last run, it was a really nice job, not only of going with tempo and catching Tech off guard, because it looked like Mike Lockhart, the defensive tackle, was standing up basically at the snap, but they did a really nice job of double teaming up to the linebacker and Kerry Angeline, the tight end. He's a good pass catcher, but he was a really good blocker there taking on Antoine Owens.
Gill's kickoff booms left to right, deep into the end zone, and Tech takes the touchback. It's a very experienced left side of the North Carolina State offensive line. Ike Ekwonu, a preseason first-team All-ACC left tackle. Joe Skolthorpe is a 6'3 redshirt senior. But as Georgia Tech brings its offense back on, we saw them start to build some momentum on that last drive.
Yeah, they really did, and it all started with Jordan Mason, getting him going on the ground, and I expect to see Tech attempt to replicate that, really keep going and trying to pound at the sort of the off-tackle section of that defense. And I'll be curious to see if they try to get Jeff Sims even more involved in the run game.
On first down, the carry goes to Mason. Stutter steps, accelerates, 30, 35, winding past the 40, and tackled from behind just outside the left hash at the 45. They give him 20 on first down. Jordan Mason running and rumbling to the second level.
And what a great job by the right side of the offensive line, pulling around and opening that up for Mason. Mason just kind of pinballing through the first two levels of the defense, but then cutting back and finding some space for himself.
Sweep motion. Sims rolls to his right, tosses toward the sideline, incomplete. Looking for Malachi Carter, couldn't make the one-handed over-the-shoulder catch. Coverages from Shaheem Battle, the redshirt freshman cornerback, and his second down.
Yeah, tough job there for Jeff Sims. Tried to fit it and really thread the needle. Thought he put that ball in a pretty good place, but Malachi Carter just seems a little bit off today. Didn't really go all the way up there and contend for that ball, and falls to the turf. And hopefully that doesn't put the Jackets behind schedule, because it really seems like they have something going on the ground.
Just 2nd and 10 now from the Tech 45. Mason at the right hip of Sims. Two receivers to his left. And here is Mason, explodes up the middle, 50, 45 of the Wolfpack. He cuts left to the 40 and has the first down and more. Licked from behind by Peyton Wilson. First down for now. Flag is on the play.
Offensive holding, number 78. 10-yard penalty, second down.
So they tag Jack to 4 for it.
Yeah, I disagree with that. He kind of knocked his guy out of the picture, and yeah, his hands got out of the frame, and actually from that angle it looks like it was probably the right call, but that was the clear out block that enabled Jordan Mason to get to the second level. It was a nice run, a good call, and good decision by Sims to run to that side too, because he had numbers.
So instead, second down as it backs the Jackets up to their own 35. Handoff. And Smith with room up the middle, 45-50, splits a pair of defenders and gets rolled up inside North Carolina State territory at the 44. So they go with a change of pace, and Dante Smith this time explodes up the middle.
Yeah,
started left and countered back up the middle.
Yeah, nice little jump cut there to shift to the right side. It's going left, cuts it back right, and he's got such a knack for making people miss while keeping his momentum downhill.
23-yard gain. And this time they outside zone fake it to Sims, but he is stuffed at the line. No gain on the play.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion again. This time they're going inverted veer with Dante Smith as the outside option on the running back sweep. And Jeff Sims is the inside option on the quarterback zone play. Sims decides to keep it, and there's just no room for him to run.
Loss of 3, in fact, so 2nd and 13. Backs Tech up to the Wolfpack 45. Single setback, 2 receivers right, and movement on the left side of Tech's line. Looks like they caught Quinny flinching.
Offense number 73, 5-yard penalty, second down.
And we have seen these offensive line penalties mounting in this first half.
Yeah, we have, and sometimes when you're going up against a defense that likes to create chaos, it can cause some confusion, and guys are so focused on trying to get to where they're trying to go, trying to get to their key, that they forget to think about the snap count.
So 2nd and 18 now. Sims deploys 2 receivers right, fakes the handoff, guns the slant. Sanders has it working left to right, and he gets down to about the 40 of the Wolfpack. Adonicus Sanders, who had his first career touchdown catch versus Duke last Saturday, eats up some of that 2nd and 18.
Yeah, nice decision here by Jeff Sims on the slant. Little run pass option, pulls it out of the belly of Dante Smith, and delivers a beautiful ball on the slant.
15 yards, 3rd down and 3 from the Wolfpack 35. 7:46 to go, second quarter. North Carolina State loads up on the edge, handoff to Smith. He's hit from the side, tries to stretch up the middle. He'll be shy of the first down, maybe a gain of 1. But Georgia Tech is in 2-down territory. This is their no man's land for field goal range.
Absolutely, and with Peyton Wilson down on the ground for NC State, I think if there was any hesitation about trying to go for it here, NC State's top tackler being out for this play might give Tech a little more incentive to go for it.
So Wilson being helped off as play stops at 7:29 to go in the second quarter. Tech trailing 17-7. It's a fourth down and either a short two or a long one. Take your pick. But Georgia Tech 0 for 2 on fourth downs versus Duke last week, 6 of 18 on the year. North Carolina State has allowed 15 of 25 fourth down conversions. Georgia Tech with 157 total yards, 130 on the ground, and 27 through the air. So we have a timeout here in front of a big fourth down as Georgia Tech looks to match the Wolfpack score. 17-7, Jackets trail on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Take advantage of our holiday credit today. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Go Yellow Jackets!
Every Powerful Drive is presented by Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Andy Sean Wiley back with you. 17-7, State over Tech. 7:29 to go second quarter. Fourth down and 2 for Tech coming up at the North Carolina State 34. Jordan Mason, 9 carries, 65 yards. Jeff Sims has the 34-yard touchdown gallop on Tech's last drive. He's rushed it 7 times for 37. What do you cook up if you're Dave Patnode and Jeff Collins?
Well, I'm personally a little bit inclined to go with speed option here. I basically pick whatever side Peyton Willis would have been on if he were in for this play and just try to pitch off of whoever the linebacker on that end is. And that was a play that Tech had some success with against NC State last year. So I would think about going with that. But, you know, you can't go wrong with just giving it to Jordan Mason up the middle, trusting the left side of the line, or you know, I think you've probably got a decent option with Ryan Johnson and Mikey Minahan there on the right side. Just pick your poison, find a gap, especially if they go in a 3-man front. Just try to hit it right up the middle.
Peyton Wilson, the reigning ACC linebacker of the week, 4th and 2. Sims from the gun. He stacks Mason alongside him. And whistles blow before the snap. And NC State calls timeout. First timeout of the half expended by Dave Doran.
First charge for the
now 8th-year head coach in Raleigh, 2nd in school history in wins. He surpassed Dick Sheridan earlier this year versus Florida State.
It is amazing to me that Dave Doran has been at NC State for that long. But he's had a good run of success, kind of flown under the radar a little bit, I think, because of some of the other programs in the Atlantic. But you know, just when you think his seat's warming up, he comes through with a big season. And this year, he's really done a great job turning around what was one of the worst programs in the ACC and one of the unluckiest programs in the ACC. We should say to be probably in the upper tier, kind of the middle of the pack. But you know, I think NC State was trying to get Peyton Wilson back into the game by calling a timeout. But that's not the way injuries work. You still got to sit it out, even if your team takes a timeout.
C.J. Hart, redshirt sophomore, spells him. And that's 97 tackles, which leads the team that's off the field here trying to stop Tech on a 4th and 2 from the 34 of the Wolfpack. Again, Sims shotgun, crawls underneath his center. Hard counts. Now straightens from his crouch and turns back toward the Georgia Tech sideline with 13 on the play clock. Georgia Tech motions Sanders across. Mason still the deep man in the backfield with 7 seconds to go in the play clock. And now Georgia Tech might need to use timeout, and they do. Tech's first timeout. They tried to bait North Carolina State into the hard count. A little harder time getting reorganized when they didn't draw them off sides.
Yeah, both teams appreciate how significant a play this is, because if Tech is able to get a touchdown out of this drive, closer to a 3-point game, not only does this game just feel like it has a totally different dynamic, but keep in mind that Tech will receive to start the second half, so they can get another stop and get out of this half. They'd be in a position to really start mounting a comeback. So this is a big deal, and both teams want to make sure they're lined up right.
Georgia Tech team that ran up 377 yards versus Duke last week. Meanwhile, NC State's defense held Syracuse to 3 total yards on 25 carries. But they are 115th in the nation coming in runs of 10-plus yards allowed. Push meets shove in front of this 4th and 2 from the Wolfpack 34. Again, Sims parked in the shotgun. Mason alongside him. Here's the clap, the snap. Handoff Mason, counters right. He gets tripped, and he is stopped shy of the first down. Hole closed up the middle, tried to bust it right, but he got his feet tripped out from under him. And North Carolina State turns over the Jackets on downs.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate here. And NC State brings the house. They're just firing right up the middle with that A-gap blitz, expecting a run to Mason. And Isaiah Moore just shoots right through the middle, totally unblocked. There's nothing Mason could do about that. That's a big-time stop by NC State. And it's a shame, too, because I think Tech had the alignment they wanted prior to having to take that timeout. They just ran out of play clock.
So back come the Wolfpack offense, starting at its own 35. Shotgun snap to Hockman. Fades to throw. All sorts of time. Now drifts off to his right, throws for the sideline. It is caught, but was there possession? They say there was. Completed catch and a first down to the Tech 48.
I think NC State's going to try to run this play as quickly as they can to avoid a review, but great job of dragging his feet there.
That was Emeka Emezi.
Rolling on the field is a completed forward pass for a first down, and that play is under further review.
Yeah, I think close enough to merit a review. Emeka Emezi, the 6'3 senior from Waxhaw, North Carolina, trying to toe tap in front of the Georgia Tech sideline. And so let's check the replay here with Zamari Walden in coverage.
I think that's a catch. That
left toe never left the ground.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. He kind of went up on point like a ballerina here and was able to just...
He smooth criminaled it.
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah.
No, that's in. That's a catch. That's a really nice job by Emeka Emezi, who continues to impress me. He was very quiet against the Jackets last year, but he's emerged as one of the top receivers in the ACC, and plays like this are exactly why that's the case.
Well, Jeff Collins said this wide receiver core does not lose 50-50 balls, and there is good a contested catch core of receivers in the ACC.
After further review, the ruling on the field is confirmed.
As we suspected, that makes Hockman 12 of 18 through the air. And North Carolina State once again in Tech territory, leading 17-7 with 7:11 to go in the second quarter. Their last 3 drives have produced points. It's a very short-handed Georgia Tech team that starts 2 defensive ends, true freshmen in Ivy and Kennard. Receivers clustered in tight on the right. Houston, the pistol back, he takes on the stretch right. Turns the corner up to the 45 toward the North Carolina State sideline and cut down after a gain of 4 to the 43.
And Houston's a real dynamic back, and he gave Tech some problems last year when he ran for almost 100 yards. I think he had 89 and 3 receptions on top of that, too. But he's a dangerous change of pace a la Dante Smith.
They work quickly. Hand off to Mason. Starts up the middle. Cuts right past the 40. Hammered to the turf by Wanye Thomas on the 2nd and 5 carry. See if forward progress gives him the first down. And it is enough for a first down.
Illegal formation.
Oh, wait a minute.
5 players in the backfield. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
And typically when you get a play like that, or a penalty like that, it's either a matter of one of the receivers was not up on the line or one of the tackles was just a little too far off the line, trying to set himself up to get out to meet the defensive end. But Tech will obviously take the result of that either way.
So wipe out that first down gain. Backs the Wolfpack up. Right hash at the Georgia Tech 48. Houston stays in. He's more of a scat back, the sophomore from Waldorf, Maryland. 89 rushing yards against Tech last year. Trips left for Hockman. Handoff to Houston. Cuts up the middle to the 45 to the 43. And it looks like he stopped shy of the first down on 2nd and 10. Tackle by Curry.
And Houston's another player. I'm not sure why NC State doesn't use him more, but his touches have really fallen off the last 5 weeks.
3rd down and 5. Georgia Tech loading up for a blitz. Here's the snap to Hockman. Fields for the laces. Lofts one down the right sideline into double coverage. It's caught over the top at the 10 by Carter. Georgia Tech had 2 defenders down there, and neither one could stretch out and tip that ball free right over the top to Carter, and North Carolina State has a 1st and goal.
Well, they had 2 defenders there, and it looked like Wanye Thomas actually kind of screened Tobias Oliver. It looked like Thomas coming over the top had a really good chance to intercept that ball, but he almost wound up helping out Carter as he cleared off the cover man, Tobias Oliver, and left Carter with no one between him and the end zone. Tech's lucky he just fell down.
Meanwhile, Quan Griffin down behind the play. 2nd time this half we've seen the redshirt sophomore require some attention. Be a 1st and goal for the Wolfpack at the Tech 7. 17-7, State on top with 5:36 to play. And Hockman has had very few errant throws today. When he has thrown incompletions, he's thrown them out of bounds on purpose. But he's got receivers with a big catch radius. They are tall, big-bodied, and physical, and well, that one has to be frustrating because Oliver and Thomas were both in a position to make a play on it on a 3rd down.
Yeah, and that was maybe the first really bad decision we've seen from Bailey Hockman because, you know, the end result obviously is good for the Wolfpack, but I do think Wanye Thomas, if he has his eyes in the right place, is in a position to come away with an interception there, and he just wasn't able to come up with it. But you said it, Andy. I think otherwise Hockman has just made a lot of really good decisions with the football, hasn't tried to do too much, and he's been discerning with his decisions to just try to throw it away or to try to force it into a tight window. But he's put the ball on the money when he's decided to go for it.
Product of McEachern High, began his career at Florida State, then went the JUCO route before landing in Raleigh. Played for his dad Kyle, who was a former quarterback at North Carolina State. Now 1st and goal from the 7. He puts a Mezzi into motion, gives it straight up the middle to Houston, surges across the 5 to the 4. Gain of 3 for Houston. As the clock approaches 5 minutes in our 2nd quarter, Houston does stay on for the moment. He's kind of the 3rd back in their rotation, but they like what they've built with him on this drive.
I can't fault them, too. I think this is an opportunity for them to get a little bit of rest for their 2 bell cow backs, but
they have Autenreith, the fullback, on as an offset left. Pistol. Houston behind Hockman. Slot left. Play action. Screens it out right to Autenreith, who juggles and catches near side of the 4, but he's cut down immediately by Johnson. Tried to go to Dylan Autenreith, who's a fullback by trade, and he showed that, well, he's not as polished running routes as one might suspect from a fullback. So it's 3rd and goal now, inside the right hash at the 3.5. Well, Georgia Tech would do itself a huge favor by coming up with a stand here. 4:13 and counting 2nd quarter, down 17-7. Houston remains on as the sidecar. Angeline crouched off the line left. Thomas, the slot on the left. A Mezzi beyond him. Hockman, the clap and the snap. 3-step drop. Throws the corner route, and it is batted down by Thomas. Back left corner of the end zone. A volleyball spike by Wanye Thomas as he floated in front of Carter.
Yeah, great job here by Wanye of picking up the corner route here on the smash concept. And that wasn't really even his guy. Zamari Walton wasn't able to get out there in coverage on Thayer Thomas, and Wanye came out there and sort of covered for him, but does a great job of breaking up that pass.
And North Carolina State looking like they're going to go for it now. They do have the field goal unit on and done from inside the right hash with a chip shot field goal. Out of the hold of his punter, Gill. He sets it down for him, and he bangs it through. Still a 2-possession game, though. 2nd field goal of the day by Christopher Dunn, and with that, he has tied the North Carolina State record for career field goals with 55. But NC State has to settle for 3 after they had a 1st and goal at the 7. 27 Wolfpack, 3:53 to go in our 2nd quarter from Raleigh.
Well, and suddenly this drive for Tech, if it wasn't already important, it's become critical, because if Tech has a chance to go into halftime down 1 score with getting the ball back to start the 2nd half, they can be right back in this with the benefit of making some halftime adjustments. But this offense is not going to have a ton of time kind of mess around and try to figure things out. They've got to go out, establish the run game. They've got plenty of time to keep the ball on the ground and not deviate from that too much, but they're going to have to be crisp in their execution because this is a really, really important drive, and the last thing they can afford to do is give the ball back to NC State quickly with a chance for them to stretch this lead even more.
Both teams have 2 timeouts remaining. Officially an 8-play, 62-yard drive by the Wolfpack. As Gill swings away from left to right. Good altitude on this one, and it bounces through the back line of the end zone. Georgia Tech was stoned on a 4th and 2 at the Wolfpack 34 in their last drive. Preceding drive, a 34-yard touchdown run by Jeff Sims, who's only 2 of 8 through the air for 27 yards, but has rushed it 7 times for 37. Mason 10 for 64. As Mason bids for a second straight game, topping the 100-yard mark. Flag was thrown on the kickoff.
After the ball was dead, personal foul, receiving team number 43. The penalty is half the distance to the goal line. Georgia Tech football, first down.
That's no excuse for that, Sean.
No,
especially on a touchback.
No, there's no excuse. There's absolutely no reason that you should have. I'm just at a loss for words. That's just a poor job of maintaining your composure out there by the Jackets.
And so a long field becomes even longer for Georgia Tech. Yeah, on a touchback, and one that was going to be a touchback the whole way. You don't expect a personal foul penalty. Cole Newber whistled for it, and it backs Tech up to the 12. Sanders, Carter, Norris fanned out to the bottom on the left. Wide side to the right. McCollum swings in motion, takes it on the jet sweep. Gets a lead block from Smith, but only gets a couple out to the 14. Nate McCollum, who is a former commit of North Carolina State.
He, much like Jemias Griffin was at one point.
Yeah.
But it just needs a little bit more help there from Dante Smith on the lead block. Tech had the alignment they wanted with a short boundary to the far side of the field. Just not quite able to get there.
On 2nd down and 8, a rollout by Sims. Toward the left, flips the hips, throws for the sideline, and is pulled in by Sanders at the 29 for the first down.
A nice job here by Jeff Sims, as you said, flipping his hips, turning his body on the rollout, and delivering a perfect strike down the field to Sanders.
Second catch of the game by the redshirt junior from North Charleston, South Carolina. And a nice comeback route. 1st and 10. Play action. Blitz is picked up. Thrown left. It's caught by Sanders again. And he pirouettes out of bounds at the North Carolina State 38. It's a gain of 9. Boy, and the blitzer for North Carolina State was sent up and over on the blitz pickup by Smith.
Yeah, I was just giving Dante Smith a hard time for his blocking, and he comes up with a beautiful cut block there on the blitzer.
He takes the handoff, puts his foot in the ground, tries to cut out left, but he is dragged down. Loss on the play back to the 36. On 2nd down and 1, it's going to set Georgia Tech up with a 3rd and about 3.
And that was all about the bad snap here. It looks like William Lay III is in at center, and he just snaps it a little bit low and off the mark, which forced Jeff Sims to go down, kind of threw off the timing on the handoff. And Dante Smith not able to recover from that.
Loss of 2 makes it 3rd down and 3 with 2:33 and counting 2nd quarter. 27 State. Smith hands on knees alongside Sims, who drops back 3. Protected well, shuffling, throwing over the middle. It's caught at midfield, turning upfield. Is that Adonicus Sanders again?
It is indeed.
A 3rd consecutive reception by Sanders, and it moves the chains.
And Sanders finding a little rhythm here with Jeff Sims, and I hope to see that continue because Tech is looking for a receiver to emerge in this game.
Tech from right to left. Left hash at the State 48. On 1st down, the shotgun snap to Sims. Puts it in the belly of Smith, who angles out left, squeezes through a crease down to the 45. Gain of 4 by Dante.
Peyton Wilson out there again, but a little slow getting up after that play. And I'd like to see Dante Smith hit that hole just a little bit faster. I thought he had an opening and just kind of hesitated a little bit, which allowed it to close before he could pick up a big gain.
2nd down and 7. Snap. Play action. Sims loads, throws over the middle. Catch made by Sanders. Tries to loop it to the right. He should have enough for the first down as he's hauled down right around the 35. 1:34 to play. Georgia Tech has 2 timeouts left. They mark him down at the 33 as the clock now winds. 1st and 10 Tech. Smith stays in as the standing tail. 2 receivers right, 1 wide left. North Carolina State showing blitz. Sims on the keeper, busts up the middle, 30, 25, wriggles out of a tackle and falls down to the 21. Gain of 11 by Jeff Sims. That should stop the clock, and it does with 1:16 to go in the quarter.
Yeah, nice run by Sims, but I don't know that he really ever got his bearings, and he just kind of juked his way through there and picked up the first down.
1:06 and counting, second quarter. 1st and 10 Tech at the 21, and whistles blow, flags fly before the snap.
Yeah, Sanders wasn't set.
Ball start. Offense. Number 12. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Now, Adonicus has 3 catches on this drive, but that's the one he would rather not have to his ledger. 1:02 remaining, second quarter. North Carolina State 20, Tech 7. Georgia Tech has 2 timeouts left. They mark it back to the 26. They keep the redshirt sophomore Smith on. He's got the hot hand planted on the left hip of Sims. McCollum in the slot. Outside zone. Here's Smith wrapping around the right side. 25-20. Bangs off a tackle. Still fighting for it to the 17 and out of bounds.
And it's big time that he was able to get out of bounds and preserve some clock, which allows Tech to hold on to both of their timeouts. But this is the other benefit of having a quarterback who can run it. And Jeff Sims was able to freeze the defender by just a little bit by selling that fake, which allowed Smith to get to the outside, turn that corner, and pick up a really nice gain.
2nd and 6. Mason comes in as the sidecar from the 17 of the Wolfpack. Sims to throw. Looking. Trying to avoid the rush. Darting out to the right. He scampers out of bounds and gets upended hard after a gain of a couple. Stops the clock with 33 seconds to go. Georgia Tech is inside our Life Storage red zone. Life Storage, it's your life. Store it with care. Boy, if Georgia Tech can finish this off with a touchdown, they've got the kickoff to begin the second half, but now need to convert this 3rd and 6. Georgia Tech tonight, 4 of 8 on 3rd downs. Mason is in as the tailback. Devaney and Carter, the targets right. McCollum and Camp, the receivers left. Sims trying to find some rhythm through the air. He's 6 of 12. And whistles chirp right as Georgia Tech hunches down. And NC State uses its second timeout.
And it is a 30-second timeout.
Wiley, what you got on Adonicus?
I was going through his game log so far, Andy, and he's got 4 catches on this drive alone. His career high in a single game is 5 catches. That was last year against Virginia. So with 5 catches in this first half, he's already tied a new career high.
How about that? You know how he got the name Adonicus?
Do tell.
You got me on that one.
First off, thank you for reading Inside the Chart last year because it was the lead of the story. It is a takeoff of his mother's name, Donna.
I did not know that.
And a poignant moment on that touchdown catch he had versus Duke. He dedicated it to his father who passed away over the summer. So no doubt an emotional moment for the redshirt junior and striking up some rhythm with his freshman quarterback on this drive. 3rd down and 6 for the Jackets. They trail 27. Line to reach is about the 12. Trips left. Sims facing a blitz. Hit as he throws it. Up for grabs. It's juggled and caught. Oh, off the hands of Devaney. Stretching out towards the marker at the 11. He took a big shot. He floated that out towards Devaney, who had it on his left hand but couldn't squeeze it down.
Oh, that's so frustrating. And I have to think this is an area where Tech at least gives some thought to going for it. And, in fact, it looks like they will, just given the uncertainty with the field goal kicking situation as well as the score of the game.
Well, it's going to be 2 possessions even if you convert the field goal.
Yeah, no, I think this is absolutely the right call, but that's so frustrating because Devaney had a hand that looked like he popped it up to himself, but just not able to bring it down.
See if NC State loads up a blitz. 2-by-2 receivers, 4th and 6 with 27 seconds to go in the second quarter. Sims hunched over, hollers for it. Inside move, he's chased, flips right. It's caught Mason, cuts it back left, fighting for the first down marker, but he's going to be shy at the 12.
Oh, and Mason just had to give up all of his momentum to stop and try to redirect right after he caught that pass. Was running out of room on the sideline. It's a nice pass there by Sims, but Mason just kind of stopped and tried to cut it back instead of continuing that arc towards the sideline. And in doing so, he gave up any chance he had of fighting for those extra couple of yards.
Yeah, Georgia Tech's last 2 drives have gotten to the 34 and within North Carolina State side of the field, but no points to show for it. And when you have such a rocky kicking game, it
Yeah.
just completely changes your thinking and thought process. And now North Carolina State takes over in the kneel-down formation with 17 seconds to go in the quarter. 27 our score as Hockman drops to a knee, shovels the ball to our referee, and both teams will jog off. Frustrating finish to the second quarter. Georgia Tech will have the ball to begin the second half, but still down 13, 20-7. Wolfpack on top of the Jackets. Coming up, it's our Ramblin' Wreck Recharge, powered by Georgia Power. Dan Kortz will walk you through the highlights, the stats, and much more. It begins after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
You're tuned to Yellow Jacket Football.
Touchdown, Jackets!
Back with more after these local messages on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Sonny's Barbecue wants to wish the Yellow Jackets the very best for a successful season. So when you are planning your next tailgate outing or just having friends over to watch the game, call Sonny's Barbecue and order some great barbecue for you and your friends. Sonny's Barbecue and Georgia Tech fans make for a winning combination that can't be beat. So stop by your local Sonny's Barbecue today to cheer on the Yellow Jackets. Sonny's Barbecue, a proud sponsor of Georgia Tech football.
The cooler weather is finally here, and that means it's the time of the year when pests and wildlife intruders start seeking food and shelter inside homes. Luckily, you can call the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow Exterminators is trusted to keep a pest-free zone at the Yellow Jackets home, so rest assured that with Arrow, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free home evaluation today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Minutes are in the books, and now it's time to power back up with the Ramblin' Wreck halftime show. To lead things off, let's head back live to Dan Kortz inside the Learfield IMG College Network studios for a look at today's first half highlights.
And hello, everyone, and welcome inside the network studios for the Ramblin' Wreck halftime show. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets trail the NC State Wolfpack 20-7. We take a look back at the first half to get things going. Jackets won the toss and deferred. NC State starting with the ball. Punts exchanged by both teams to start, and then NC State going out on 3-and-out on their next series, but so did the Jackets. NC State was then on the move for a lengthy drive that they had getting to the Jacket side of the field into the 35. Wolfpack 2 plays later, then getting to the 20, but Kyle Kennard taking advantage of other injuries on the Jackets' defensive front to make an impact with his playing time.
Receivers right, one left. Play action for Hockman, pressured up the middle, and he's sacked back at the 30-yard line. And it was Kyle Kennard, the freshman defensive end from Atlanta, with his second sack of the season.
2 plays later, Wesley Walker knocking away a pass on third down to force the field goal unit on. The Chris Dunn kick from 40 yards out made it 3-0 NC State with 5:19 to go in the first quarter. Next series, the Jackets trying to find some momentum after picking up a 3rd and long on the ground, ended up being forced to punt again. Good field position after the punt gave the Wolfpack the ball at the Jackets' 45. 4 plays later, and on the first play of the second quarter, Ricky Person Jr. finding the end zone from 20 yards out and made it 10-0 NC State with 14:52 left in the half. Jackets on their next offensive series, seeing some success on the ground as the running game getting them to midfield, then more yards on the ground getting the Jackets to the Wolfpack 34 after an incomplete pass. Jeff Sims taking matters into his own hands or maybe feet.
Chris Carter and Kalani Norris, the redshirt freshman, up top on the right. Sims takes the snap, pivots, pulls the handoff, cuts out left. He's at the 30, 25, dashing towards the 15, 10-5, touchdown Jackets. Oh, did they bite hard on Jordan Mason, and they bit off way more than they could chew, and it's a touchdown run for Jeff Sims.
And that's today's UPS Next Day Air delivery of the game. Today's UPS Next Day Air delivery of the game is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. That's problem solving. Visit ups.com to learn more. 10-7 now the score with 12:20 to go. It wrapped up an 8-play, 75-yard drive that took 2 minutes and 32 seconds off the clock, and the Jackets getting all 75 yards on the ground that series. NC State's offense, though, they were back at it as Bailey Hockman making some good throws to get to the Jackets side of the field. Then he finds C.J. Riley on a big play to the 7, and then on the next play, Zonovan Knight finding the end zone on the ground. 17-7 Wolfpack, 10-12 to play in the half, wasting no time to get that back to a 2-score game. Jordan Mason then picking up 20 yards on the first play of the Jackets' next series. He picked up another 20, but a holding penalty wiped that play out before Dante Smith made up for it by picking up 23. After facing 2nd and 18, the Jackets then saw 4th and 2 at the NC State 34. After a timeout by each team, Jordan Mason tripped in the backfield and stopped. Turnover on downs, giving NC State the ball back with 7:18 to go in the half. NC State then driving again in intermediate plays before a big completion of Devin Carter from Bailey Hockman between two defenders set the Wolfpack up 1st and goal at the 10. 3 plays later at the 4, the Jackets making another big 3rd down stop. The Wolfpack decide to kick a 21-yard field goal to make it 20-7 with 3:53 remaining. Jackets on their final series of the half, moving quickly with the passing game to Adonica Sanders, and then Jeff Sims on the ground. They were looking to get more points before the half. They get into the red zone with under a minute left, and the Jackets opting to go for it on 4th and 6 at the 17, but Jordan Mason only getting 4 yards and another turnover on downs. Wolfpack run out the clock with their final possession, and that is where we stand. Georgia Tech trailing NC State 20-7. We take a look at the Georgia Power scoreboard when we return after these messages. You're listening to the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
If ACC football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM ACC Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team preview, live games, news and analysis from experts like Chris Spatola and Tori Holt, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside ACC football and do it for free. Listen on your phone, online, and at home with the free SiriusXM trial. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM.
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College.
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Take advantage of our holiday credit today. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Go Yellow Jackets. Hey Georgia Tech fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, attic, or garage? Life Storage can help. With over 40 convenient Atlanta area locations offering a variety of sizes along with climate-controlled spaces, Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? Utilize Rent Now. This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
While the teams recharge in the locker room, it's time to head back to our Learfield IMG College Network studios for a look at scores from around the rest of college football with the Georgia Power Scoreboard.
And hello, everyone, and welcome back inside the network studios and the Ramblin' Wreck halftime show. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets trailing the NC State Wolfpack 20-7. We take a look at your Georgia Power scoreboard. Georgia Tech and Georgia Power have been bringing winning energy since 1891. In the ACC today, 2 games currently in progress, with ours 1 close to completion as second-ranked Notre Dame at home leads Syracuse by a score of 45-14 with a little more than 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Ian Book, 24-37, 285 yards, 3 touchdowns passing, has also added 2 more touchdowns on the ground as well in the leading effort for Notre Dame. The other game from Charlottesville sees Virginia ahead of Boston College 30-17 with 4.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. 1 game final from earlier in Chapel Hill. 17th ranked North Carolina defeats Western Carolina 49-9. Michael Carter with 3 touchdown runs, and Sam Howell 20-23 for 287 yards and 2 touchdowns in just 1 half of play for both of them. They were up 42-3 at halftime and decided to sit starters in the second half. 2 games coming up later in Blacksburg. Virginia Tech meets third-ranked Clemson at 7:30, and at 8, 10th-ranked Miami is on the road at Duke. Transitioning briefly to the rest of the top 25. Games in progress. 6th-ranked Florida in Knoxville leading Tennessee 24-7 midway through the third quarter. 9th-ranked Iowa State at home leading West Virginia 21-0 with a little under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And 12th-ranked Indiana in Madison leading the 16th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers 14-3, 2:25 to go in the third quarter. Also in the third quarter, another Big Ten game from Champaign. 19th-ranked Iowa ahead of Illinois 21-14. In Annapolis, Navy and 24th-ranked Tulsa tied at 6 apiece with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. At halftime in Seattle, Stanford leading big on 22nd-ranked Washington by a score 24-3. Finals from earlier, 4th-ranked Ohio State on the road defeats Michigan State 52-12. 5th-ranked Texas A&M also on the road, victorious over Auburn 31-20. 15th-ranked Oklahoma State, they were in Fort Worth to meet TCU. They fall to the Horned Frogs 29-22. And another upset of note, Rice defeating 21st-ranked Marshall in Huntington, West Virginia 20-0. And another game in progress, a very hyped one, 13th-ranked BYU on the road at 18th-ranked Coastal Carolina. That game underway a little moment ago. They're scoreless 5 minutes in at this time. As the Georgia Power scoreboard live in the network studios, I'm Dan Kortz. Georgia Tech trails NC State 20-7. We'll go back to Andy Demetra, Sean Bedford, and Wiley Ballard for first half stats and more after these messages. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
These days, I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit GUCU.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
This is your home for the Jackets. We'll have more Tech football after this local timeout on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Sonny's Barbecue wants to wish the Yellow Jackets the very best for a successful season. So when you are planning your next tailgate outing or just having friends over to watch the game, call Sonny's Barbecue and order some great barbecue for you and your friends. Sonny's Barbecue and Georgia Tech fans make for a winning combination that can't be beat. So stop by your local Sonny's Barbecue today to cheer on the Yellow Jackets. Sonny's Barbecue, a proud sponsor of Georgia Tech football.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk. Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno. It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish. The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already. You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
It's time to check the numbers from the first half of today's game with our Coca-Cola first half stats. Let's head back live to the broadcast booth and join Andy and Sean.
Georgia Tech 235. The Jackets divided between 151 rushing yards, 84 passing yards. Sims was 7 of 14 for 84 yards. Mason leads the way on the ground, 10 carries, 64 yards. Sims 9 rushes for 48 yards in the 34-yard touchdown run. Dante Smith has done a nice job as well, 7 carries, 38 yards. Remember, no Jahmyr Gibbs today. Adonicus Sanders has 5 of Sims' 7 completions. They've gone for a total of 68 yards. Georgia Tech down 20-7 to NC State. Tech will have the ball to begin the second half. And, Sean, I turn it over to you. Your joint chiropractic second half adjustments. Getting across midfield has not been an issue for Georgia Tech, but boy, once they get inside the 30, it seems like that field becomes lava.
Yeah, it really does. And it's I don't know how much of a useful adjustment it is to say convert scoring opportunities. That's kind of like saying play better, but I think that's really what it comes down to is Tech's got to continue to stay ahead of the chains, stop making silly mistakes and setting themselves back with penalties. The biggest thing, though, I think, is you got to continue to work on the protection. Offensive line's got to keep opening up holes and just stay ahead of the chains offensively. The defensively, you got to keep contained, force that play back into the middle, and try to limit their gains on the ground.
North Carolina State's last 4 drives all resulted in points, 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and NC State's defense racked up 8 TFLs in that first half. Life moves until back, neck, or shoulder pain bring us to a stop. That's why there's the Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. To receive our $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. Tech receives the second half kickoff after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
The teams are taking the field, and the second half comes your way after this timeout. You're listening to Yellow Jacket Football from Learfield IMG College.
Even before the victory celebration is over, great teams are back at it the next day, working to get even better. The team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the Georgia Institute of Technology. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of Georgia Institute of Technology and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the Georgia Institute of Technology.
Before we start the second half with Georgia Tech set to receive, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Georgia Tech football. Well, Georgia Tech has shown an ability to matriculate, particularly on the run versus North Carolina State, but 2 times drives stalled out inside the North Carolina State 35, and as a result they trail the Wolfpack 20-7 as we get set for the start of the second half. Georgia Tech looking to win a 6th consecutive game at Carter Finley Stadium dating back to 2002, and a 2nd straight year posting a late season victory over the Wolfpack. For North Carolina State, Bailey Hockman was 14 of 21 for 209 yards, and he's been sharp.
He really has been. He just hasn't missed lately, but he's been very decisive with that. When it's been a good decision to get rid of it, he's gotten rid of it, hasn't tried to force the ball, and he's been content to let the 1-2 punch of Person and Bam Knight handle a lot of the load there. So he's been able to pick his spots, and he's done a really good job of picking them so far.
And he has spread out his 14 completions among 8 receivers. C.J. Riley, Porter Rooks lead the way with 3 apiece. Again, Georgia Tech won the toss, deferred the option to the second half, so it will be Tech football. As nightfall has settled in Raleigh. Georgia Tech trying to win a 2nd straight and move to 4-4 in the ACC. With 2 regular season games remaining after this, beginning with Thursday night at home versus Pittsburgh. Gill has the ball on the tee, tilted back slightly. He'll kick away from left to right towards Smith. And here it is. Helicoptering towards the goal line. It bounces a yard deep and out through the side for a touchback. Georgia Tech has been very content to take the touchbacks. And they work from right to left to begin the 3rd quarter. Sims, the reigning ACC Rookie of the Week. The 3rd time this year the Jacksonville, Florida native has earned that honor. Most ACC Rookie of the Week awards by a Georgia Tech freshman since Calvin Johnson back in 2004.
As always, pretty good company to be in there.
Well, Jahmyr Gibbs is thinking, what do I got to do to win an ACC Rookie of the Week? Out of the shotgun on 1st and 10. He swivels and hands off to Mason. Tries to rip off the left side, but he gets strung out and dropped. No gain on the play. And it was Peyton Wilson again, but now he is hunched over, and that left shoulder has been giving him a lot of problems in this game.
It really has, and he's wearing a brace on that shoulder. He's got it kind of locked in. That time comes up with the play. He's a very aggressive player, likes to get downhill, likes to mix it up. But I'm starting to wonder if that's wearing on him. Is that left shoulder just seems like it's hanging a little bit.
2 receivers right. Sims to the air. Fires a strike on the left side, but it's in and out of the hands of Malachi Carter at the 35. Would have been enough for the 1st down, and Carter knows he should have had it.
Well, he should have had that, and Malachi Carter just does not look like himself today. That's, you can kind of argue about whether or not something's classified as a drop, but that's the 3rd or 4th pass he's had his hands on that he has not been able to reel in.
He had his career-long 54-yard reception versus North Carolina State last year. He comes out. Sanders split left. 2 receivers and the tight end Devaney split right on 3rd and 10. North Carolina State shows blitz. They now back off as Sims has to dart out up the middle to the 30. Cuts left, 35. He's got the 1st down. Oh, did he take a big hit at the end of the play? Sliding down, there's the flag, and Tech will take 15 more onto it. That was a vicious hit by a North Carolina State defender who launched himself at Sims after he had broken into his slide.
Yeah, and they're still throwing flags out there after that one, and I'm trying to see who that was. Looked like Tanner Engel coming down from the free safety spot.
And Tanner Engel, we should mention, has been ejected for targeting twice this year. The junior free safety from Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, and that's Sims had given himself up on that play. He was taking the slide. Very clear instance of targeting, at least from the initial shot. I'm sure they'll take another look at this to confirm.
After the play, late hit, personal foul with targeting on the defense. That play, the review.
So it will be a late hit regardless. The only debate is whether there's targeting as well, in which case it would disqualify Engel.
Being charged to number 10. That play is under further review.
So Georgia Tech not only gains the 1st down on the scramble by Sims, they will get 15 more. The question is, will North Carolina State still have Tanner Engel? If you, and again, this is pending the review, but if the review is upheld, if you're ejected for targeting 3 times in a season, it's got to be something a little more punitive than that. Yeah. We'll take the timeout as they review. Just underway in the third quarter from Raleigh. Your score, North Carolina State 20, Tech 7 on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Sir, you're now being placed on arrest for driving under an influence.
What does that mean?
That means you've earned a night in the Grape Bar Motel. During your stay, you'll be photographed, fingerprinted, and given a stylish jumpsuit. And each room has an en-suite bathroom.
Is all this free?
Oh, no. Fines, court costs, and legal bills could add up to $10,000 or more.
Save your money for a real hotel. Drive sober, or we will pull you over.
This message brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
On the field of targeting is confirmed. Engel won't have to hit the showers, but he'll have to grab a seat. Ejected for targeting on the late hit on Jeff Sims.
And Andy, a lot of times when we see targeting calls, my first reaction is, back in my day, that would have been a really good hit. That's not the case here. This was a cheap shot all the way around. Jeff Sims was giving himself up. This was a launch towards the head of a defenseless player. It's absolutely the right call, and I just hope that Jeff Sims isn't too shaken up as a result of that play.
He popped back up after briefly gathering himself on the field. 14-19 third quarter. Georgia Tech with the opening drive of the second half. They trailed 20-7. And they're going to move the ball up to midfield following the 15 yards on the late hit. Engel, he's been a repeat offender. As we said, this is the third time this year in now 11 games that he has been ejected for targeting.
Yeah, that's just inexcusable.
Well, Sims stays on there in the gun with Mason beside him. Turns, hands off Mason. Has a crease across the 45 to the 44 and a gain of 6. Gives Mason 70 rushing yards, tied his career high with 141 versus the Wolfpack last year.
Nice little power play. Just keep running it right at him. I say stick with Mason. You stay ahead of the chains. Get a little lead from the tight end and backside tackle there.
2nd and 5. And the call goes to Mason, puts his foot in the ground, cuts behind right guard, grabs about 3 before he's spun to the turf by Moore. 3rd down, and we'll call it 2. Georgia Tech is 5 of 10 on 3rd down, but 0 of 2 on 4th down, and both of their failed conversions happen inside Wolfpack territory.
Mm-hmm.
Middle of the field, it is a 3rd and 3 at the NC State 43. 2 receivers right, 1 wide left. Sims pulls the handoff, turns out right. A center step at the 40 to the 35, and he's got the first down. And once again, they collapsed on the inside handoff to Mason. That was a deft pull by Sims.
Well, and that was the lesson learned from the failed 4th down conversion the last time out. NC State was totally collapsing on Mason, expecting the run right up the middle. This time, Jeff Sims makes a great decision to pull it, has a one-on-one to the outside with Aiden White, gave him a nice little stutter step to set him up, and then juked him out of his shoes.
On 1st down, he fans out 3 receivers to his left. Pivots. Pulls the handoff again. Off right tackle to the 30, and he scampers out of bounds at the 28. Gain of 6 by Sims.
And again, NC State crashing down, trying to take Mason. And you get a one-on-one to the outside with Jeff Sims and Isaac Duffy, the backup strong safety. And Duffy just doesn't quite have the speed to prevent Sims from getting to the corner.
Yeah, Georgia Tech has NC State's head spinning a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Pickup of 6, 2nd and 4. That gives Sims 73 rushing yards. Hunched over, takes the shotgun snap. Hands off to Smith, outside zone. He is spun around, tries to reverse his field now, stays on his feet to the right side at the 30. A stiff arm, and he dives out of bounds at the 28. Tried to reverse his field and manages the original line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, mentally I call those high school plays because they're plays you can get away with in high school that usually you can't get away with in college. And this time Dante Smith trying to go to the outside to the left and gets bottled up, is able to spin around it, completely reverse his field, go back all the way to the right sideline, and make a little something out of what should have been a pretty serious loss.
Trips left, 3rd and 4 from the Wolfpack 28. Coco slides in motion in front of Sims, who gathers in the snap. Handoff Mason, explodes up the middle. He's at the 20, spins past a Wolfpack at the 16, and he's got the first down. Gain of 12 from Jordan Mason, who continues to rumble between the tackles against this NC State defense.
Yeah, nice job here, and good job by Jack Coco to seal that off, or rather kick out the defender that was sitting in the hole, opening up that gap for Mason. Mason, I think if he'd cut it back to the left side, had a little more room to run, but still, very nice gain.
3 receivers out right, 1st and 10 from the Wolfpack 15. Sims ready, the snap. Handoff Mason, nope, Sims keeps it, runs left at the 10, the 5, stretches for the goal line. Does he get across before the knee went down? They'll mark him down at the 1.5 as he wove and wound his way off left tackle and nearly took it to the house.
A good decision here by Sims, and like to see that tough running between the tackles from the young quarterback.
They line up quickly, 1st and goal from the 1. Snap, and a whistle, and a flag.
Flinch. Back judge is trying to get, or the umpire rather, is trying to get a flag out of his pocket.
Looks like Jordan Williams is patting his chest.
Offense number 54.
And for good reason.
First down.
Well, Georgia Tech still has a 1st and goal. Brought to you by Georgia United Credit Union. Georgia United Credit Union helping you reach your goal, but 1st and goal now from the 6.5.
Yeah, and that's a tough break for Jordan there, because it was the defender who flinched initially, but he didn't cross into the neutral zone, but Jordan was reacting to that and just kind of moved ever so slightly, and that's all it takes.
Trying to fire off a little too early from right guard. 1st and goal now, middle of the field. Snap. Give Mason up the gut to the 3, falling backwards and stretching for the goal line. He's down to the 1. Bounced off the initial tackle and fell backwards. And now it's 2nd and goal. We'll see where they mark it. It's going to be right at the 1.
Yeah, tough running by Mason, just fighting for extra yardage there. Was hit right around the 5-yard line, but continued to fight his way down there and stretch for more yardage. And again,
oh my goodness,
a false start.
Offense number 83. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
This time it was Dylan Devaney, the tight end, who made the line unbalanced to the right, but now 2nd and goal from the 1. Now you're backed up 2nd and goal from the 6 again on a 2nd false start against the Yellow Jackets in this goal line situation.
You know, when it's a crowded stadium and you got decibels and decibels in your ear, it's one thing, and I've got some sympathy for that because it can be tough to hold your water when you want to fire off and get in the end zone, but these are mostly empty stadiums. There's no excuse for that.
9:50 to play, 3rd quarter, 27 NC State. This time Sims from under center, single setback in Mason. Sims rolls to his right. He has Sanders open. He instead cradles it and gets knocked down at the 8 for a loss of 2. I thought he had Adonicus Sanders gliding across the goal line, could have flipped it to him, but might not have had the angle to make that throw.
Yeah, it was just a case of indecision here, and Jeff Sims has a 2-on-1 with Adonicus Sanders and himself working against Isaac Duffy out there on the edge. But because Sims refused to commit one way or the other, Duffy was able to play both of them, and he wasn't able to dump it up over the top to Sanders, who would have had a walk-in touchdown.
So now Tech spreads it out, 2-by-2 receivers on 3rd and goal from the 7. Mason the single setback. Sims calls Sanders into motion with the play clock down to 5. Here's the snap. NC State brings a rush, screened out, it's deflected and incomplete. It's picked up by Mason. The ball is still booted up the sideline and out of bounds. I think that was a forward pass, but it falls incomplete.
Well, and this is going to matter an awful lot, because if Tech is thinking about going for this, if that's a fumble, if that's a backward throw,
Backwards pass that went out of bounds. 4th out.
That's going to be tricky because the defender deflected it right off of Jeff Sims' hand, and so it's going to be tough to tell what the angle of that was, but they are calling that on the field a backwards pass and therefore a fumble out of bounds, which will set Tech way back.
Yeah, now at this point, you can't even consider going for it on 4th and goal, or maybe you will. Sims is still on the field. 8:42 to play as the clock now winds. Tech down 20-7. They had a 1st and goal from the 1.5, then a 2nd and goal from a 1.5 before false start penalties before each play set Georgia Tech back. And now they're going to take a second look at this to determine whether it was a forward pass.
I think that's going to be awfully hard to overturn, because Jemias Griffin, who was the back in there, really kind of bubbled out on that swing pass, and so he lost ground. He gave about 2 yards, and it looks like it was right down the line was where Jeff Sims was trying to throw that, but the defender got his hands into the path right away. So I would not be surprised if this stands and Tech has the ball 4th and goal from the 22.
Well, now you think about whether that ball hadn't been kicked by the rushing North Carolina State defender. 27 our score, and we've hit timeout as they go up top for the review. Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Georgia Tech has been whistled for 7 penalties, and a couple of these false starts, Sean, have come at inopportune times as they look to drive on their opening possession of the second half and make it a one-score game. Georgia Tech, in spite of the win versus Duke, had 11 penalties for 112 yards. They could overcome that, but might not be so fortunate here. And again, if the call on the field stands, it's not going to be a surefire field goal attempt, knowing Georgia Tech's confidence in his kicking game.
Not at all, and it seems ridiculous to say this, but I'm wondering if there's a higher likelihood of going for it on 4th and 22 or kicking the field goal, just the way things have gone and the chaos that has existed in the kicking game. You know, it seems strange to think that a coach would have to make a decision about that there, but here we are.
Right now it stands as a loss of 8, so should the ruling be upheld, the ball will be on the NC State 21, which would set up for a 38-yard field goal. Or could it be a 30-yard field goal? Headset is off.
After further review, the pass was forward and incomplete. Please reset the game clock to 8:57. The ball will be brought back to the previous spot, 7.5-yard line, and it'll be 4th down.
And kudos to the officiating crew for making that call, because that was not an easy one. It was a difficult call to make. I think it's the right decision ultimately, because as that ball was leaving Jeff Sims' hand, it looked to be headed forward, but it was in the air for so little time before it was deflected that it was really hard to tell where that was going. That's the officials putting their necks out on the line a little bit in making or in anticipating where that would have gone.
So 4th and goal at the 7, and the field goal unit is on, and it's going to be Gavin Stewart setting up for a 26-yard field goal. The right-footed kicker will have the ball down at the right hash. And Georgia Tech converted its first field goal since the opener versus Florida State. It's set down, booted up, and it curls inside the right upright. Good. Whew. Yes, you speak for all of Yellow Jacket Nation.
Oh, good to see that one go through. Good job, Gavin.
Had plenty of leg, just needed to hook that inside the right upright, and he did. And it landed softly in the hands of the netting. 20-10 our score, 8:53 to play. It caps off a 14-play, 68-yard drive, and Tech trails by 10. Another ultimate drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers. BMW is the official luxury vehicle of Georgia Tech Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today to schedule a test drive. But you think about the potential field goal opportunity Georgia Tech decided to forsake on that last drive of the second quarter, and unable to convert on 4th down. Had they successfully kicked that field goal, now it'd be a one-possession game.
It would be, and you can second-guess yourself all you want over that, and I don't think it's wrong to do so, but I think it's pretty hard to question the decision to go for it, just given the woes that Tech has had in the kicking game.
And that is Gavin Stewart's first career field goal on his second career attempt. The approach by Austin Kent, and he boots the kickoff away. Helicoptering towards Noddy. He fields it left side numbers at the 3. Sprints toward the middle at the 15, cuts back. 20, 25, winding his way towards the near side, and brought down at the 25 by Camp and Blancato.
It's going to be important for Tech to come up with a stop here and try to get this ball back to their offense. It looked like the offense had something going, but just unable to punch it in, which unfortunately has been the story all too often. But if Tech can close this to a one-score game, this game could get pretty interesting.
Hockman surveys from the gun. He's got Person alongside him. And he gives it to Person, but he is hit, working left by Michael Lockhart. Get to push from his offensive lineman, and forward progress should bring him down after a pickup of 2 or 3. And a flag thrown on the play as well.
Impressive fight out of Person on that play. Just didn't stop churning his legs and kept fighting forward long after he'd been wrapped up by Mike Lockhart.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 79 on the offense. 15-yard penalty. The down will count. Second out.
If you were watching on our Behind the Mic video stream, when you heard the referee say personal foul, unnecessary roughness, Sean Bedford immediately dropped his hand, but it perked back up when you heard it was on Ike Ekwonu, NC State's left tackle.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever been happy to hear personal foul on number 79, but I'll take it.
And Ekwonu, preseason first-team All-ACC at left tackle with 8:31 and counting, third quarter. Moves the Wolfpack back to their own 14. One back set. Thomas the slot up on the left. Hockman looks that way. Unloads it on the slant. Is caught at the 30 by Thomas, up to the 35. And that should be enough for the first down. 2nd and 21. And he snapped off a strike to his slot specialist there, Thomas. And it is a first down at the 35. Thomas coming off 102 receiving yards, 3 touchdowns, a career high against Syracuse. And that makes Hockman 15 of 22.
Trips bunch at the near side of the field.
And Emezi split wide left. Takes the snap, 4-man rush. Throws one softly to the 40 on the left side. It's brought in. And to the 42 for a gain of 7 as Emezi pulls it in.
Yeah, interesting to see there that NC State was running a little 3-man route concept to the near side of the field, but just went to the 1-man route to Emezi.
Toss sweep to Person. He's strung out and ankle tackled shy of the 40 by Walker. He was forced out wide. Georgia Tech flowed hard to the football, and there's a loss on the play on that 2nd and 3 carry.
And Wesley Walker's been earning a lot more playing time over the course of the year, and today he's been pressed into even additional service beyond that, just given the number of people out. And I think he's played really admirably.
3rd down and 5 now. Right hash just shy of the NC State 40. Wolfpack are 3 of 7 on 3rd down. Again, twins each way. They're tight to the formation. Hockman cocks his head towards the NC State bench. Gets the last adjustment. Takes. Feels for the laces. Guns it over the middle. Deflected but caught at the Georgia Tech 40. It was a wobbler, but it found its target in Emezi, and it's a first down.
Oh, and that's frustrating, too, because it looked like Tech had a little bit of a rush that was starting to develop, but just not able to get to Hockman.
Wanted to snap it quickly. Movement on the left side of the line by Georgia Tech. Ekwonu tried to slap the helmet of Ivy.
I'll be curious to see what they call, because I'm not sure Ivy actually entered the neutral zone.
I was going to say.
Offside. Defense number 35. Jumping into the neutral zone, causing the offensive player to react.
Yeah, I guess he did. It was close, though.
And that draws some recriminations from Marco Coleman on the Georgia Tech sideline as he comes out. Interesting, Ivy and Kennard are both out, so we're seeing Charlie Thomas move up a level to defensive end with Antoine Owens, the other defensive end. 1st and 5 from the Tech 33. Trips left, Hockman with one receiver and Riley to his right. Crawls underneath his offensive line, makes the adjustment. Snap, blitz, picked up. Hockman floats one down the seam, incomplete. Looking, I believe, for Thomas, who is streaking down the left hash, but he sailed it on him. And it's 2nd and 5.
Yeah, look, he kind of dropped it in between Thomas and Angeline, who were running side by side out there. And how about Charlie Thomas coming out there, starting the season at nickelback, moving to linebacker, now playing defensive end? That's versatility, folks.
Charlie does have 16.5 career TFLs. 2nd and 5 now. Person the lone setback at the right rear of Hockman. Puts Angeline into motion. The tight end at 6'7", 250. Hockman short drop, sets up the slip screen to Thomas. Looks for space on the inside, but he's rolled up by Griffin and Carpenter. He might have only picked up one. No, he loses one. Beg your pardon, as he's brought down at the 34.
Yeah, that's not what you want to turn around and see when you're coming back on a slip screen. Is Big Quan Griffin waiting for you, and he delivered the hammer.
Now 3rd down and 6 for NC State as we approach 5.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. 8th play of the drive coming up with NC State on top 20-10. 3 receivers clustered to the right, 1 receiver left. Georgia Tech loads up off the edge. Here's Hockman. Blitz is picked up. He backtracks, back foot throw towards the right sideline. Leaping catch of Mezzi. He pulls it in, but he was out of bounds. A flag was thrown, and he might have pushed off on Zamari Walton, but let's check on the flag.
That better be offensive pass interference.
Oh, are they pointing at Walton?
That's unbelievable.
Defensive pass interference, number 21. 15
Oh, there was a clear push-off on
automatic
Mezzi.
first down.
Yeah, that's not even close. That's absolutely the wrong call. Mezzi fully extended against Walton, pushed off against him. Walton already had his hands up in the air. I guess maybe there's a little pushing and shoving there, but clearly a push-off at the end by Mezzi.
Now maybe it was the grab by Walton before the push-off by Mezzi.
I don't know. That's back and forth. You can't call that.
So now NC State inside the red zone at the 19 as Hockman loads up a pistol and Mezzi the slot right. 5:14 to go, third quarter. Clock is frozen in Raleigh. Person to give, angles left, and he's clamped onto by Jackson down at the 16 for a gain of 3. Quez Jackson, Georgia Tech's leading tackler, came in with 65 on the season.
I still haven't figured out the rhyme or reason in NC State's running back rotation here. It seems kind of arbitrary. We've seen a little bit of Jordan Houston, a lot of Ricky Person, not much Zonovan Knight. I'm just a little confused why they don't have Bam Knight on the field more often.
2nd and 7. The turn and the give to Person. Bounces out left at the 10. He's snowed under. I say knee was down at the 11. Sets up 3rd down and 3. Person who is coached by NC State legend and Torrey Holton High School in Wake Forest, North Carolina. It's a 3rd down and 2. 20-10 NC State with 4:21 and counting, third quarter. And the 11th play of the drive coming up with Person the standing tail. He gets it. Clogged up. Oh, and he's dropped backwards by Jamin Brooks. No gain on the play. Jamin Brooks, who had his first career TFL against the Wolfpack last year, stacked him up and drove him back.
That's absolutely right, and that's fighting through the middle of the offensive line there. Good job not only by Brooks of shooting in there and creating that disruption.
And NC State going to go for it on 4th and 1. Person at the right rear of Hockman, a receiver each way. From the 10 of the Jackets. Georgia Tech jams in tight. Hockman gives it. Person sliding, fighting. He's at the 10. Does he stretch across? All depends on the spot. He's brought down at the 10. Georgia Tech doesn't think that he reached the line to gain. Neither do the officials. Georgia Tech stands tall, and the Jackets take over.
What a defensive stand by the Jackets when they needed it most. I'm not sure I understand this play calling here from NC State when they could have kicked it in, and I guess it's still 2 scores at that point, but man, way to stand tall by this defense. Great push up the middle. Jamin Brooks again with a good initial surge. Quan Griffin getting in there and eating up some blockers. Just a great play, a great rally by this whole defense.
Yeah, this depleted Georgia Tech defense stands tall as North Carolina State gambled on 4th and 1 from the 10. Tech takes over following the timeout. State 10, State 20, Tech 10 here on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
We owe our freedom to the brave men and women who have served our country from World War II to the war on terrorism. But Raphael Warnock attacked their sacrifice. Listen to Warnock.
Nobody can serve God and the military.
Here's what Georgia veterans have to say.
Raphael Warnock's a radical.
Saying nobody can serve God in the military?
That's wrong.
It's offensive to me and every service member and veteran who's ever defended our country.
Warnock insists on cutting military funding. That would put soldiers' lives at risk.
And make America weak. It would hurt Georgia bases,
Georgia towns, and kill our jobs. Raphael Warnock is a radical.
He's wrong and he's dangerous.
Nobody can serve God and the military.
That's liberal politician Raphael Warnock. Way too radical for Georgia. Reject Raphael Warnock. American Crossroads paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.americancrossroads.org.
Your home for the Jackets.
To the end zone, touchdown Jackets.
This is Georgia Tech football from Learfield IMG College. Now, back to the broadcast booth.
Visit Foco.com now and get the gear the team wears. Foco.com is the official face coverings of Georgia Tech Athletics. Oh, do show off that lovely Foco product, Sean, on the Behind the Mic stream. Head on over to Foco.com to shop these and many more officially licensed Georgia Tech products. Go Foco and go Jackets. 3:34 to go, third quarter from Raleigh. Tech trails 20-10, but a big defensive stand on that 4th down and 1 stop from the Jacket 10. 2 consecutive stops by that Georgia Tech defensive line. Undermanned though they are tonight because of the preponderance of players unavailable from the above-the-line chart, that was an impressive thing to see.
Well, it was, and on both 3rd and 4th down, just great push right up the middle from the 2 defensive tackles. Jamin Brooks and Quan Griffin not only held their own, but they were able to eat up additional blocks. Actually, on that 3rd down play, Quan Griffin stoned a double team that allowed them to get in the backfield and bring the ball carrier down for a loss. And you also have to credit the linebackers anytime you get something like that. David Curry and Quez Jackson were both right there, forcing the offensive line into the backfield and not giving Person anywhere to go to pick up that 1st down.
Yeah, North Carolina State tonight, 22 carries for a total of 62 yards. Tech takes over at its own 10, working right to left with 2 receivers right, 1 left. Sims, play action. Zips it left. Oh, and just behind his intended target, Nate McCollum on the slant inside the left numbers at the 15.
Oh, that's so frustrating because Sims and Jordan Mason did a fantastic job of setting up that play action, sold the initial pass, then sold the draw, and it set up McCollum, who's wide open, dragging across the middle of the field, and Sims just unable to put the ball on the mark.
A former North Carolina State commit named McCollum lines up as the slot left, receiver right on 2nd and 10. Mason the tailback. And he gets the handoff, tries to burst left. Looked like he was grabbed by the face mask. Only picks up 1 to the 11, but no flag. A glancing blow, evidently.
It appears to have been, but looked like he was 1 cut away from being able to make something out of that run, but just a little bit too much traffic out there, and Drake Thomas again getting involved. He's been a little quiet since the 1st quarter, but he's certainly capable of making his impact felt.
Brother of Thayer Thomas, North Carolina State slot receiver, twins each way now on 3rd and 9. Tech 7 of 13 on 3rd down. They have extended drives well. Blitz off the edge by NC State is picked up as Sims guns it toward the right, and a stretching catch by Jalen Camp at the 22. That's a 1st down.
And just when I was mentally thinking, go ahead, Jeff, take off and run, because he had a lot of room to that right side, he delivers a perfect strike to Camp. Camp does a great job of securing the ball, keeping it away from the defender, and getting out of bounds just past the sticks.
Second catch of the night for the redshirt senior from Cumming, Georgia. And a fresh set of downs for the Jackets at the 21. Trips left with 2:23 and tick in 3rd quarter. Sims turns, hands off Mason. Lowers his shoulder, runs through a tackle across the line of scrimmage, and finally brought down. Forward progress should give him about the 24 for a gain of 3.
And again, Peyton Wilson came up to deliver that initial hit, collided with Mason, and came up grabbing at his left shoulder again. So I wonder if he's going to stay on the field or if that really seems to be bothering him, and I don't see him out there in the defensive formation.
Officially a gain of 3, 2nd and 7. Sweep motion. Sims fakes it to McCollum, rolls right, throws. It's caught by Sanders, up the right sideline, slips the tackle 35, past the 40, and ankle tackled out of bounds at the 46. 22 yards on the catch and run, and the 6th catch of the night by Adonicus Sanders.
Yeah, Adonicus Sanders has stepped up in a big way for his team when they needed it tonight. They needed someone to emerge as a go-to guy, someone who was going to make those catches both across the middle and on the edge, and once again comes up with a big grab here to extend this drive.
Gives Sanders 6 for 90, and yeah, he's still on the field. Lone receiver split left, 2 right. There's the clap and the snap, waist high to Sims, hands off to Mason, slips the tackle around right tackle, 50, 45, 40, lowers his shoulder and gets twisted down inside Tech territory, but it's another 1st down pickup by Jordan Mason, and now he's over 100 yards for the game. Make that Jemias Griffin. Thank you, Sean.
Good to see Jemias Griffin back out there. He's had a couple of frustrating plays that he's been on the field for, but here he gets the ball outside on the zone play, is able to get to the edge, turn the corner, find a little bit of space, and rocket through there. And an NC State Wolf down on the field at the end of that play.
Stops the clock with 1:10 to go in the 3rd quarter. An 18-yard gain by Jemias Griffin, who has not played the last 3 games. And you knew should he have opportunities today, he would run angry because he had originally committed to North Carolina State. So Nate McCollum is not alone. 20-10 Wolfpack on top. This next play will be the 62nd by the Jackets. And coming off 377 rushing yards last week, Sean. They're up to 236 right now. This North Carolina State defense looks to be getting tired.
They really do, and right now they're potentially in a bit of a bind because Daniel Joseph, their star defensive end out there on the left side of the defensive line, is being helped off the field. And that's potentially a big loss for them because he's a big guy, 6'3", 265, really good at setting that corner. And that's where Tech has had a lot of success, is attacking those B and C gaps right around that offensive line, or right around the offensive tackler in that off-tackle region. If Tech wants to keep targeting that, I think they've got the green light to go ahead and do so. And if Jemias Griffin is going to be running like this on top of Jordan Mason and Dante Smith, I would not be real excited to be that North Carolina State defense.
Enviable depth in that running back room. Ibrahim Kante might slot in as the defensive end. 1st and 10 from the Wolfpack 38, outside zone. Griffin slips through a crease at the 30 and down to the 29 for a gain of 7. And now Griffin hobbles off to the sideline following the run. Also Drake Thomas, Sam linebacker for the Wolfpack, shaken up. And he is lumbering off to his sideline. Final minute of the third quarter, 20-10 North Carolina State. Mason comes back in at the right hip of Sims. Puts Leonard into motion. He crabs right left and settles. They fake the slant. Sims tries to tuck and run off right tackle and gains a couple. Sets up 3rd down and 2.
And I think that was a run-pass option that was that Sims kind of regretted his decision again because he pulled that ball out and the slant was not open like he was anticipating. Instead, makes a good decision, decides to take it off and run with it himself instead of trying to force a dangerous pass.
7 seconds to go in the quarter, and Georgia Tech in front of a 3rd and 1 will have the quarter break to regain their strength. Well, Georgia Tech could only chisel into the deficit by a field goal, but it was a third quarter that Georgia Tech largely controlled. We head to the final 15 minutes at Carter Finley Stadium. Georgia Tech down, but certainly not out. Our score, the Wolfpack 20, your Jackets 10. A quarter recap from Dan Kortz follows this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Yellow Jacket fans, everyday life can do a number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. At The Joint, you never need an appointment or insurance, and we're open evenings and weekends. Visit any one of our 35-plus Atlanta area locations today and receive our new patient special, including exam, consultation, and adjustment for just $29. To learn more, visit thejoint.com.
Tech fans, come check out what everyone's been talking about. Grindhouse Killer Burgers was voted Atlanta's best burger by Creative Loafing for 5 years running, featuring beef, turkey, veggie, and the all-new Impossible Burger. Choose sides such as onion rings, award-winning chili, fresh salads, and indulge in our milkshakes, including our famous Boozy Shake. Visit our 5 locations throughout Metro Atlanta, which include dozens of local craft beers, wine, a full liquor bar, tons of patio seating, and TVs playing sports and cult movie classics. Live fast, eat well. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
15 minutes left to play in Raleigh. Dan Kortz here in the network studios. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets trail the NC State Wolfpack 20-10. A look back at the third quarter. Jackets getting the ball first, and Jeff Sims picking up a first down on the ground and took a hit from Trevor Engel that added 15 yards and an ejection that put the Jackets at midfield. Sims, though, not leaving and picking up another first down on the ground. The Jackets in 3 plays later getting in the red zone, and then Sims getting to the 1. However, penalties and not being able to execute put the Jackets 4th and goal at just inside the 8. Jackets getting a Gavin Stewart 26-yard field goal to make it 20-10 NC State with 8:57 to go. Wolfpack then drove and got all the way down to the 10. They opted to go for it on 4th and 1.
Georgia Tech jams in tight. Hockman gives it. Person sliding, fighting. He's at the 10. Does he stretch across? All depends on the spot. He's brought down at the 10. Georgia Tech doesn't think that he reached the line to gain. Neither do the officials. Georgia Tech stands tall, and the Jackets take over.
Big stop by the Jackets, keeping points off the board, and they appear to be taking advantage as they move on offense or are striking distance. Jackets trailing NC State 20-10. I'll send it back to Andy Demetra, Sean Bedford, and Wiley Ballard. Gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. And Wiley, you got some more information on Georgia Tech's yards in that third quarter, and also how uncommonly proficient they've been on 3rd and long today.
Yeah, they've done some good work in some tough spots. First off, they're 4 for 5 now in 3rd down and 9+. 2 of those have been long runs by Sims. The other 2, Jalen Camp coming up big. And then look at this third quarter breakdown. Georgia Tech outgained NC State 126 to 58 in the third quarter. They outscored them 3-0. Wish the gap in that column was a little larger, but positive signs going to the fourth quarter and a tired NC State defense.
Well, this might be to Georgia Tech's disservice. It's a 3rd and 1, not a 3rd and 9+.
Right.
And by the way, NC State 4th in the ACC in 3rd down defense coming in. So they have largely done a good job finishing off drives defensively. So we flip sides for this final quarter with Georgia Tech trailing 20-10. Ball at the NC State 27, a 3rd and 1. Shotgun snap to Sims, gives it to Mason, lowers his shoulder, and plows ahead for the first down. He gets down around the 24. That should go for 3 for Jordan Mason, who is inching towards 100 yards for his 2nd straight game.
Yeah, nothing fancy there. Just run straight ahead to the weak side of the formation, get NC State to overload to the strong side, create a little space for yourself. And Tech now 9 of 15 on 3rd downs tonight. That's a big turnaround from where they've been for most of the season.
And they were 9 of 14 against Duke last Saturday. Twins right, receiver left. Sims 9 of 19 through the air. He walks underneath his center, William Lay III, and now retreats back into the gun. Stares at a 4-man rush and puts it in the belly of Mason. A hole off the right side, 20, and he's ankle tackled by Terrell Dawkins at the 19. Had he broken through it, he might have been going into the end zone. Gain of 5, no matter.
Yeah, that's Terrell Dawkins filling in for Daniel Joseph at the defensive end spot. And he just kind of folded back and was able to get just enough of Mason. It looks like one of his shoes to bring him down, but if he hadn't brought him down, I don't think anybody was going to take down Jordan Mason before he got to the end zone.
Georgia Tech once again in our Life Storage red zone. Life Storage, it's your life store with care. A 2nd and 6 with Mason again, the sidecar for Sims, who stacks 3 receivers up top on the left. Hands off Mason, and this time he is pursued well as he breaks it left. No gain on the play. Might have lost one, in fact, at the 20.
And just a little bit of a slow developing play here. NC State collapsing to the middle with both of their linebackers trying to clog. And nowhere for Jordan Mason to go up the middle.
Tackle was by Aleem McNeil. Trips left now on 3rd down and 6. Sims rolls left, flips the hips, throws, it's caught, McCollum at the 10, and he scoots out of bounds on the Georgia Tech sideline for the first down and a gain of 10.
Beautiful throw by Jeff Sims here. Again, rolling to his left. He's a right-handed quarterback. He has to flip his hips, throw across his body, and he delivers a perfect strike to move the chains.
Tech lines up quickly, 1st and goal from the 10 left hash. High snap, handled, jump ball, left side. It is reached up and caught by Sanders, but he was out of bounds.
Oh, what a great job by Adonicus Sanders of going up and controlling his body in midair. It just came down to him not being able to get a foot down in bounds as he's fallen backwards.
Yeah, he had both feet not even touching chalk. Working on a career-high 6 catches for 90 yards. And an acrobatic twisting catch behind the coverage of Shaheem Battle. Instead, 2nd and goal from the 10. See if Georgia Tech can cash in. Roll out right by Sims. Gets a lead block, tries to cut it up to the 10, and that's all he can get. Looks like it was a designed sprint rollout that had the look of a pass but was meant to be a run all the way, but good pursuit by Moore and company, and now it's 3rd and goal from the 10.
From the 11, they actually knocked him back a yard there. That's frustrating. I think if Tech was going to go back and do that again, they'd have to give serious thought to running ahead and just trying to chip into that, get a little bit closer.
And now Jerry Howard is in as the setback. Big blocking back. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, and looks like Georgia Tech calls timeout. They do. 5 seconds remain on the play clock, 12:16 on the game clock, and a critical 3rd and goal from the 10 coming up for the Yellow Jackets. Down 20-10 to NC State with 12:16 to go in the fourth quarter. And the 15th play of this drive coming up for Jeff Collins and company that began in the 3rd. And that was also of note in the above-the-line chart, Jerry Howard Jr. being moved from linebacker to his original spot of running back. And in these 3rd and goal, where you got quite a distance to cover, not only good in blocking, but also catching out of the backfield. We'll see if he stays on. Timeout on the field. We'll take it with him. 20-10, NC State over Tech on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. You can just call now. With a little bit of great rates, with a little bit of great. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over. Andy Sean Wiley with you, broadcasting remotely tonight. Game at Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh. And with 12:16 remaining in the fourth, Georgia Tech facing a 3rd and goal at the 10, down 20-10 to North Carolina State. A 14-play, 80-yard drive that's eaten up 6:18 of clock. And again, on 1st and goal from the 10, Georgia Tech not able to get any push downfield. It's in these compressed areas that the growth has been perhaps slowest for this Georgia Tech offense. So what's the winning play for you, Sean, to get into the end zone?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'd go with here. I think there's something to be said for going with, either trying a slant, which has the potential to be a quick hitter that gets out, especially if NC State's going to be bringing a blitz, but should be able to get you those 10 yards, put your receiver in a position to stretch across the goal line. The other thing I think you have to think about is going with some kind of mesh concept to try to create some space in the middle of the field and find some and kind of rub each other open.
Camp split right, 2 receivers left. Delayed handoff. It's Mason to the 5, cuts right, make it Dante Smith, but he can't wriggle out of an ankle tackle, and he's down at the 5. Tried to spread that field out and give it to Smith on the draw. Got to the 2nd level, but just couldn't make a burst toward the near sideline.
Yeah, good call here. NC State's thinking pass all the way. Dante Smith's able to go with the counter draw and get half the distance to the goal line, but NC State closes before he's able to cause serious damage.
Gavin Stewart connected on a field goal in the 3rd quarter, this to make it a 1-possession game. Georgia Tech has allowed 6 blocked kicks this season, most in the FBS. He's ready. It's set down for him, booted up, and it is good as it just whistles inside the right upright. But in the newspaper tomorrow, it'll be dead center. So Gavin Stewart with a couple of short-range field goals bangs that one in from 22, and with 11:32 to play in the 4th quarter, your new score, NC State 20 and Georgia Tech 13. Every powerful drive is presented by Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
And as much flack as the special teams units for Tech have taken, great to see Gavin Stewart come up big twice tonight.
So, 1-possession game, back to work for the Georgia Tech defense after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
Sonny's Barbecue wants to wish the Yellow Jackets the very best for a successful season. So when you are planning your next tailgate outing or just having friends over to watch the game, call Sonny's Barbecue and order some great barbecue for you and your friends. Sonny's Barbecue and Georgia Tech fans make for a winning combination that can't be beat. So stop by your local Sonny's Barbecue today to cheer on the Yellow Jackets. Sonny's Barbecue, a proud sponsor of Georgia Tech football.
Andy, Sean Wiley back with you. 20-13. NC State clings to the lead over Georgia Tech. Yellow Jackets a pair of second-half field goals from Gavin Stewart, the latest from 22 yards to make it a one-score game. Time of possession, Wiley Ballard, really tilting in favor of the Jackets in this second half.
You're exactly right. Over 13 minutes time of possession thus far. We still got 11 and a half minutes left in the fourth quarter, but that has been a big story. And furthermore, that's the longest drive by play count for Georgia Tech this season, and the second scoring drive this year of over 7 minutes. So a strong drive there, and I think the message right now is just get a stop on defense and have one more drive like that. The only difference would be punching it in.
Now, Georgia Tech, its red zone touchdown percentage has left something to be desired this year, and now 3 red zone trips, only 6 total points to show for it. Could be a different game had they been more efficient, but still 11:32 remaining. And now it's the defense's turn, which should be feeling fresher certainly than the Wolfpack defense, to see if they can get that ball back into the hands of Sims and the Tech offense.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking, Andy. And, when you have a time of possession differential like that, time of possession doesn't make a difference on the scoreboard, but where it makes a difference is in energy.
Kickoff by Kent. Sailing towards the left hash, fielded by Knight. He sprints up the left sideline with it at the 15, but he's closed down at the 17. Connor Massey with a big hit, fired up on the celebration, inadvertently knocked a North Carolina State player to his back. No flags are thrown, a little bit of chirping from both sides. Well, it doesn't appear to be any laundry on the field.
Nice play by Massey there to get down and bring down Zonovan Knight. Prevent any kind of damage there on that return.
And Knight's dangerous, like we had noted.
Yep.
100-yard kick return touchdown versus Miami. Bailey Hockman, the McEachern High product, is 18 of 26 for 258. No touchdowns, no picks. He has thrown 8 interceptions this year against 12 touchdowns. Georgia Tech creeps Curry up. He now relaxes back into the box. Twins each way. And now here it is, Curry on the blitz as Hockman plants and throws left. It's caught on the comeback by Emezi. Tries to shuck Walden, who rides him out of bounds at the 30. That's enough for the first down. Gain of 13 to Emeka Emezi, who's 6th in school history in career receptions.
Yeah, a lot of confidence in Bailey Hockman there to come out throwing after that long drive by Tech, going right to his big-bodied receiver. Good target to have.
Emezi's 5th catch to lead all Wolfpack. Shotgun single back. Carry goes to Knight as he tries to squeeze through a crease in the A-gap. Picks up a couple. Gets up to the 32. David Curry with the tackle. A 6th-year senior from Buford making his 30th consecutive start today. And coming off a team-high 12 tackles versus Duke. They gave him 4. It's 2nd and 6. Angelon and Emezi, the receivers left. Receivers tight to the formation for Hockman. Points out the Mike linebacker. Takes, drops 3. Again, slings it left, and it's caught at the 48 and running out of bounds. Emezi for another first down.
Yeah, Emezi just seems to be all over the field. Tech doesn't have an answer for him right now, but I'm starting to wonder if this is an area where Tech would really like to have some of those starting defensive ends. Kyle Kennard had an opportunity to counter inside and really get in Hockman's face, but stayed outside and left the passing lane wide open.
Rest of the downs for the Wolfpack. Inside zone to Knight. Picks his way through tacklers into Tech territory as Brooks' helmet pops off at the end of the play. Gain of a couple.
A little bit of extracurriculars there at the end. Looks like Jalen Brooks found himself in a headlock, but no laundry on the field.
So Brooks has to come out. Another 4-yard gain on first down. North Carolina State only averaging 2.9 yards a carry tonight. They spread out the field with 2 wide to the left, 2 wide right. Hockman sets up. He's under pressure. Lobs it down the left sideline. Incomplete, but there's a flag. It was Kenan Johnson this time running stride for stride with the Emezi. Some hand fighting going down that North Carolina State sideline.
50-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
Yeah, and Kenan Johnson just never really turned around and made a play on the ball. He was in contact there, just like you said, Andy, hand fighting right down there with the Emezi, but he never really turned around and made a play at that ball. And Charlie Thomas left his feet on the pass rush a little bit early. If he'd stayed down, he may have had a chance to bring Hockman down for a sack.
DPI moves it up to the Tech 33 and a 1st and 10. Trips right, 1 receiver left. Could be a big score for North Carolina State to make it a two-possession game. 9:50 to play in the fourth quarter. Tech with a four-man rush. Hockman once again winds up, throws left sideline, and it is almost intercepted at the goal line. An underthrown ball, and Tariq Carpenter tried to reach back on Devin Carter. Could have had it. Instead, it falls incomplete.
Oh, that's so frustrating for Tariq, too, because it was great coverage down the side on the switch. And that ball kind of fell right into his lap. If he comes back in and can put his foot in the dirt and come back to that ball, that's an easy interception. But he's just unable to kind of get his momentum headed in the opposite direction.
Would have been his second straight game with a pick for the senior from Ludwig, Georgia. 2nd and 10. Shotgun single setback. And it's a swing pass out right to Knight, but he is surrounded. Tries to dance free, but the Jackets are all over him, and they rock him back at the 37. A loss of 4 on the play.
That's just great team defense, getting off their blocks, not allowing themselves to be held or to be blocked on the edge, and then closing in Bam Knight, allowing David Curry to fast flow in there. Quez Jackson on the action too, and they're able to bring him down. Great team defense.
So now 3rd down for North Carolina State from the 36. 9-10 and counting, fourth quarter. Wolfpack on top, 20-13. Twins each way for Hockman. Georgia Tech stalks off the edge. Hockman fades to throw. He's pressured, scrambles away, and gets sacked. Back at the 47, David Curry, Kyle Kennard were there, and that sack knocks the Wolfpack out of field goal range.
What a huge defensive play here, because as you said, Andy, not only does this bring up 4th and forever, but it puts them out of any kind of realistic field goal range, which is significant because Christopher Dunn is one of the best field goal kickers in the ACC. Bumping them out to 4th and 22, forcing a punt. That is a huge stop by the Jackets defense to get their offense the ball back with a chance to tie this game.
It was the fresh-faced youngster Kyle Kennard and then the old man in the sea, David Curry.
The PhD candidate.
Yes. And Gill now stands sentinel at his own 40 for the punt. No rush, puts the nose of the ball down and guides this downfield. Blancato signals for fair catch and pulls it in at the 15. Now, once again, Georgia Tech's defense bows up, and they keep it a one-possession game, 20-13 with 8:10 to go in the fourth quarter from Raleigh.
And this is exactly what I was talking about before this drive. With time of possession, when you have an edge like this, your defense plays fresh, but the other side also doesn't have a chance to get in a rhythm.
Tech possession when we come back. 2013 Wolfpack lead, 8:10 to play in the fourth quarter here on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this? I free him tonight. Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm race. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm race.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your home for the Jackets.
Into the end zone, touchdown Jackets.
This is Georgia Tech football from Learfield IMG College. Now, back to the broadcast booth.
Spacious interior, innovative technology, and proven capability. Ford SUVs are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Georgia Tech football. Tech takes over following the punt at its own 15, trailing NC State 20-13, 8:10 remaining in our fourth quarter from Raleigh. NC State 4-1 at home this year. Georgia Tech pitching a second half shutout so far, and a big sack on third down to knock the Wolfpack out of field goal range. Tech from left to right, Mason the sidecar for Sims. He gets the call, and he is clogged up trying to work over left guard. Loss of 1 to the 14. And that also moves Mason back below 100 yards rushing. -1 gives him 99.
Yeah, and Val Martin, the deep backup defensive end, stepping up again in the absence of Daniel Joseph. Makes a nice move here, cutting to the inside, tracking Jordan Mason down from the backside and not allowing him to really look for a hole.
Martin from the Atlanta area. Harris and Camp split right. One receiver left. Sims handles the snap, play action. Bobbing, throwing, left sideline and deep, and it's beyond the reach of Malachi Carter, incomplete. He was fighting down the sideline with Shaheem Battle, and now it's 3rd and 11.
Well, the Jackets have been really good on 3rd down, as we've discussed. But this is as big a 3rd down as they've had all game.
Yeah, they are 4 for 6 on 3rd down and 9+. But here's the 3rd and 11 with the clock stopped at 7:31 to go in the 4th. Devaney, Camp, and Sanders receivers right. Mason is the tailback alongside Sims. 3-man rush for the Wolfpack. And he still has to evade the rush. Smoked out to the left, throws on the run to Harris, who makes the catch at the 20, but he's hit immediately shy of the 1st down marker.
Oh, that's so frustrating for this defense, coming up the big stop. And, like you said, Andy, 3-man rush. And the defensive tackle, looked like that was C.J. Clark, the nose tackle working against Mikey Manahan, makes a nice first step, gets a good pass rush, and prevents Jeff Sims from being able to roll out to the right. So he's got to roll to the left, look for somebody, and all he could do was dump it off for about 5 yards.
Here's Presley Harvin. Takes the long snap. Boots this away. Another knuckler. Line drive and caught by Thomas at the 35. He swings out left at the 40. 45. Another block downfield, and he's ridden down at the 47 with a flag thrown. And North Carolina State furiously pointing. They think it's against the Jackets. But not one of Presley's better efforts. Of course, we've gotten so spoiled over the years. But now let's wait on the penalty flag. This might be a block in the back, but we shall see.
I was wondering if they might call a blindside block. Didn't look real egregious from where I saw, but it's tough looking at this remotely because we're not able to see the full field.
Referees will have a powwow here. See if that flag gets picked up or not. Could wipe away some good starting field position for NC State.
There are 2 fouls on the play, during the play, one after the play. During the return, personal foul, blindside block, number 19. 15-yard penalty after the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 5 on the kicking team, Georgia Tech. That's 15 yards, 1st down, North Carolina State.
So essentially the penalty is just offset, if I'm hearing it correctly.
Not exactly. So it's going to be 15 yards. Well, I guess it was 15 yards from the end of the run, right? And if it was 15 yards from the spot of the blindside block, that would push it back further. And then so it would essentially be dead where the blindside block occurred.
And then 15 yards up.
That's what. Yeah. Okay. So it would be 15 yards from that spot and then 15 yards up, unless they're going to say 15 from the end of the run. But I think it would be 15 from the spot of the blindside block.
Well, we'll get the official spot after the timeout. 2013, State leads their Jackets with 6:45 to play in the 4th quarter here on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Did you hear the news about David Perdue's stock trades?
Outrage now growing over reports that at least 4 U.S. senators dumped millions of dollars worth of stocks just before coronavirus sent the markets into a free fall.
David Perdue bought and sold stock shortly after a private Senate briefing on the virus.
Stock in Pfizer, a pharmaceutical company now developing a coronavirus vaccine.
He bought stock in DuPont, which makes the protective personal equipment.
David Perdue bought and dumped up to $14 million in stock, more trades than any U.S. senator. Worse, while David Perdue was lining his pockets, he told us the virus posed little risk, leaving Georgia unprepared. There's a better choice. John Ossoff leads investigations of corruption for news organizations around the world. He's refusing donations from corporate PACs. And John Ossoff will listen to doctors and scientists to defeat this virus and rebuild our economy.
I'm John Ossoff, candidate for Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by John Ossoff for Senate.
Every powerful drive is presented by Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. 6:45 to play, still a one-possession game. Wolfpack on top of the Jackets, 20-13, and following the 15-yard penalties on both sides because of where the illegal blindside block occurred, and then the ensuing unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against Tech after the play. Tech begins this drive at the 34.
And this is a really critical drive, and I'll be curious to see if NC State's play calling changes at all here. Bailey Hockman has been very efficient so far this game, has thrown a lot of really nice passes, hasn't really made any mistakes. You know, if you're the offensive coordinator for NC State, you got to like what you've seen out of him. I don't think you really want to take the game out of his hands, but you do have a stable of talented running backs. You've got a big offensive line. You've got a Georgia Tech defensive line that's fairly depleted. Maybe they try to run out and milk this clock down a little bit, but I'll be curious to see what approach they take.
Well, they've got their scat back Jordan Houston in as the tail. Carter and Angeline split right. Mezzi and Thayer Thomas wide to the left. Staggered stance for the redshirt junior. Puts Thomas into motion, swinging behind him. Fakes the screen. Backing up, throwing toward the sideline on the comeback route, and it's caught by Angeline at the 45. Takes the jacket with him into Tech territory at the 49.
That was a really heads-up play by Hockman here because Tech had that play read. And that was just sort of a check down the field after he saw the swing pass was covered. He threw off his back foot to the big Angeline. Comes up with the catch.
Houston takes the carry, but he's wrapped up trying to run up the middle by Kennard. Maybe one on the play by Houston. Cal Kennard, Jared Ivey both logging extensive playing time today with both Ryans and Dominic unavailable. And Chico Bennett.
And Antonio Slayton.
But
it's a long list.
Bennett, Dominic, and Ryans were both on the above-the-line chart that was posted on Thursday, subsequently unavailable. One of 10 jackets on that above-the-line chart unavailable today. North Carolina State milks the clock, 5:45 to play, 2nd and 9. Two receivers and a tight end clustered tight to the left. Mezzi, the receiver, right. Press coverage on him by Johnson. Hockman forced out of the pocket, running to his left, and he chucks it into the sideline, incomplete.
This is two out of the last 3 plays. Tech has really snuffed out what NC State was trying to do. That first play, it was going to be a bubble screen here, or a swing pass rather. Here, they were trying to set up a screen to the running back, but Tech was ready for it. And it was all Hockman could do to scramble out of the pocket and get rid of that ball.
Well, got to know where Emeka Mezzi is here, Sean, on 3rd and 9. Mezzi, 6 receptions, 91 yards. Angeline, 6'7", a big-bodied target. He lines up in the slot right. 3rd down and 9, shotgun for Hockman. Center of the field at the Georgia Tech 48 with 5:31 to play. Georgia Tech loads up, looking to crash the pocket. Hockman protected, unloads it right sideline, incomplete. It was a low throw, but a late flag. Now tossed in, Zamari Walden fighting with Emeka Mezzi.
That's so frustrating. Every time it seems like Tech gets a stop against Mezzi, there's a flag out there, and hard to see from our angle exactly what happened out there, but
defensive pass interference, number 21. That ball will be placed at the spot of the foul.
Unless he tried to tie him up as he was coming out of his break. But correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the third down DPI that Georgia Tech has been whistled for today?
I believe so. And what's extra frustrating about that was that Hockman did not get that ball to Mezzi. It fell short of him.
So they move it up to the spot of the foul, now the 39 of the Jackets. Houston in, hands on knees at the right hip of Hockman. He's back to pass. Georgia Tech caves the pocket, side-armed, into the sideline, incomplete. That time Mezzi ran out of time, and Hockman, like you said, was under a lot of rush.
Yeah, he took a shot at the end of this play. He gets rid of that ball. Great pass rush to the outside. They're showing the defensive pass interference again. But, man.
The incompletion stops the clock with 5:20 to go. 2013 NC State. Georgia Tech has 2 timeouts remaining. NC State with all 3 of theirs. Houston to tail in the backfield with Hockman, who splits Thomas as his slot right. Feels for the laces, throws the slant. It's caught at the 30. And charging upfield for the first down, Carter has it, and that moves the chains. Working on the redshirt freshman Jordan Huff.
Nothing fancy here, just a little easy pitch and catch. Nice cutback on the slant. Uses his off arm to cut back inside, and that's a nice throw there by Hockman to move the chains.
And now North Carolina State is inside the field goal range of Christopher Dunn, who's 2 for 2 today. And with another converted field goal, will be the all-time leader in career field goals for the Wolfpack.
I would likely put this game in. I don't know if I'm ready to say out of reach yet, but pretty darn close to it.
Person comes in as the tailback. Again, 2x2 receivers jammed in tight. Compressed formation, and now whistles blow. Play clock was down to 0. Did North Carolina State get the timeout in?
Charge timeout to NC State.
Yeah, they did.
That is their first timeout of this half.
I like that flourish.
Of this half.
Of this half. I'm Ron Burgundy. 20-13, Wolfpack over the Jackets. 4:34 to go from Carter Finley Stadium, where Tech has won 5 straight. Had to dig themselves out of an early hole. And frankly, that first quarter just went according to type with Georgia Tech on the road this year. Very out of rhythm, very flat. But they got that running game going, and now total yards, Tech 388, State 371.
Yeah, it's amazing that Tech is winning the yardage battle right now and only has 13 points to show for it. But that just really underscores how important it is to capitalize on your opportunities and not commit stupid penalties to set yourself back. And Tech has been deficient in both of those departments today.
And they have been really battling despite being depleted tonight. 1st and 10 now, Wolfpack with the ball at the Georgia Tech 29. Person to tailback, Hockman to throw. Plants, fires, left side, and a diving catch at the 10. Was that hung on to by Emezi? No. Nose of the ball hit the turf, incomplete, and that might be the first ball that Emeka Emezi has not secured all night.
It was still a great effort, really lays out and makes a great play at this ball. But yeah, just there's a lot of movement on that ball after it hit the ground. And it's okay for the ball to hit the ground, but if it bounces up like it just did there, that's a pretty clear incompletion.
Emezi, 6 catches, 91 yards tonight. Tariq Carpenter was trailing behind him on that deep out. Stops the clock with 4:27 remaining. Hockman drops 3. Pump fake. Loads and throws left side, incomplete. Double coverage out there for Emezi on another deep cross. Carpenter and Walton were there, and now it's 3rd and 10 again.
And Zamari Walton went up and almost had a chance to get that ball. But you know what's surprising to me, Andy, is on these pass rushes, Tech's defenders just look like they're playing with concrete shoes right now. They're moving really slowly up the field, and I think that's just a testament to how many snaps they've played. Now, they should be a little bit fresher than this because the offense has had the ball for so much of the second half, but they just don't seem like they're able to get much of a rush at the moment.
Yeah, they can't substitute as regularly as they'd like to because of all the unavailables. Twins each way, 3rd and 10. Thomas sprints in motion. Here's the snap to Hockman. Scrambles and runs off left tackle at the 30 to the 25. He dives. Does not have enough for the first down, but he centers the ball up for a potential field goal from Dunn that could give NC State the 2-possession lead with 4:08 to go. And that is indeed what Georgia Tech is going to look at North Carolina State doing. The field goal unit comes on.
This is, if ever there was a time for Tech to bow up and get a field goal block, this would be it. Because
39-yard field goal attempt.
He's a good kicker.
And Dunn is 11 of 14 this year. Triangulates his steps. Middle of the field. Snap, set, kick is up, and it is good. Not even close of threatening an upright. 3:31 to go, and Dunn now takes over as the all-time career field goal leader at North Carolina State. More importantly than that, he gives NC State the 2-possession lead, 23-13, with 3:31 to go.
Well, now the Jackets have no choice but to answer. They're going to need to move down the field and quickly, but they do have 2 timeouts, so not all hope is lost quite yet.
No. Just have to go a little bit more briskly than what we've seen of them offensively in this game. And they've had their greatest success on the ground, just pounding away like they did versus Duke. But even though you have 2 timeouts, 3:31 to go, you can't be as deliberate perhaps as you would like.
And you still need a little luck, too, because there's an onside kick they're going to have to recover along the way if they're able to put this in the end zone.
Tech has recovered, how many of those, 2 or 3 this year?
Several, yeah.
Good cover. 9-play, 59-yard drive.
Yeah, precision's overrated.
Says the aerospace engineer.
In some facets of life.
Gill with the kickoff. Booms this way. And Georgia Tech will not fancy a return. They'll take it at the 25 with no time elapsed off the clock. Sims 11 of 23, 132 yards. Mason 21 carries, 99 yards. Sims has rushed it 16 times for 88 and a touchdown.
I think he may still have a couple opportunities to run this because Tech still hasn't shown consistently an ability to protect him in the pocket. He may need to take off and create a couple plays with his legs.
Now the freshman deploys a pair of receivers right and one left. Mason is featured back. Sims gathers the snap, rockets it over the middle. It's caught by Sanders on the crossing pattern to the 40. A first down and a gain of 15. Sanders now up above 100 receiving yards today on his 7th catch. Georgia Tech hustles up to the line quickly, 3:19 and counting. 2 receivers right, 1 wide left. Sims to the air again. Still looking. Now takes off with it between the hashes at the 45, and he slides down. Gain of 5. He broke into his slide at the 45, now approaching 3 minutes even to play. Sanders is receiver left. Feels the rush, tries to escape, flips it out, and overthrown. Looking left side for Dylan Devaney. Wise play, though, to not take the sack there, as the pocket was starting to cave in on him, and he knew he did not have the daylight to break it upfield.
No, and I think as soon as he felt that hand on his shoe, he decided to get rid of that and just try to force it out to Devaney. Fortunately for the Jackets, that stops the clock, preserves a little bit more time, and they don't lose any more yardage there, but they've got to pick up something here.
Yep, 3rd and 5 from Tech zone 45. Sims flips Mason to his right hip. 2 receivers each way. 3-man rush, NC State. Sims dumping it underneath to Mason, turns upfield 50. He slips out of a tackle, loses the football. It's jumped on by the Jackets, but that ball was knocked back upfield, and I don't know if it's going to be enough for the first down, as it was fallen upon by one of the Jacket linemen, Quinney. And it is going to be 4th down, less than 1.
Heads up play by Zach Quinney, but that's a tough break for the Jackets. And Jordan Mason fighting for extra yardage just gets it looked like a ball got punched out somewhere in that pile, and it rocketed back to the other side of midfield.
He would have had the first down had he held on, but you're right, that ball got dislodged from his cradle, and Quinney fell on it with the North Carolina State player and Terrell Dawkins, the redshirt freshman defensive end, down on his back. But because of the lost fumble and subsequent recovery, it's going to be a 4th and 1 for Tech with 2:34 to play. 23-13 Wolfpack lead.
Well, and NC State can play this a couple of different ways, recognizing that it's not the end of the game for them. This is not an absolutely critical stop. It'd be nice because they can ice this game if they get the stop here, but you know they don't necessarily have to send the house and try to. This is not a stop this at all costs. They can let Tech pick this up, but at the same time, maybe they want to just go for the jugular right now, unleash the hounds, and try to get after Jeff Sims. And I can't imagine Tech would. Well, maybe Tech does run it in this situation, but after what happened on that earlier 4th down attempt, that's got to be hanging in the back of their minds.
Tech is 0-2 on 4th down today. And now Jordan Williams got some attention, but nothing warranting an injury. Might have just been an equipment issue, so he can stay on the field. 2:34 to play. Trips right. Shotgun for Sims. And that is Dante Smith at his left hip. They fake the jet sweep. Sims on the rollout. Sidearms it through the hands of Smith. Incomplete. Would have had the first down. Penalty flag flown after the play. North Carolina State takes over on downs. This might be an unsportsmanlike for taunting, but that one is going to sting.
That's exactly what it was, and they had the play they were looking for. Jeff Sims just threw it a little too hard through the hands of Dante Smith, and yeah, I think the little finger wag at the end there is going to get NC State. Is going to set them back 15 yards, but that will be a dead ball foul after the play.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. The ball will go over on downs. It'll be first down. We do have a penalty on the play. After the play was over, we have a dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense, number 6. That's his first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game. It'll be NC State after we penalize the 15-yard penalty, first down.
Our referee likes his inflections.
Yeah, he does. That was a nice explanation.
It was.
He left no uncertainty about what happened, and again, just looks like Dante Smith maybe took his eye off the ball for a second, but that was a fastball coming out of the arm of Jeff Sims.
I think the pride in Dante would tell you he should have been able to secure the catch, but now with 2 timeouts remaining, Georgia Tech back on defense, 2:27 to go, down 23-13. Some shifting at the line late by the Jackets as Person takes the carry straight ahead and pounds up to the 39. Gain of 3. Georgia Tech uses its second timeout. Now Tech once again topping 400 yards of offense, 412, but only 13 points to show for it.
That is so frustrating because at times this has looked like a really, I don't want to say a well-oiled machine because it's not quite there yet, but it's looked like an offense that has real potential and that was really moving the ball down the field effectively, but just unable to avoid those silly mistakes, unable to punch it in when it matters most, when you get condensed down in the red zone. There's still a little bit of growing up and maturing to do for this team, but they're on their way there. And let's not forget how many players they're losing. They're missing their most dynamic playmaker right now in Jahmyr Gibbs, but they're also missing a valuable offensive lineman in Kenny Cooper, missing Marquez Ezard, who hasn't played significant minutes for a lot of this year.
Amarian Brown.
Yeah, Amarian Brown, another guy. And then, obviously we've talked at length about what the defense is missing. So this is an impressive fight against a worthy adversary today in NC State.
See if the Wolfpack keep it on the ground. And they will with Person clamping down on it up the middle. Lowers the shoulder, plows to the 46. That might be close to the first down marker. It'll force Georgia Tech to use the timeout regardless.
Georgia Tech.
2:14 to go. They spot it just past the 45. It'll be a 3rd down and 1.
Of this half.
Now, despite being undermanned, despite probably lamenting missed opportunities they had and untimely penalties, then again, there's no such thing as a timely penalty.
Well, that's true.
You can clearly tell that Georgia Tech brought the battle tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And, time running out here with 2:14 to go, down by 10 points. But when things were looking bleak in the beginning and Georgia Tech trying to shake off the flat start, your mind immediately races back to Syracuse and Boston College and some really ugly games that Tech has had. They were able to find their footing, turn some things around. Not enough to pull on level terms with NC State, but you like just the battle that they brought here tonight.
Right, and one thing that you can take from this, and obviously this game's not quite over yet. There's still a chance that Tech could pull a miracle here, but they need to get a stop. But they have not allowed this game to snowball.
No. In front of a 3rd and 1, Hockman drops under center. Person is standing tail, puts it in his belly, wraps around the left side, and has the first down, 50-45, into Tech territory at the 39.
And that is effectively the game, is NC State, if there was any question about them being able to run it out, and that will do it. But Tech did what they had to do, lined up, tried to plug the middle, and it was a good call by NC State to go off tackle. Kind of caught Tech off guard. But attacking that area where Tech is so weak coming into tonight, so undermanned at the defensive end spot, young guys who have had to play an awful lot of snaps, who are tired, who haven't played like this since they were in high school, and I guarantee you, the guys they were facing in high school weren't this big, this strong, or as talented.
Clock winds now with 1:32 to play. North Carolina State can take a couple of knees and put this one to bed. They take the knee from the gun, and there's the first by Hockman. It is the season finale for North Carolina State. Tech has 2 games remaining, including its home finale next Thursday versus Pittsburgh.
And let's take a moment to really recognize what a big turnaround this has been for NC State. Last in the league last year, set to finish 8-3 this year with losses to Virginia Tech, Miami, and UNC. That's nothing to be ashamed of. They've got a lot to be proud of, and Dave Doran's done a good job with this program. But hopefully this is not going to be something that really weighs on Tech as they try to finish out this season strong, because there's a lot of good to take from this. And once they get back up to full strength, there's a lot to be encouraged about.
Play clock may run out here. It's all cosmetic, of course, with 39 seconds to go.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
We'll, of course, get Jeff Collins' comments on the game with Wally Ballard in postgame. Also visit with our player of the game. 23-13, NC State on top. I think they wanted to get Thomas Rocchio, their redshirt senior, on as part of that victory formation. He is a redshirt senior, so wanted to get him on the field one last time in his Carter Finley Stadium career. There's the last knee by Hockman. He tosses the ball to the official, and that's going to do it. Well, Georgia Tech fought, but ultimately they will fall tonight. Our final score from Raleigh, NC State 23, Georgia Tech 13. Georgia Tech could not dig out of that 20-7 hole midway through the second quarter. They put a scare into North Carolina State. There was no question in that second half with that field goal with 3.5 to go by Dunn. Effectively sealed the game. And Georgia Tech 0 of 3 on fourth down. Had some opportunities to extend the drive inside NC State territory, but those fourth downs proved ineffective. So once again, our final score, Wolfpack 23, Jackets 13. Coming up, we'll set the table for our post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers. It follows this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
The cooler weather is finally here, and that means it's the time of the year when pests and wildlife intruders start seeking food and shelter inside homes. Luckily, you can call the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow Exterminators is trusted to keep a pest-free zone at the Yellow Jackets home, so rest assured that with Arrow, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free home evaluation today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Sheesh.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
You can do all your banking from the comfort of your home. With SunTrust Advantage Checking, you can get everything you need through our innovative mobile app. Set up balance alerts, transfer money, make deposits, pay bills, or send and receive money with Zelle. Because we believe, now more than ever, banking should be secure and convenient. Go to suntrust.com/advantage to open an account today. Terms and conditions apply. SunTrust, now Truist. Member FDIC.
These days, I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College.
Let me tell you about Georgia Tech. On this campus, you'll find beauty, prestige, innovation. But one thing you won't find is a shortcut. That's how we like it. Because on this campus, we aren't afraid of a challenge. And on game day, we darn sure aren't afraid of a fight. You see, gold reflects. And here, it reflects us all. Toughness, tenacity, pride, passion. Those values bond us. They've made us an institute without equal. When you see the white and gold, you know what we stand for. And if you're an opponent, you know what you're in for. Welcome to Atlanta. Welcome to Georgia Tech football.
The game may be over, but there's plenty more to come. To set the stage for our post-game coverage, let's head back live to our Learfield IMG College Network studios. Here again, Dan Courts.
And hello, everyone, and welcome inside the network studios. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets fall to the NC State Wolfpack 23-13. Jackets Now 3-6 on the season, 3-5 in the ACC. Georgia Tech back at home Thursday night as the Jackets welcome the Pitt Panthers to Bobby Dodd Stadium. More on that game later in post-game coverage. We now take a look at your Georgia Power scoreboard. Georgia Tech and Georgia Power have been bringing winning energy since 1891. Will stay in the ACC. One game to kick off shortly in Blacksburg as Virginia Tech meets third-ranked Clemson. Games final from earlier in Chapel Hill, 17th-ranked North Carolina defeats Western Carolina 49-9. Michael Carter with 3 touchdown runs. Sam Howell 20 of 23 for 287 yards and 2 touchdowns in just one half. Second-ranked Notre Dame at home, a winner over Syracuse 45-21. Ian Book 24-37, 285 yards and 3 touchdown passes. He also added 2 rushing touchdowns in the winning effort. And Boston College on the road falls to Virginia 43-32. Brennan Armstrong 130 yards and a score on 17 carries for the Cavaliers. One game to come at 8. 10th-ranked Miami is on the road to meet Duke. The Hurricanes look to snap a 2-game losing streak to the Blue Devils. As your Georgia Power scoreboard live in the network studios, I'm Dan Kortz. Georgia Tech falls to NC State 23-13. Your post-game drive presented by our Atlanta area BMW Centers is next. You're listening to the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Gold. It's not just our color. It's our commitment. It defines us, drives us. It's our standard and our pursuit. When you come to the flats, you need to remember something. Our gold is unbreakable. Forever gold-blooded. We are Georgia Tech football.
Yellow Jacket football will be back after this 1-minute timeout for your local station. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Take advantage of our holiday credit today. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Go Yellow Jackets.
Hey, Georgia Tech fans. Since opening in 2000, Taqueria del Sol has offered diners many inventive and delicious options for lunch and dinner. Conveniently located close to campus, and award-winning cuisine means a winning combination for Yellow Jacket fans. Please visit one of our 4 Atlanta area locations or visit us online at taqueriadelsol.com for more information. Go Jackets!
Today's game is history, but there's plenty more to come as we begin the post-game drive, presented by your Atlanta area BMW Centers. The post-game drive is also brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober or get pulled over. Georgia Power, the official energy sponsor of your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. And by Scana Energy, a proud partner of Georgia Tech football. For every touchdown the Jackets score, Scana Energy will make a $500 donation to the Alexander Tharp Fund. Go Jackets! Now, to begin our post-game coverage, let's head back to the broadcast booth and the voice of the Jackets, Andy Demetra.
Georgia Tech's shorthanded defense battled really hard. Georgia Tech gave itself some opportunities on offense, but too many of those opportunities went uncapitalized upon, and as a result, Tech falls tonight to North Carolina State. Final of 23-13 moves Georgia Tech to 3-5 in the ACC, with the final stretch of the season coming up on Thursday, beginning with the Pitt Panthers. 13 points, but 412 yards of offense. Georgia Tech was able to move the ball downfield, Sean, but again, just could not cash in on those opportunities.
No, they couldn't, and Tech just found ways to turn scoring opportunities into non-scoring opportunities and touchdowns into field goals, and just kept finding ways to shoot themselves in the foot. And unfortunately, this team just isn't at that point where they can overcome those kind of mistakes. At the same time, I think we can single out a couple of people who really deserve some credit. I think this team played hard. They were shorthanded the entire game. They all had to step up, especially defensively, to make up for some of the guys they were missing. They never stopped fighting. They kept going till the end. They gave NC State everything they wanted and more. And I think if Tech is at full strength, this game probably has a different outcome. But we don't get to live in that world. We have to live with what we saw today, and certainly a lot that they can take away from this, a lot that Tech's going to be able to apply to help themselves get better. But a frustrating day for the Jackets, but certainly not one that should be cause for this team or fans to hang their heads over.
No, you saw a lot of resilience by Georgia Tech, but down 20-7 in the second half, had a first and goal from the 1.5, some false starts penalties, crippling them on the drive. They had to settle for the field goal, a first and goal at the 10, could not punch it in either, had to settle for another field goal. To Gavin Stewart's credit, converted both of those, but those were 2 touchdowns that Georgia Tech left off the board, which could have pulled them ahead of North Carolina State. Instead, the field goals made it still a one-possession game. And from 39 yards out, Christopher Dunn got the game-clinching field goal with 3.5 minutes left. Post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW Centers continues in just a moment on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
Long-lasting protection against COVID-19 is crucial to a safe living and work environment. That's why Georgia Tech Athletics has chosen Cleanwell Services as their official disinfection partner. The trained technicians at Cleanwell use a CDC and EPA-approved nanotechnology-based cleaner that sticks to surfaces for an industry-leading protection lasting beyond 30 days. Visit www.cleanwell.services or call 404-669-6178 to get started today.
15-10-5, touchdown Jackets!
We'll be back with more Georgia Tech football after these messages from your local station on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
It's back, the return of the prestigious Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along with L Directors Cup on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
The cooler weather is finally here, and that means it's the time of the year when pests and wildlife intruders start seeking food and shelter inside homes. Luckily, you can call the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow Exterminators is trusted to keep a pest-free zone at the Yellow Jackets home, so rest assured that with Arrow, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free home evaluation today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
You're tuned in to the post-game drive, presented by your Atlanta area BMW dealers. It's time now to take a listen back to today's high-speed play of the game, presented by Earthlink.
Chris Carter and Kalani Norris, the redshirt freshman, up top on the right. Sims takes the snap, pivots, pulls the handoff, cuts out left. He's at the 30, 25, dashing towards the 15, 10-5, touchdown Jackets. Oh, did they bite hard on Jordan Mason, and they bit off way more than they could chew, and it's a touchdown run for Jeff Sims. Jeff Sims with Georgia Tech's lone offensive touchdown. It is also our Earthlink high-speed play of the game as Georgia Tech fights but falls to North Carolina State 23-13 after a very flat first couple of possessions. That was the drive that cemented some rhythm from Georgia Tech on the ground. They wind up gaining 261 rushing yards and 412 total. Sims with 93, Mason 99. He had 100, but his last carry went for -1, so in the end denied a 5th career 100-yard rushing game and a second straight. But Georgia Tech found something working in that zone read game, and Sims and Mason both very effective.
Well, they were, and I think they really complement each other well, because Sims was at his most effective in two phases of the game. One is when the play would break down on the pass, and he was sitting in the pocket and would scramble and find some space for himself. That was, I thought, a very good job by him. I thought he did a good job of finding spaces and not forcing that, kind of being patient and waiting for those opportunities to develop. But the other was in that zone read game, or when they run a two-way option game. What Jordan Mason does is attract so much attention from the defense because of how dangerous he can be running up the middle or running off tackle. And so he's a real gravitational player, and he forces the defense to collapse on him and kind of to the benefit of other players, and in this case Jeff Sims, who had a lot of wide open room to run when he'd pull on those reads. And so that touchdown play was a perfect example of that. I don't think he got touched because the defense crashed so hard on Jordan Mason. So having those guys together really benefits each other.
All right, let's go inside the Georgia Tech locker room and our Governor's Office of Highway Safety locker room report. Wiley Bader gets us started.
Yes, we're joined by our player of the game, wide receiver Adonicus Sanders, a career-high 7 receptions for a career-high 105 yards. Adonicus, I know you're not happy with the outcome of the game, but individually you had your best game as a Yellow Jacket. I want to ask you first about the last drive of the first half. You had 4 catches on the first 6 or 7 plays of that drive. What was going on between you and Jeff Sims? You guys seem to be in lockstep.
Jeff threw me the first one. I think it was like on a comeback or something, and my adrenaline was pumping, and we really had need a score because we was down, because we knew we was going to get the ball back. So every time the ball came my way, I tried to make a play on the ball, which I did, and try to get a touchdown to have a nice possession for when we get the ball back in the second half, but we didn't get it. But me and Jeff had a really great connection that drive, and I just made a play when the ball came my way.
How was your development as a wide receiver proceeded in this unusual year, given COVID and all those circumstances? How have you improved in 2020?
I know when we had the quarantine, I just was working my behind off, and just every day I'm just on the field, getting stronger, getting faster, just perfecting my craft. And we have some really great wide receivers in our receiving course. So when my name is called, I just keep working hard, and when the ball comes over, I just try to make a play on the ball every time.
Knowing Amarian Brown wasn't going to be able to play today, and Marquez Ezard also, had being limited, did you kind of feel like this could have been a game where you could have a big impact?
Most definitely. Every game I feel like I can have a big impact. Just when my number is called, I just try to be at the right place at the right time and make a play when the team's needed. I'm a big team player, so when my number is called, I just go out there and do what I do best and make plays.
You got a big Thursday night game against Pittsburgh coming up. How excited are you to be under the lights? And if you are able to haul in a pass, can we count on the air guitar celebration?
Most definitely. I didn't really get a chance to do my air guitar celebration like how I wanted to. I know last week when I scored my first touchdown, I was so excited, so I didn't even know what celebration to do. But one thing we got a big game under the lights next Thursday, so we're going to put on for the city, and hopefully we come out with a dub.
Well, Adonicus, thanks for your time. Congrats on the career day. I know you guys wanted a different outcome, but I know you're just as excited to have a chance to fight for another W on Thursday.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's Adonicus Sanders. Andy, Sean.
All right, thank you, Wiley. Adonicus came in with 8 catches, 111 yards on the season tonight versus North Carolina State. 7 catches, 105 yards, a career high and then some following his first career touchdown grab versus Duke. Adonicus from North Charleston, South Carolina. Sean, you might have detected a little hint of an accent in Adonicus. A lot of people confuse his accent and that lilt for Caribbean. It's actually Geechee, which is native to the South Carolina Low Country. Very proud of his heritage. I know his family very proud of him for his performance tonight. 7 catches, 105 yards. Georgia Tech, though, falls to NC State, 23-13. We'll take another timeout, continue on the post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers and the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
You can do all your banking from the comfort of your home. With SunTrust Advantage Checking, you can get everything you need through our innovative mobile app. Set up balance alerts, transfer money, make deposits, pay bills, or send and receive money with Zelle. Because we believe, now more than ever, banking should be secure and convenient. Go to suntrust.com/advantage to open an account today. Terms and conditions apply. SunTrust, now Truist. Member FDIC.
Even before the victory celebration is over, great teams are back at it the next day, working to get even better. The team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College.
Atlanta, home of clout, home of culture, home of Georgia Tech. But it's not enough to represent a city, you have to reflect it. And our story is Atlanta's story. A place that influences and innovates. A place that doesn't wait for change, it creates it. A place of relentless drive and undeniable swagger. With a storied past and unstoppable future. That's Atlanta. That's Georgia Tech. So let others wish they were here or pretend they're from here. We are here. And when you take this celebrated program in this world-class city, you get an electricity unlike anything in college football. Welcome to Atlanta, and what's the good word? This is Georgia Tech football.
Again, our locker room report is presented by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober or get pulled over. Andy Sean Wiley with you from our ACC Network Operations Center. Final score tonight from Carter Finley Stadium, NC State 23, Georgia Tech 13. Adonicus Sanders, a career-high 7 receptions, 105 yards. We heard from him in our player of the game. Only other Jackets with multiple receptions, Jalen Camp had 2 for 22. Jordan Mason had 2 for 8. The other grabs came from Nate McCollum. His lone catch went for 10 yards. P.J. Harris had 1 for 6. Georgia Tech had 21 carries, 99 yards from Jordan Mason and a long of 20. Jeff Sims rushed it 17 times, 93 yards and a touchdown. Dante Smith, 9 for 43. Jemias Griffin, who had not played the previous 3 games, carried it 3 times for 25 yards. McCollum on the jet sweep, 1 rush for 1 yard. But overall, Georgia Tech averaged 5.1 yards a carry and 261 yards total against the North Carolina State defense that a week prior had held Syracuse to 25 carries and 3 yards. Georgia Tech was also 10 of 19 on third downs. It helped them to a 78-68 plays advantage. And it's good to see Georgia Tech being able to extend drives. Now that puts them at better than 50%, Sean, on their third down conversions the last 3 games. Something to build on. Obviously, we know what the blemishes are in areas of improvement, but Georgia Tech had been languishing in the mid-30% in their third down conversions. So for them to be able to hit on those yards, especially some of those 3rd and 9 pluses they had tonight, it's an encouraging sign.
Well, absolutely, and I think if you're looking for an indicator that is sort of an early prelude to a team that's more mature and that's going to be able to be something special down the road, looking at third down production, I think, on both sides of the ball is a really good indicator of that, because even if Tech's not finishing off plays, as long as you're sustaining drives, that's demonstrating an offensive, I don't know if competence is right the word, but sort of a baseline proficiency that you can use and then sort of build upon. And so we're starting to see that develop. Now, to be fair, the competition is not what it was earlier in the season, but, this NC State team is no slouch. This is a good team, and Tech was able to do some really good things offensively. They just weren't able to finish the deal. And as they continue to progress and get better up front and just kind of, keep in mind there's still a true freshman quarterback back there. once you get past that and these guys get some more reps and more experience, they're going to be able to finish those drives off and convert those into points.
Still to come on our post-game drive presented by Atlanta Area BMW Centers. We'll visit with head coach Jeff Collins. Stay with us. More post-game coverage to come right here on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Even before the victory celebration is over, great teams are back at it the next day, working to get even better. The team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
We'll have more Yellow Jacket football in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Take advantage of our holiday credit today. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Go Yellow Jackets.
These days, I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Once again, our final NC State 23, Georgia Tech 13. Jackets found themselves down 10-0 following the first play of the second quarter on the Ricky Person 20-yard run. But then they got back at it. The ensuing drive, 8 plays, 75 yards, capped off by the 34-yard Jeff Sims touchdown. The next NC State drive capped off by a Zonovan Knight 5-yard touchdown run to make it 17-7. Wolfpack tacked down a 20-yard field goal from Christopher Dunn to make it 27 in the second half. 2 Gavin Stewart field goals, 1 Christopher Dunn field goal in the second half, and that's how this game ends. Let's go back inside the Georgia Tech locker room, and alongside Wiley Ballard, here's Jeff Collins. Wiley.
Thanks, Andy. Joined by Coach Collins. Coach, we got the notice a little bit before kickoff, missing 10 ATL players going to this game. Your defense was down a number of defensive linemen, but fought hard, allowed just 3 points in the second half. I know you're not satisfied with the score on the scoreboard, but with the effort and the heart that your defense showed today, how impressed were you by their effort?
Yeah, just the biggest thing is we don't flinch around here. We were down 10 guys. There were 4 true freshmen playing the first play of the game along the defensive line for us, and some have been incrementally, slowly getting a little more burn, and a ton of burn tonight. And just proud of the way that they went out there and they competed and they fought. And it was there was a couple of positions that were really worrisome, but some guys stepped up and just went out there and tried to play at a high level regardless of who's in the game. So just proud of the effort. Some things that we're definitely can clean up, and we will. But yeah, that's what it is.
Offensively, over 400 yards, some positives there, but I know they also struggled in the red zone. What was your assessment of the offense's performance?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I thought we ran the ball very well, physical, tough, line again, creating some running lanes, and we got some really good running backs. But the big thing that we talked about in pregame and throughout the week is we have to finish in the red zone. Last week, we We were 8 for 8 scoring touchdowns. We've got to do that to be successful. We did not do that tonight, and I think those trips to the red zone that we didn't end up getting points or touchdowns ended up on the scoreboard negatively.
You said four freshmen on the first snap of the game, and this is still a young team. Is part of that showing up in the penalties there on the road today?
Now, there were some things that were outside of our control, some things that were within our control that we will continue to correct and get better. But just the things that cannot happen are the ones that are self-imposed things that happen to us, whether it be before the snap, which happened to us in the red zone twice. Those kind of things cannot happen. And then the penalties that are after the snap, those are the ones that cannot happen. Sometimes during the play, things are going to happen, but pre-snap penalties, post-snap penalties are two of the areas that cannot happen ever.
Joined by Coach Collins, I know it's a team and a group approach, but Adonicus Sanders put together his best game as a Yellow Jacket. How excited were you for him, and how important was he to sort of igniting the offense there late in the first half?
Yeah, and the best thing about Adonicus is whether he is the focal part of the offense or just playing his role and running his routes and blocking downfield, he does it as hard as he can do it on every single rep. And tonight was just the night that he got a bunch of targets. But the cool thing about Dono is, regardless if he's the target or not, he's still going to compete and play at a very high level. So really just proud of him. Before
we let you get on your way, Thursday night under the lights against Pittsburgh, you guys have been money in night games at Bobby Dodd Stadium. What does the next 5 days look like for you guys getting ready for the Panthers?
Yes, I mean, this is going to be, wild, playing a road game, ending late, getting back late, and then we turn around and play 5 days later. But I know our guys are resilient. They're tough. They'll get the plan and get ready to execute the plan. It'll be some of our seniors' last night in Bobby Dodd. So throughout the week, the level of effort and the level of respect, all of those things will be emphasized because we want to make sure we treat those guys with the honor that they have earned throughout their career here.
Well, Coach, time is precious in this short week. We'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you, bud.
All right, that's Coach Jeff Collins. Andy, Sean.
All right, thank you once again. The Locker Room Report is presented by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober or get pulled over. We'll break down the defensive numbers for your Yellow Jackets in a moment. 23-13 NC State over Tech. Our post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW Centers continues after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today's matchup, Skin Energy partners up with Georgia Tech football to take on your old natural gas provider. Just like how the Yellow Jackets swarm the field, Georgia residents will be eager to stiff-arm high prices and get real savings on natural gas. Visit SkinEnergy.com to take it to the house, your house. Passing up on these rates would be a complete debacle. So make a winning call and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SkinEnergy.com for great service and great rates this fall. Touchdown!
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
That's a touchdown for Tech!
We'll have more Yellow Jacket football in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
The cooler weather is finally here, and that means it's the time of the year when pests and wildlife intruders start seeking food and shelter inside homes. Luckily, you can call the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow Exterminators is trusted to keep a pest-free zone at the Yellow Jackets home, so rest assured that with Arrow, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free home evaluation today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Post-game coverage of Yellow Jacket football continues as we take a look at all the final numbers from today's game. Now let's head back live to the stadium.
Well, as promised, let's give you the defensive numbers for the Yellow Jackets. David Curry was our pregame guest, the venerable sixth-year senior, and once again he leads the way with a team and season-high tying 12 tackles. 4 of them were solos, a half sack as well, 2 TFLs, and a QB hurry. Among those 10 unavailable players for Tech tonight was the nickelback, nickelback Caleb Oliver. Wesley Walker played the nickel, stepped up admirably. 7 tackles, a TFL, a pass breakup, and a QB hurry. Thomas, Walton, Jackson had 5 tackles apiece. Again, Georgia Tech was down as top 4 defensive ends. Chico Bennett, Jordan Dominic, Curtis Ryans unavailable after being initially on the above-the-line chart. And on Tuesday, Antonius Clayton announced that he'd be stepping away for the remainder of the season to prioritize his mental health. That left Kyle Kennard and Jared Ivey as 2 of Georgia Tech's 3 available defensive ends along with Antoine Owens. Let's salute Kyle Kennard, Sean. 2 tackles, 1.5 sacks, 1.5 TFLs, and just a freshman from Atlanta showing the kind of promise that he will possess for Jeff Collins in the years to come. Jared Ivey, 3 tackles. 1 of them was a solo. He also had a QB hurry. It didn't look like the moment was too big for either of those.
No, it didn't. And obviously there's some growing pains and there's some adjustment required to be a guy who goes from, part-time contributor who comes off the bench and spells, the starter, to a guy who's counted on to play the majority of the minutes. And these guys are going to grow into that. Let's not forget that a week ago, these guys were sitting, in both cases, at 3rd on the depth chart, and now suddenly there is no depth chart, but 3rd in the pecking order, and all of a sudden they're pressed into action. And I think that's really a testament to the above-the-line philosophy that these guys were ready for that moment because of the number of reps they've received. They didn't look overwhelmed by it. Yes, there's areas for them to improve, but certainly they held up admirably under the circumstances.
Georgia Tech finished with 2 sacks and 7 TFLs. North Carolina State, 3 sacks, 11 TFLs. Only 3 of those TFLs, however, were recorded after halftime. Total yards, Tech 412, NC State 397. Different ways that they went about it for Georgia Tech: 261 rushing yards for NC State, 309 passing yards. First downs, 24 for the Wolfpack, 23 for the Jackets. NC State was 5 of 12 on 3rd down, 0 of 1 on 4th down. Tech 10 of 19 on 3rd down. Strong, but it's taken away a little bit by the fact that they were 0 of 3 on 4th down, and all 3 of those 4th down attempts happened inside NC State territory. Tech averaged 5.3 yards a play, 11.6 yards per completion, 5.1 yards a rush. Georgia Tech 2 of 3 inside the red zone. NC State was 4 of 5. Individually, Jeff Sims, 13 of 27, 151 yards. Jordan Mason led the way. Had he not taken that 1-yard loss in his final carry, it would have been back-to-back games with 100 yards rushing for the redshirt junior. Has to settle for 21 for 99. Believe it or not, this is the 2nd game of Jordan Mason's career where, because he took a loss on his last carry from scrimmage, he denied himself a 100-yard rushing game. That also happened to him against USF last year. So Jordan has had some rotten luck, certainly, through no fault of his own, but has to settle for 99 rushing yards. Jeff Sims, who had 108 on the ground last week, finishes with 93 rushing yards in that 34-yard touchdown run. Dante Smith, 9 for 43. Jemias Griffin, 3 for 25. Again, no Jahmyr Gibbs. He was one of those 10 players unavailable tonight. 23-13 NC State over Georgia Tech. Post-game coverage continues in just a moment on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up to 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Sheesh.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to, and it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola, together tastes better.
You're tuned to Yellow Jacket Football. Back with more after these local messages on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Maybe you want breakfast for lunch or lunch for breakfast. Maybe you want brunch on a Wednesday. Hey, it's your life and we think it should be made to order. At First Watch, we're serving up all your favorites and keeping it safe and fresh every day from 7 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Yes, that means you can have $1 million bacon for lunch. Who said it was a side item anyway? Visit us or order pickup and delivery online at firstwatch.com or with our new app. First Watch. Yeah, it's fresh.
Yellow Jacket fans, everyday life can do a number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. At The Joint, you never need an appointment or insurance, and we're open evenings and weekends. Visit any one of our 35-plus Atlanta area locations today and receive our new patient special, including exam, consultation, and adjustment for just $29. To learn more, visit thejoint.com.
Georgia Tech falls to North Carolina State 23-13, thus ending a near 2-decade-long streak. Georgia Tech had a 5-game win streak in Raleigh dating back to 2002. That ends tonight despite Georgia Tech battling hard against North Carolina State, which at one point led 20-7. Let's pause 10 seconds so our stations can identify themselves. This is Georgia Tech football. Sean Wiley and Andy back with you. Short week demands a short memory. No matter the outcome of your game the previous Saturday, Georgia Tech will look to put this loss behind them and get ready for their home finale Thursday night at Bobby Dodd Stadium when they take on Pittsburgh. Sean, I'll begin with you and your closing thoughts tonight on the Yellow Jackets' performance.
Well, it's certainly not the follow-up performance Tech wanted to have after that convincing win against Duke, but there are still a lot of positives that can be taken from it, and I think there's a lot to be encouraged by, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I thought that fourth down stop the defense came up with late in the game really revealed a lot about their character and how hard they were fighting throughout the game. You know, I think the emergence of Adonicus Sanders as a go-to guy when some of the other players maybe weren't on top of their game, that was a big thing for Jeff Sims today. And when you consider all the things that went wrong even before the game for the Jackets, where all of a sudden they were without 10 of their 10 very important players, 10 guys who would otherwise have been major contributors today. You know, I think they rallied, they played hard, they didn't get the result they wanted. There's certainly some areas they can shore up, but you have to have a short memory, move past this, get ready for Pitt, because that's a big enough challenge in and of itself. And so I think this team can just kind of put this in the past, move ahead, and look forward to getting better.
Wilder Ballard, your observations.
You know, you look at this final score and 13 points offensively feels like a big-time drop-off from what we saw last week against Duke with 56. But I really think this is an offense, as evidenced by the yardage totals over 400 tonight, that is going to take the field on Thursday and the following week against Miami and say to themselves, we're capable of having a really good day. I don't think that was the case a year ago where it was sort of well, I hope we play well. I think this offense is going to have a chip on its shoulder knowing they didn't, or they left a lot of points on the board. But I think the biggest thing for me is watching Jeff Sims, his ability to extend plays and convert third downs. I mean, Georgia Tech's converted 60% of the third downs the last two games, and I think a lot of that, in fact, half of those conversions are with Jeff Sims and his legs alone. much less finding guys like Jalen Camp and Adonicus Sanders. So this is an offense that's going to have a chip on its shoulder, has a lot of confidence, and is going to be out to prove that we are as good as some of our second and third level stats are.
Have to finish drives. You have to cut down on the penalties. 12 more for 111 yards tonight. Some at very critical moments from a momentum standpoint in this game. But Georgia Tech continuing to make some gains. Now they need to convert that into a win. Won't come easy next Thursday versus the Pittsburgh team. This game was originally scheduled for the beginning of November, but both Georgia Tech and Pittsburgh, 2 days before the game, had to pause their team activities. Were able to reschedule it. It was originally set for December the 12th. They moved it up to Thursday night, December 10th, and that should be a fun one from Bobby Dodd Stadium. Look forward to bringing you that broadcast next Thursday night. Once again, our final score, North Carolina State 23, Georgia Tech 13. Let's thank everybody who made this broadcast a reality tonight, beginning with our engineers. Yes, plural, gentlemen, engineers, not only with John Brockwell on set at Carter Finley Stadium, but we couldn't do this without our Hall of Fame Network engineer, Miller Pope. For our sideline reporter, sideline is subject to interpretation when you're calling a game remotely, but we always appreciate the insights and the third set of eyes, Wally Ballard. Of course, my broadcast partner, Sean Bedford, I'm Andy Demetrius saying so long. 23-13, Georgia Tech falls to North Carolina State, and Dan Courts will close down this edition of the post-game drive presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
These days, I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Yellow Jacket Football is sponsored by Progressive. Drivers who save with Progressive save over $750 on average. This is Georgia Tech Football from Learfield IMG College. The passion.
25, first down, 20, 15, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1.
The fury.
Getting blitzed, down he goes.
The speed.
Doubled, and it's going to be.
The best in college football.
Toward the end zone. Got it for 6 points. You can unhitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the barn. Over the shoulder. Get 30, 20. Say goodnight to this one.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen on Saturdays this fall on College Sports Now on TuneIn.
Hey, Georgia Tech fans. Since opening in 2000, Taqueria del Sol has offered diners many inventive and delicious options for lunch and dinner. Conveniently located close to campus, an award-winning cuisine means a winning combination for Yellow Jacket fans. Please visit one of our 4 Atlanta area locations or visit us online at taqueriadelsol.com for more information. Go Jackets!